Hey, thanks for stopping by my channel and welcome to part one of our web development for security course. Before you start skipping around in this video, there are a few things I want to tell you that I think will help you get the most out of this video. And I think number one is just going to be don't skip around in the video unless you have it memorized or you know what has come previously. You don't necessarily need to have it memorized, but you need to understand how the code is working before you move on to the next step. You have to think of coding as building blocks, and you're just building a foundation and then you're building the next layer and then the next layer. And so a lot of people want to get excited. They start skipping to something maybe like in the back end of the server that they think they want to learn, but they're not ready for that. So don't skip around in the video. You're going to have troubles trying to figure out what is going on or even remembering what you had tried to previously learn. So think of it as building blocks and don't move on to the next section unless you know what has previously come beforehand. So if you're familiar with HTML and CSS, then sure, you can go ahead and skip on to the JavaScript. Or maybe you know JavaScript and you want to learn some back-end security, then you can sure move on to the back-end security portion of this course. So you might be wondering, why do I even need this course if I want to work in cybersecurity? I don't really need to learn how to code. I think this is a really poor misconception. You see it all over the internet, people saying you don't really need to know how to code in order to work in cybersecurity, and that is really very marginally true. So if you think of like a mechanic, sure, near me there is a local mechanic shop where all they do is change the oil and put on new tires and change batteries. So are they really a mechanic? Well, some people might say yes, some people might say no. The people who work there don't really know how engines work or transmissions work or to change a clutch, but they can change the oil. So if you want to work in cybersecurity and you don't really know how to code, you're going to be super specialized and you're not going to be very well rounded. You might be able to do something like change the oil, but if you don't understand how the web works or the language of the web, which is going to be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, then you are really going to struggle or suffer in the world of cybersecurity. You may be able to get good at one area and be able to make a living, and that would be great, especially if you're interested in it. But for somebody who wants to be well-rounded, you're going to need to understand the language of the web and how a lot of the vulnerabilities in code are written and how you can find them and then how you can fix them. So my encouragement is to actually learn how to code, not just learn one very small niche area, but be really well-rounded. Now, there's nothing wrong with any other path. This is just something that I think is helpful, and there have been a lot of people who have asked for this course, so here it is. Now, the last thing I need to do is ask you for your feedback. In order for me to get better at making these courses here on YouTube, or when I make part 2 of this, or even when I remake old courses, I need your feedback to know how to get better. Maybe you need the text bigger, or maybe you want me to explain something in more detail. I really need your feedback because I don't really know what you guys are seeing on the end of your computers. My screens are really big, the text looks really big, so to me, I may think that something is okay and you may need something changed. So if there's something that maybe I just gloss over or I go over too quickly, I will ask you to go ahead and leave feedback so I get better at making videos here on YouTube. Now with that, let's go ahead and we're going to jump into some HTML and CSS, and I'm going to explain kind of the beginnings of that process and how the web works. We're going to be covering the basics of HTML and CSS and then how to continue practicing and hone your skills within HTML and CSS. Now, this actual video is a small portion of a much larger video that I'm working on. I decided to go ahead and publish this because HTML and CSS is something that you really kind of need to practice on your own and get the feel for, looking at websites that you think are really cool and then try to design them yourselves. So I'm going to walk you through how to practice with HTML and CSS and the most common parts of HTML and CSS. So in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be releasing probably close to a 10, 11, 12-hour course. I think I have about 8 hours of content right now, and I decided to post this portion on HTML and CSS before I publish the entire course, so you can go ahead and start practicing with the basics of web development before we start looking at the security side of web development. And in this video, I do cover some of the basics of security in HTML and CSS. And so one of the things we are going to be building is actually this website right here. This is going to be kind of like our capstone final project, if that's what you'd like to call it. And this is pretty simple, but this is going to cover the basics of what we need in HTML and CSS to get you started. And it's pretty simple looking. You're going to get to see a bunch of different areas of CSS, just so you can see just how vast it can actually be and what you can do
as a web designer. So let's go ahead and jump into this. The first thing we're going to do is download Visual Studio Code. That's what I'm going to be using in this video. So you can go ahead and go to code.visualstudio.com/download. I will have this link in the description, and you're obviously going to download and install this for whatever you're running on, if it's Windows, Linux, or Mac. And once that is finished downloading, what you'll want to do is open it up, and we'll click on these little boxes down here. Now I have quite a few extensions already installed, but what I want you to install is actually called Prettier. So you can just type that in right here, click on it, and then you will install it. So before we actually start writing any code, I want to talk a little bit about what HTML is. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript make up the front end of web development. So let's go ahead and look at what this is. Okay, so here we are. We have somebody just using their home computer. We have videos and emails and documents and stuff like that. This is all going to be on the client side or the user side. So this is something that we're all familiar with, and making this look pretty like we see right here in this picture is going to be done with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, the way this actually works is we're not going to be dealing a lot with the server, but what happens is the side that we use as the client that we see in our web browser, we're able to send a request to the server saying, I want to get your website.com, and then the server will send that back to us with the response, and then we're able to see it. And when the server sends this, what it will send back to us is the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript. And so what are these? Well, the HTML is the hypertext markup language, which is going to give us the basic building blocks of the website. The CSS, cascading style sheets, this is going to give us the style, which is going to make it look pretty, and the JavaScript gives it the functionality. So what this looks like as an example is going to be the HTML would be the frame of a car. It gives you the basic building blocks or the structure of what we are going to be building. And then the CSS is what's going to make it look really cool. It is going to give it that style or the flair, as you might like to think of it. And then the JavaScript is going to be the motor, or what's going to give it the functionality. So if you have a gas pedal and you want it to work, you're going to need a motor. So if you push on the gas pedal, then you want it to do something. You can think of it, if I click on the button, then I want it to do something. If I push on the gas pedal, then I want it to do something. That is going to be your JavaScript.
All right, at this point, we have installed our Visual Code Editor. We know what we're doing. We're ready to open up a file. I've gone ahead and created a folder over here that I would like to open. So we can just open the folder, and it's going to be inside my desktop, and we're going to go JavaScript, and it's going to open for us. I've already created a few files. You can just come right here and click New File and then name it whatever you want. I'm going to be working in this practice HTML for now. But the easy way to get some boilerplate code, which is just all the code you typically are going to need within an HTML file, you can just put in an exclamation point and hit enter, and it's going to give you the basic boilerplate that we need. So we're going to be doing our coding for now just in the side of these body tags, because this is where we put all of our HTML tags for the most part that we're going to be learning. So the first thing I wanted to show you is we have this right here, and we can just type in whatever we want, something like hello world, which is the popular way to start out any educational course in HTML. And then we can open up this JavaScript file, and then we want to open up the HTML file, whichever one you just created. So for me, it's this one right here. You double click it, you're going to open up it's going to open up your Chrome or Firefox, and then you're going to see your hello world right here. And now we can get started with our first tags. So the first and most basic thing to show you is just going to be the H1 tag. And so we can just put in right here some text. So we can just type in text. And if we save this and we come back over to our page and we refresh it, our text has become a lot bigger. This is your heading 1 tag. So if we went to something like wikipedia.com and we just look up history of Rome and we do Wikipedia, we can open this up, and you're going to see this is using a lot of just basic HTML, and we're going to make something similar to Wikipedia later on. But you can see this right here. If we actually inspect this, I bet this is going to be an H1 right here. So you have an H1 right here. This is your H1 that you can see right here on Wikipedia. So if you want to follow along, I actually don't like the way that is set up. I like to have my when I inspect down here at the bottom, and you can change that as well. So you just right click and view, or go to inspect right here, and it'll bring up this right here, and you can see like all the different tags. And if you want to see something specific, you just right click on that and it'll take you right to where that is. So inside this H1, we have the history of Rome. So that would be an example of an H1 tag. So then we can move on, and obviously the next one is just going to be an H2, and these don't need to be in line or lined up. You can actually install an extension that'll make all of this pretty for you. I think it's called Prettier, and we may have installed it. I don't really remember. So the next one is we're just going to do text. Apparently, I thought we were doing test, and then we can do an H3, an H4, H5, and then lastly there is an H6. And then if we come in here and we just type in text and all of these, and we save it, and we come over here and we refresh our page, you're going to see the difference in the heading tags, and they get smaller as the number gets bigger. So our H1 is the largest of all of them, and then H2, H3, and that's in order that it goes. So this is the heading tags, and you're going to see this pretty regularly in HTML. As I just showed you, Wikipedia uses this. So if you want, you can go ahead and type these out and put whatever you want in here. Just understand the H1, the H2, the H3. And I think it'd be helpful at this point to actually explain. I actually forgot to tell you, this is an opening tag. You will use these at the beginning of any text, and the closing tag will always have this / right here, and this will be your closing tag. And what's interesting is it doesn't matter if this H1 closing tag is on a different line. It can be down here, and if we save it, it's not going to change anything. It's anything that goes inside of here. So if we just type in anything, it's going to come out as being within this text. So if we go back to the Wikipedia page, which was over here, and we inspect this, you're going to see their H1, which is right here, closes down here. So they open it here. This is their ID, their CSS, which we haven't got there yet. And then this is the closing tag. So everything that's inside of this H1 is going to be in the heading 1 size. So that's the basics of how these tags work. Now let's check out the paragraph tag. All right, let's go ahead and look at a paragraph tag. So the paragraph tags are going to go inside of these P tags. We have an opening tag right here. Let's give a little more space so we can see this. We have the opening tag, and then we have the closing tag with the / right here. And then all of our information that we want will go inside the paragraph tag. Now let me show you why these are important, because if we just come in here and we add in our H1 and we say we want to have some text in here, and we save this, and then we come over to our browser, we are familiar with our text right here just like this. But if we wanted to add a paragraph down here, so we wanted to say something like, I am learning to code, period. This is not so hard, period. And we save this, and then we come back over to our page and we refresh it. We have it all in one line, and maybe we want it on a second line, so we just hit enter like that, and we save it, and we think this is going to turn up the same way. If we refresh it, it is going to still be on one line. So what we would do with something like this is we can put it inside of a paragraph tag, and we can do the same thing over here. And now if we save it and we come over to our page, and we have our sentences on separate lines. So we can make this look nice, but we can also do this another way. The paragraph tag is the way that you're going to see this the most often. So you're going to see we're going to have different paragraphs and different paragraph tags. And eventually we'll get to divs and containers. But also if we wanted to just back this up a little bit, and all of this is back on one line, if we were really in a hurry or we just wanted to see what this would look like on a different line, what we would do is just add a break in here. So you can just add a BR, and you need no opening tag and no closing tag. This is just a line break. It just is going to put whatever comes after it onto a new line. And now if we come over here and we forgot to save this, save and refresh, you're going to see this is on a different line. The gap between the two lines is actually a little bit smaller, but it does put it onto another line. So that is one thing that we can do with paragraph tags. And the break tag is something like this right here, if we want to have these on different lines. And if we actually go out to Wikipedia, we can actually see that there's going to be paragraph tags used within specific divs and stuff like that. So if we go to inspect, and you see these p tags, this is going to be a paragraph, and everything in here is inside the opening paragraph tag and the closing paragraph tag. One more thing, I figure while we have you here on Wikipedia, if we just come up here and we look at this right here, the title, you're going to see that this is an H1 right here. So we're going to start working towards making something like a Wikipedia page. So you can see the H1, and we already saw the paragraph tags just a second ago. So these are things you're going to need to know in order to do this. So I've shown you the break tag, but while we're looking at this Wikipedia page, one other thing that you're going to need to know is you see these lines right here. There's these lines underneath all of these main words, and I'm pretty sure this looks like an H2, so let's give it a look. It is an H2. So underneath the H2s, there is this line. I already shown you the break tag like this to get a space in between the text here, but there is another tag that doesn't need an opening tag or a closing tag, and that is the horizontal line tag. It's just this HR. This is going to add in the line, and if we wanted to, you could add in some size to change its thickness, but that is CSS, and we're not going to be dealing with that just yet. So if we wanted to add in that line underneath of our text title, what we could do is just come back over here and refresh it, and you're going to see we now have this line underneath of our H1. So we have our H1 here, and then we have the horizontal line right there. So that is the gist of the paragraph tags. They're pretty simple. There's not a lot to them. And also the tags that don't have closing tags, the line break, and the horizontal tag. They're just an opening tag, no closing tag, and it will automatically be inserted into our HTML. Do is actually go to a Wikipedia page. You can open any Wikipedia page. I typed in dirt bikes because I like dirt bikes, and I got this Wikipedia page here. So you can type in whatever you want. What I would like you to do is come to lipsum.com, and I think, let me see if we just go back to the main page. This is the main page we're brought to right here, and we just want to grab some dummy text just like this. So we have Lipsum is a dummy text, and that's what we want. We can do 5 paragraphs, 4 paragraphs, however many paragraphs you want. I'm just going to do 5, and then I'm going to click generate, and we're going to be given some dummy text. What I would like for you to do is to take this dummy text right here and create a title and then put it inside of a paragraph tag. So go ahead and give that a try, and then I'm going to go ahead and walk you through how to do this. You should be able to remember how to do all of this so far. So we have our text right there. Maybe we want a horizontal line, and then inside of our paragraph tag, we want to put in our paragraphs, and then we can do another paragraph and grab another line right here. And you can maybe add in line breaks or whatever you think makes it look nice. So if we save that and we come back to our page, you can now see we have this text right here. So this is kind of the start to making a Wikipedia page, is understanding that we can copy and paste and put in the text inside of our text editor here. So if you're ever creating a website and you know you're going to need text later on, you will be able to go to lipsum.com and just grab some lorem ipsum and put it in as dummy text or just as a placeholder, so that way you can get an idea of how to format and style your page. But for now, we're just going to use this to create our pretend Wikipedia page. So at this point, we have our H1 and our line. What we could do if we wanted to is we could now add an H2, and we could call this more text, and we could put in our horizontal line, and then we could put in some more text from our lorem ipsum. We could copy this and paste this in, save it, and we could give this a look. So you can go ahead and try and build out something that you think looks similar to a Wikipedia page, or something that you think looks nice. But this is something that you need to get used to seeing. But these are the basics of the HTML that you're going to see in a Wikipedia page. So go ahead, play around with it, and let's keep going. I think what we'll do now is try to build out our own little Wikipedia page without doing all of the boxes and the nav bar and this button right here. We are going to get there, but for now, let's just try to figure out if we can structure something to look like this Wikipedia page. We can go ahead and try and build out our Wikipedia page. I'm going to go ahead and just delete all of this, and I'm just going to try to copy the actual text that they have over here and see if I can get this to look similar to what they have going on over there. So we'll just start out with our H1. We'll come down, we'll put in our horizontal line, and then I think we'll just go ahead and start down here with the history, because these are anchor tags and we haven't covered those just yet, but we can as soon as we get done with this. So what we'll do is we'll just start with the history. We'll do the history, the go-karts, and the mini bikes. So we can come in here and grab the history, and I guess we'll need some kind of dummy text in here. So we can just put in a paragraph and paste this in, because we need some kind of gap between our H2 here. So now we can grab the history and we can come back to the front and we can do an H2, put in the history. We're going to need another paragraph tag, and we're also going to need another horizontal line. And now we could grab this right here, paste it in, and we're going to need another paragraph tag. I believe I'm going to give myself a few spaces here in order to grab this second paragraph right here. And I think I'm going to show you something new that we haven't seen just yet. So if we come over here and we refresh this, this is starting to look like our Wikipedia page, except theirs is inside of a div here, which we are going to end up doing a little bit later. They had this Rupp Industries right here that is bold. So if we actually come back to Wikipedia, you can see right here, this is bold. Let's go ahead and see if we can figure out how to make this bold. It's actually done with HTML instead of CSS. So let's check it out. Come back over to our text editor. So if we come inside of our paragraph tag, we can add two different types of tags. The first one is we can just add this B right here for, I'm gonna guess it stands for bold. I've actually never looked it up. And we can paste this in here. We can save it, come back over to our page and refresh. And you're gonna see this is now bold as we have here. And if we really wanted to know, we could just inspect this and look, they did put it inside of the B tag right there. And I think there is another way to do this. We could delete those and we could type in strong. And I'm pretty sure this does the same thing as well. So let's go ahead, save it and refresh our page, and it is bold as well. So there's two different ways you could make that bold. We could do it with a strong or with a B, and the way Wikipedia chose to do it was with the B. But anyway, that is another way to try and match the text that we saw there, is by adding these simple tags right here. Typically, you're going to do most of those types of things with styling with CSS, but for now, we are just learning HTML, and we would do it with the bold tag or with the strong tag. So with that, we will continue on with our next set of tags. Time has come. Let's go ahead and try to make a clickable button like this right here. The first thing I want to show you is going to be an anchor tag, and then we're going to look at some iframes. So if we wanted to make this an anchor tag, let's go ahead and inspect and see what they've done. You see they have this opening A and this opening A, and then they have the image right here, and then the place that the image is actually stored. So I guess the first thing I want to show you is how the file system works and how we can go forward and backward inside of different files. So I am going to go ahead and open up a terminal, and this is the name of this virtual machine, and then we're inside the JavaScript file. So if we type in pwd, we're going to see the present working directory. So each one of these is a different folder. So we have the folder named user, the folder named gym, the folder desktop, and then the folder JavaScript. So we can actually close this down. Here's the JavaScript folder, and if we go back, and we can go back to like the desktop, and then we can see the desktop itself as a folder, and we go into the JavaScript folder like that. So that is kind of how the folder system works. Each one of these, just think of a different folder with files inside of it. So inside the folder users, we're going to have the gym folder, and then the desktop folder, and then the JavaScript folder. So these are just different folders, and if we add another folder right here and we call this our JS folder, so our JavaScript folder, and then we wanted to put our JavaScript inside of that folder, if we ls, which is going to list our settings, we're now going to see that we have this JS folder, and then we can change directories into the JavaScript folder. And now if we type in our present working directory, we're going to see that we're inside the JavaScript folder. And you can see we have the users, the gem folder, desktop, JavaScript, and then the JS folder. And then to go back, we use cd ... And if you're in Windows, you're going to use dir for directory. And then other than that, everything else should be the same. You wouldn't use present working directory. You would just use this dir for directories, and it's going to show you where you are inside of your current working directory instead of the pwd. But to change directories, you can still use cd and the ... and go backwards like that. So that is how you would do that inside of Windows. So I wanted to show you this because we're going to now use a image right here. So you need to understand how the file system works in order to find different images and files in order to serve them up. And that's going to be really important when we get into the server side of things, but we'll tackle that as we move along. I just wanted to show you how we're going to find this guy PNG right here in order to serve it up on our actual page back here. So we want to make a clickable link with an anchor tag, and you can see inside of their folders they have a wiki folder, and then they go to their main page, and then down here the source is going to be they have a static folder and image folders, icons, and then the name of their PNG right there, which is the Wikipedia PNG. So that's what this source is. And so we're going to make one of those, and we're going to add an image. I've gone ahead and added this image right here to our current directory or inside of our current folder. So what we would do with something like this is if we wanted to add an image, the first thing we can do is just add our image. So as we saw over here, all we want to do is add our image. So the first thing is going to be to just grab the image. So they have the image right here, and then they surround it by an anchor tag. So what we're going to do is the same thing. Actually, we'll put it up here at the top. We want to create our image, and then the source, where is our image going to be located? It's in the exact same folder. So all we have to do is add this / and then just add in our image. And if we save this, this should pop up on our page now if everything worked for us, and it tells us that something is wrong. But if we have a problem, that's what this alt is for. We can just add image is like our image is supposed to be there. This is just a broken image. So if we refresh it, you're going to see this is now a broken image. So if we come back over here, the reason this is not working is because we're not actually switching directories. Sometimes you'll need this /, sometimes you don't in order to grab the source, but because the source is in the exact same folder, we don't actually need to change directories. So now if we save that and we come back over here and we refresh, we have this gigantic image right here. But as with Wikipedia, we don't really want it all the way over here. We don't really want it to be gigantic. We want it up here in this little corner. So we're going to need to add some styling in just a second. But before we do that, I want to make sure you understand the way these directories work. So if we move this image over here into the folder, the JavaScript folder, and we now save this, and we come back over here and we refresh our page. So the easiest thing I think at this point is let's make our guy smaller. We're going to need to add in a little bit of some CSS, but don't worry about it too much. We just want to get this guy so he's not quite so large. So the first thing we want to do is let's just add in a height. So this is going to be the height of the image, and we'll just give it 200 pixels. And then let's do a width, and we'll make this 300 pixels and see what happens. Let's go ahead and refresh the page, and I guess that's okay. He's a little lopsided, but that's good enough for now. That's gonna bother me. Let's just make him 200 by 200, save. That was not what we wanted. Let's go ahead and make him 200 by 100, and we'll save this, refresh, and that's a little better. Okay, now what happens with Wikipedia is, see this little finger comes up as a cursor, and we can click this, and we're taken to a different page. Well, what we want to do is the same thing. And if we come to our guy and we click on him, nothing happens. So we need to turn him into an anchor tag. And the way they did this on the Wikipedia page was they grabbed the anchor tag and they surrounded the image like this. So now our guy here should be clickable. If we save that and we refresh our page over here, now we get the little finger saying we can click on this guy. The problem is nothing happens. So if we come back over to Wikipedia you can see it's going to take them on to this href is going to take them to the Wikipedia main page. So that is how they have theirs set up, but we don't have a second page. Well, technically I do, but you don't. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and grab this URL and we'll copy it, and we're going to make our little guy that we click on take us to that page. So now we should be able to save this. And if we come back to our main page and we refresh it and we click our little guy, I'm going to open in a new tab and it's going to take us to this page. Our little guy right here is now clickable and it's going to take us to another page. And that is how anchor tags work. And you can make anything into an anchor tag like that. So we have this Ohio-based manufacturing. If we come back to our Wikipedia and we type in Ohio, the state right here, and we want to take somebody to Ohio, because you see this right here, how they have this state. These are all clickable links. These are all going to be anchor tags. So if we inspect this, you're going to see this is an anchor tag, and inside of there they have the word Midwestern. And so what we can do is the same thing. Let's say we have this Ohio base right here and we want to make that a clickable link. What we can do is we can just come in here, put in our href, and actually before I do that, I want to put in our Wikipedia page that I copied, and then we just move this anchor tag around this Ohio base. Now we can save this and we can move back over here to our own page. We can refresh it and now look at this. Ohio based is now clickable and it takes us to all about Ohio. Now what I want you to do at this point is I want you to get your own image, put it in here, try to do it off memory. Don't rewatch the video. Go and try to do all of this again. Try to put in an image, make him clickable, change your CSS right here so that way it is up in the little corner, put in an anchor tag, put it to whatever page you would like it to take you to if you click on it, and then also take your lorem ipsum and make something into an anchor tag, some text like this, so that way we can start to make our page look like a real Wikipedia page. We now have our clickable guy, we have some stuff down here that's clickable just in case nobody understands what Ohio is, or a go-kart, we could put go-karts in right here and make it clickable. And what I want you to do is just play around with this and get used to putting in anchor tags and moving your image up here and making this clickable. I want you to practice with the anchor tags. That's what I want you to do right now. So go ahead, practice with that, and then come back once you feel comfortable with anchor tags and adding in images. I would like to go over the iframe now. So just in case you're wondering, can you use HTML for some kind of malicious purpose? Do hackers use HTML? And probably the most common way that I can think of HTML being used is in some kind of phishing attack. And typically you can get this done with an iframe. Now there is some other stuff that you have to do in order to get this to pull off properly. But if we were over here on google.com, we have this like really basic nav bar over here on Google. And let's say we wanted to have somebody try to log in. Now I'm already logged in, but if they were to click this, it would take them to a login page. What you can do is you can use an iframe that will look very similar to this, but then you could create your own nav bar with your own anchor tags. That's going to take them to a fake login page where you could then try to get their password and their email. So the way an iframe is going to work if you're trying to do it maliciously is we would just type in our iframe like this, and then we could just say we want to take somebody to https://www.google.com. And if we save this, actually before we save this, I'm going to go ahead and delete this right here, and we're going to add in a width of 800 and then we'll add in a height of 800, so that way it doesn't take up the whole page and you can actually see what the iframe is doing. And if we come back to our page and we refresh this, you're going to see that Google didn't work. Let's try bing.com because Google might not allow you to embed into other pages. So let's try bing.com, and if we save this, now let's try Bing, and Bing does work. So what we could do with something like this, you see how they have this nav bar right here? If we were to try and have this sign in, what we could do is we could try to create something that somebody would be able to click on. Now the thing about an iframe is the actual page does work itself. So bing.com is embedded and it works, and we can click around and we can browse different pages, and it actually works inside of our page. So the purpose of somebody trying to use this maliciously and what you should watch out for is if somebody sent you a phishing link through Facebook or Twitter and you clicked on it and this was embedded into it and it asked you to sign in with a pop-up or whatever, and you actually tried to sign in, somebody could try to use this as a way to phish for your email and password. So this is how an iframe works. Now, typically the way iframes get used is to embed something like a YouTube video or something along those lines. So I rarely use iframes. It does happen. I do use them sometimes. I mean, if I really need to, but that is the iframe. So you can go ahead and try to embed Bing.com because we know that it'll actually let you. I don't think Google lets you embed their page through an iframe, which is why that didn't work. So you can go ahead and play around with the iframe just a little bit and see if you can get it to work. And then we're going to go ahead and finish up some of our basic tags, and then we're going to move into the world of CSS and styling. Okay, we're going to go ahead and create a bullet point list. So it's going to look something like this right here with our bullet points. But there is a little bit of a caveat, something you need to know in creating this. So the first thing I want to show you is just if we want to make a bullet point, all we have to do is type in li for our list. And then we could just point in here number 1. So this would be thing number 1. And if we save that and we come back over here and we refresh it, we're going to see that it is in line with everything over here. But if you look at over here, typically there's a small indent right here between the bullet point and the far left side of the page. And the way you create that is with making an unordered list. Let me delete that. So we'll say unordered list. And if we come over here and we copy that and paste it in down here, and we come back over to our page and we now refresh this, you're going to see that it's now tabbed over just a little bit. So when you make a list of any kind, typically you're going to have this unordered list right here, and then all of the list numbers inside of here are going to go inside of a list tag. So we could save that and we'd have point number 2, refresh, and we have number 2 right here. So if we come back over here and we inspect this, I bet they have the unordered list and then the list right there. That's typically how you're going to see things like this done with these bullet points right here. So I want you at this point, with what we have learned in creating an unordered list and then the actual things inside of the list that we want right here, I want you to go ahead and create a Wikipedia page with your numbers underneath of it. So come over here to your page that you're currently working on and go ahead, create a new section and make it look like this. Put in a number 1970, no horizontal line, maybe some text right here, and then create a list like this. So if you want to go ahead and give this a try on your own, you can do that now. But we can go ahead and do this together. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. I guess what I would like to do at this point is inside of my page, let me refresh. I want a little bit of a gap right here between this last line and what we have going on our actual page. I'm going to scoot this over a little bit. So I'm going to add in a line break. Actually, I'll add in 2 line breaks. That way we know we have some good space. We're going to add in a heading number 4 and we'll call this history. And we should be able to now put in our unordered list. So if we come over here, unordered list, and then we're going to put in list item number 1, and list item number 1 is just going to be this roadster. So we'll paste that in. List item number 2. I don't want the whole paragraph. I just want to add in something like this. And I'll just do one more of these. For time's sake, we'll save this, bring it over here, and paste this in here. So now we have all of those saved in here, and we go ahead and refresh. We have this history. Oh, I guess we have a history over here. We should put, instead of history, we'll just put a date. I think they had 1970 stored in there, so we'll refresh this. Now we have this 1970 and these Roadster, Scrambler, and Enduro. What I would like to see you do now is go ahead and practice and put this inside of an anchor tag and make it take you to the Wikipedia page for the Roadster, if you can remember how to do that. To make this Roadster here clickable, I'm just going to go ahead and put in, let's go ahead and see if we can find a Wikipedia page for the Roadster. So we can just come up here do this and type in Wikipedia and click on this. We're going to grab the Roadster. This is a car, not a bike, but that's okay. And we'll paste that into our page here. If we save this and now we refresh, our Roadster here is now clickable. That takes us to a different page. So if you want to practice making some more of these into clickable links, go ahead and do that. Add in some extra list points. So we have this one right here. Maybe what you could do now is you could come down here and add in another one. So put in a couple of breaks and then add in another H4, and you could put in like 1995, and then make another list and make sure to practice with the list so that way you understand what is going on and just really ingrain it into your memory. And then we will continue on as soon as you feel like you are ready. Are starting to get the hang of some of the lists and creating lists. I want to go ahead and I'm going to delete this so that way we can have it all setting up nicely in a line. So there we go. So now underneath of 1995, let's go ahead, come back over to our page. I don't even know if it goes that far. It doesn't appear to. So let's just go ahead and we'll go under 1971. And we're going to create a list, but instead of having these bullet points, let's go ahead and make one with numbers instead. Sometimes you'll do things like that on a page with numbers instead of bullet points. If you are creating like a website for your resume or a portfolio or something like that, and you have special skills listed somewhere, you'll want to create numbers instead of bullet points, and those will be done inside of the OL tag. And I actually don't even remember what this stands for, but it creates numbers for us. So if we put in our Roadster 2, let's actually just do that for all of these. We'll just add a 2. So we'll copy this, paste those in here, and add in a 2. And if we save this now, instead of having this unordered list, we're now having an ordered list. That's what the O stands for. We have an ordered list right here. And if we come over here and we come to our page and we refresh it, you're going to see now we have 1, 2, and 3 because this is an ordered list with our numbers, and this is an unordered list, which gives us bullet points. So with that, we have now covered the lists. We have the list tag, the unordered list, and the ordered list tags here. And now let's move into like nesting information and what we can do with that. Maybe inside of the 1995, underneath this number 1, we want to put in some bullet points that say what was updated. So Roadster 1, what was updated in Roadster 2? Maybe the customer wants to know something like that. What you can do is you can actually come down here and we could put in an unordered list. And once we have our unordered list in here, what we'll do is the same type of thing we did just a second ago. I'm going to tab this in so that way you can actually see that these are underneath, try to make it formatted a little nicer. So in our unordered list, we can do the exact same, and we could just say new handlebars, something like that. And we could say updated tires. And maybe we'll add one more thing in here and we'll say new rims. So these are the new things inside of Roadster 2 that we would like people to be able to see who maybe are interested in the Roadster 2. And if we refresh this page, you can now see we have this right here with our unordered list. Now you could take these, instead of doing an unordered list, what we could do with this is you could do the same thing, and we could say maybe we want an ordered list inside of here, and we could copy this and move it down here. And now if we save it and refresh it, we're going to have numbers instead of our ordered list. It's going to be really important for you to understand this dynamic of nesting right here. So what we have is our original ordered list, and here's the closing tag for that. And then we have our Roadster and our Scrambler and our Enduro are all inside of this original list. But we can also make a second one, and just for the sake of you being able to see this, we'll make this back to an unordered list. We can make an unordered list inside of the original list and have items inside of here. The idea of nesting is going to become really important as we move on and we are dealing with different divs and different containers, and we're trying to structure our page in something like this, because you're going to have a div holding this text, and inside of that div, which is going to be a divider, which is what the div stands for, you're going to have a smaller div containing this element right here, so that way you can put it on the right side of the page. So understanding nesting is going to be really important as we move into designing our web pages, because you need to be able to understand how divs can be nested, or these lists. In this case, this is a really simple example, can have things nested inside of it. And I mean, really, if you wanted to, you could make another one right here, and we'll make it an ordered list, and we'll tab it over so you could see it. And we could say that inside of the handlebars, there's new grips, and inside of the new grips, maybe the grips are green. And we save this and we come back to our page. You're going to see that you can nest as many things as you would like inside of. You can continually just nest more and more information. We could make some inside of the new grips and say they got spikes, or they're square, or a new design. But the idea of nesting is something that I want you to be able to see. And typically when you're doing some kind of nesting, you're going to see the structure look like this. So you can kind of see like what goes this roadster right here, what it lines up to in the same line of code. So that's what these lines are here for. So you can usually find like the closing tag right here. They're on the same line. These three elements are on the same line. Then you have the unordered list, opening and closing, and then the list inside of it right here. They're on the same line. So I hope this makes sense. I want you to go ahead and play around with this. This is going to be really important for you to understand as you're trying to nest and do web design later. I'm really not a good web designer, so my web designs usually turn out really poorly because I'm not really creative in the way of designing how things look. I'm more just a here's the problem and fix it, which would make me better at cybersecurity and programming just in general. But in the world of web design, maybe you're really good at design and picking apart how things should look, and you will be able to make really good looking websites if you understand how the nesting works in HTML. So with that, let's go ahead and move on after you've had a good amount of time practicing this. CSS is going to be what gives our elements on our page different colors, being able to center it. It's called the cascading style sheets. It makes it so we can add style to our page, so that way it doesn't just look plain. And most websites we go to are not going to look like our Wikipedia page right here. They're going to have a lot of styling going on. And so I want to just start out with the basics of just centering some things and changing some color. This is going to be the most basics of CSS. If you're wanting to be in cybersecurity, there are some vulnerabilities that go along with CSS, but not very many. It is something you should know in order to understand what you're looking at. So if you inspect a page and you're looking through the code, it will help you. You could be like this center right here. You will automatically know this is going to be part of CSS, this size, this color, and you're going to be able to read the code and understand the CSS whenever you see it. So I wanted to just go ahead and give you a little bit of an introduction into what CSS is, and just understand that it's basically the styling of what is happening, and the JavaScript is going to be the functionality to the website, and the HTML is going to be the structure of the website. So let's go ahead and get started and create our little Wikipedia page that looks like this. All right, our time has come that we're going to just do some basic styling with our little Wikipedia page that we have copied. We're going to like center our little logo, whichever one you have inserted, all of our headings, and maybe this stuff down here, and then we'll try to color it. Now I'm going to show you several different ways to actually do some styling, and you'll probably use all of them in the future if you go into the world of programming. If not, you will be able to recognize it. If you go into cybersecurity, you're going to know what you're looking at. So if we come back to our page, and let's just start out with our logo that we have right here. If we want to center this, there's several ways that we can do this, but I'm going to show you just the easiest way to go ahead and do this. We can come up here and we can just make a tag, and we can just type in center, and we can close it off. And if we take this closing tag and we cut it and we move it down here and we save it, we can now come over here and refresh, and you're going to see that our guy has now been centered. I've also shown you that we can do some CSS like this. This is technically CSS, and we would be adjusting this right here. Now that we have moved into the center, he looks a little small, so if we refresh it, we can see that our styling, we can change this from 200, and this 200 right here is just pixels, and I believe we should be able to just add in the px and it should stay there for us, and it does. That's just the pixel height and the pixel width. So we have our CSS right here and this CSS that we can do right here. So this is now centered. I think what we'll do is we'll actually move this down below the RUP Industries, so that way we have this centered as well. And if we refresh it, you can see this is moved over. But let's say at this point, maybe we want to make this a different size, and maybe we want to make it blue. We could come back over to our text editor and we can add in a font the same way we added in the center. Now, when we look at these tags, they're different color because they're going to be dealing with CSS. And so if we wanted to change the font to just this right here, there's a couple of different ways we can do this. And because we're working on the CSS with the tags, we're going to go ahead and use the CSS tags and cut this and move it down here. And now we can do kind of like we did right here with this style of CSS. And we can come in here and we can just say we want to change the size of the font, and we can say we want to make it a 7 or an 8 or whatever you want, and we can change the color, and maybe we want the color to be red. And if we save this and refresh our page over here, that made our size gigantic. Maybe we should go ahead and make that a little smaller. Save and refresh, and there it is a little bit smaller. So we can do that, and you can now see that the actual text color has changed to red. And one of the things that is really nice about let me go back to our page, wherever it went. One of the things that's really nice about the styling with these tags right here with this center is that it should stay in the center no matter what you do with the movement of the page. It stays centered. Before, when I was learning HTML at the beginning, you had to use what were called flex boxes, which we'll get to in the future. But when I first learned, I didn't know how to do things like this. And what I would do is, instead of moving this to the center, is I ended up, let's just get rid of the center here. And there is a way to move boxes. And what I did was, if I wanted to move this href over, or this anchor tag, what I had to do was come inside of here, if this will let me, and I would do a padding, and like a padding of 100 pixels. And if I save this, you'll see that this is now moved over. And if I move it over like 500 pixels and we save and we refresh our page, he actually didn't move over. And that is not working because I forgot we need to add in the style like this, and then we say padding. Let's move this over, and this comes over to be like this. All right, I forgot some of the syntax here. So this is how we would add in inline styling. We'd add in the style, and then we would say we want the padding of 500 pixels, and we refresh this, and you can see he moves over. The thing is, it will always be 500 pixels from that left side. So in order to actually get this to center, even if we added something like the padding at 600, so that way it looks like it's more in the center, I guess it would probably need to go over further. The thing is, if you were on a phone, the guy would be totally off the page, or if you were on a smaller computer, he'd be on the right side. And so that is when you would want to use something like the centering, like we did just a little bit ago with our center tags. Right there, we got our center tags back, and if we refresh it, you can see this is now moved back to the center. Now, what I want you to do is go ahead and center this history and center all of this stuff down here, and I want you to change the color of the text. So you can just go ahead and change all of the color to something else and center these heading tags and just all of this content down here. I want to see if you can do that on your own. If not, we can go ahead and tackle this together, and we can come back over here and just grab our H2, and we could say center. We'll cut this, put it down there, and we could do the same thing with all of this list element. We're going to move all of this over to the center as well. And now if we save that and we refresh our page, this is all moved, but our list elements did not move. We still have all of our elements over here to the far left. So what I guess we're going to do is we're just going to not mess with that because I don't want to get too advanced. So I'll actually just go ahead and delete all of that. We can delete these breaks and we can just center this history, and we'll change the color of our text. So if we wanted to change the color of this H2 right here, we could come down and do the same thing we did previously, and we can type in font, move the closing tag down here, and now we can do what we previously did with the size equals, and you could change the size to whatever you want. I'm going to make it really small, and then we could do the color. And what would we like this color to be? We can do red as well because it's a heading, and maybe we want to change we don't want to change the horizontal line color, so we can go font, and maybe we want this color to be, what's another good color? We could do green, so we could say color equals green, and if we save this and refresh our page now, we have some green text, our history is red, it's been made really small, and we could change this as well if we want. I'm going to leave that up to you if you want to go ahead and change this color. And then I want to move on to another way to change the styling, and also another way to center these elements that we're going to see in the future. Let's go ahead and look at the final type of CSS sheet that we are going to be looking at in this course. Just to show you the basics of how a style sheet would look, we're going to just go ahead and in this little example we have like our basic code over, or our basic wiki page over here. What we would do is you can just type in style, and it's going to give you these style tags, and we're just going to ignore those for now. The way you're typically going to see a style sheet written is going to be, let's just mess with the H1 for now, and then you're going to open up a set of curly braces. Now you see how this is a different color, and then right here inside of the curly braces is where you would put your typical styling. So we're going to do like a color, and we could do red, not rod, and if we save this, this is going to change every single H1 to red. So if we refresh, you're going to see our H1 is now red, this H1 right here. And let's say that we had another H1 down here. So we just say H1 and second H1. And if we save this and we refresh it, you're going to see that it is also red because we're adjusting the color to every single H1. Or if we wanted to, we could put a P in here for the paragraph, and if we refresh this over here, now the paragraphs are red instead of the H1. So if we go ahead and delete that, you will see this type of styling. So save it, refresh it, we have our paragraph, we have the paragraphs over here. Now if we wanted to come back to the H1 and we wanted to also make this center, we could type in display flex, and then we could justify the content, justify content center, and if we save this, it's going to now move our H1 to the center. And we could actually do the exact same thing by copying and say we want to adjust the anchor tag. We could save this as well, and now if we refresh this, we have our anchor tag over here in the center with our image. And the reason it moved the image inside the anchor tag is because we have the image. Let me move this over so you can see what this looks like. We have the anchor tag right here, and it is closed off around this image right here. So we have moved that over, and it is now in the center. And we also moved our Ohio base because this is also an anchor tag. So you would see maybe adjusting the anchor tag wouldn't be such a great idea. Instead, what you would do is you'd create a class, which we'll see in just a little bit, and you would put in the class over here. So that way it would affect only one anchor tag instead of two. But for now, I'm just trying to show you the style sheet. So with this style sheet, so what I want to show you is get rid of this style right here. We can actually link a style sheet itself, so that way this can be applied from a different page. So this is one way to do inline styling, And I may or may not use some inline styling like this on the actual HTML page in our final project. But typically what you will do is you will link a sheet over here. So we have a style sheet. So we're going to link it over here inside of the href. Now, typically when you create a style sheet, you will create a folder and you'll call it something like style or styles. And then inside of here, we would create a new file and we'll call it style.css. And it tells it this is actually a CSS file. Now what we would do is we would link it over here. And I typically think of linking forward. So a single slash is going to tell it we want to go forward to the style and to the style.css. But if this was in a different folder and we needed to go back, this would be a double dot and then it would go back one file or one directory and then it would start to go forward. But because all we're doing is going forward, we're going to use this single dot right here. And if we come over to our style sheet, we can cut this and we can save it. And now if we we'll just refresh this over here so you can see everything goes back to how it was. And now if we paste in this style sheet and we save our styling and then we come back over here and refresh, it comes back to the center. Most of the time, you're going to always have your CSS in a CSS file all on its own, and you will link it over here to this page. And sometimes if you have multiple pages like we do right here, you'll have multiple CSS pages that will do just the CSS for the hobbies.html, the index.html, the lipsum.html, or the practice.html. You will have different style sheets sometimes for different pages. So that is why you're going to have different styles like this, and maybe we need to adjust this anchor tag for a different style sheet for hobbies.html, and we could come over to that specific style sheet and move this over. So this right here is going to be how you typically see styles done in style sheets or CSS within an HTML page. You're going to see a linked reference that takes you to a style sheet. So let's go back over to Wikipedia. I actually have not looked at this, but I would wager that they're going to have a linked style sheet inside this head up here. So if we come down, we would see the style sheet right here, and it leads us to over here. And they also have some of this styling that I just showed you with this inline styling. And look, they have the display, none, the padding. So you'll see styling, surprisingly. They have it both ways. They have a style sheet and they link all the way to their style sheet. And then also this right here, you're going to also see some other links like to bootstraps or other styling in the future, which I will show you in just a little bit. But for now, I just wanted to show you, like, even the Wikipedia page is going to have a style sheet linked like that. So over here, back at our page, we have our style sheet set up. And I want you to go ahead and practice changing things over here. So maybe you could just make a body and then open up a brace and then adjust the body to something you would like to see, like maybe add some padding to the left and move everything over. So you could go padding left. Let's do 200 pixels, refresh, and move this. So just to see what this looks like, go ahead and play with it. And then once you're done, we will continue on. All right, there is another really important bit of information you need to know in regard to the style sheet. So far I've shown you how to change actual tags like the body or the anchor tag or the H1, and that changes just that H1 or all of the H1s on that page. Now there is a way to use true and false or booleans to adjust only one H1 if we had multiples, and I don't really think that's necessarily the best way to show you how to use CSS. So I'm going to show you something called classes inside of CSS. So if we wanted to come back over to our style sheet and we wanted to change our H1 to a class. So actually before we do that, let's change this H2 to an H1, just so that way we can see there's two H1s right here. And they both are red because we have this H1 right here. So let's say we wanted to make this a class, and we'll just call this class make red. And we can make a class named anything we want. We could call this red balloon or anything we want. But the way you make a class is with this little period beforehand. This will allow us to make a class and we can apply it to anything we want. So if we wanted to make the paragraph red, what we would do is we would just come over here and we would just say class, and then we would type in make red, and we can save it. And when we refresh it, you're going to see our H1s go back, and this specific paragraph is now red. And let's say we wanted to make one, and we'll call it make blue. And this is going to be something you're going to want to be familiar with later, because when we start to learn JavaScript, we're going to be using IDs to grab different elements instead of just the classes, which is going to be similar to the classes. Instead of a class, we would give it an ID, and we'd be grabbing the ID name, which would be make red in our JavaScript. But that is just a little bit further down the road. So for now, we can see that we have this little bit here red, and let's say we wanted to make this H1 blue and leave the other H1 as black. We could come up here and we can type in class and we can say make blue. And if we refresh our page over here, we have a mess up, and that is because I never actually changed the color to blue. So if we come back over here now and we refresh, you're going to see this is now blue. So classes are going to be really important as we move on, because we may want this one to be centered, and we'd want this H1 over here to be something else, and we'd want to leave it to the left in our structure. And if we wanted to do something like that, we could just say display flex, and then we could justify content center, and now we have this over here as blue. But because this is an H1, maybe we want this to be blue also, or maybe we want to leave it as an H2 as we previously had it, and we're going to say this is an H2, and we can save it. And we want this to be blue as well, but we want it to stay over here on the left. So what we could do, instead of having make blue, you could just say dot h2 underscore blue, and this will change all the h2s blue as we would want to adjust them. And maybe there's some other h2s that we don't want to adjust. So what we could do is we could just say class make, actually it's not make, it's h2, actually forgot what I called it already. Blue, I believe, is what I called it. If we refresh this, I have h2 blue, but I never actually put anything in here. Color blue. And we refresh this, you're going to see our H2 is now blue, and it is left. So play around with creating some of your own classes. Actually delete this anchor tag class and this body class and name it something else, and then come over here and add those classes in. So go ahead and try that, and if you want to follow along, we'll go ahead and do that as a group, and we can just say this is now an anchor, and we can come back to our anchor tag. And we could just say class, and we need a space here. We want to add a class, and we want to call this anchor, which is what we named it. And then if we save it and come over here, we should be able to refresh it, and our anchor tag stays over there where it's at. And we could do the same thing with the body. Instead of having it affect the entire body, which I guess you're only going to have one, so this doesn't really matter. We'll just say this is everything, save it, and we can come up to, if we refresh this, you're going to see everything moves over. Come back into the body tag, and we could say class, everything, save, and refresh, and now everything moves back over. So that is how you create classes and change classes. Go ahead and adjust some of these classes on your own, create new classes, add some extra paragraphs, whatever you need to do in order to make sure you understand creating classes and how they work. Okay, so we're finishing up the CSS and we're making some actual static websites, and we prepare for JavaScript. I think it'd be helpful for you to learn, or at least understand, that there's things out there other than just creating your own CSS files like these right here. There are pre-made out-of-the-box style sheets that you can import. Probably the one that I use the most is going to be Bootstraps, and so that's the one I'm going to show you. So if you just come over to bootstraps.com, you're going to see that we have this CDN, and you're going to see that this looks really familiar. We have a link, and it's going to take us to their style sheet, right here, and we're going to be able to use Bootstrap style sheet, and we don't have to worry about creating certain elements. So for example, one of the things I always use Bootstraps for is a nav bar. I really like the way the dark one works with the words right here. I usually delete this little search bar. So what I like to do in creating a nav bar or creating buttons, so we can also, let's see if we can find like buttons. If we want to make a button that's blue and when we hover over it, we want it to change color, or something like that, you can come and grab one of these buttons and you can just copy it and paste it straight into your code. Now I've gone ahead and already moved over the CDN link. So what you will do is just go to bootstrap.com. You can just copy this right here and make sure to paste it inside of your head tag. Mine's right there. And if you want to use any of their JavaScript or anything that's going to need JavaScript, you can go ahead and copy this and paste it in right here. And then whenever somebody visits your website, it's going to automatically load everything inside this head tag first. It's going to go out and grab their style sheet and then apply it to our actual code down here. So let's go ahead and add in a nav bar. So over here is our page. If we wanted to add in a nav bar, we could go to the nav bars and scroll down, and I want one like this. It doesn't have the search bar, or maybe you do like one that has a search bar like this and you want to add in your own elements right here. You can just delete the search bar, but I think what I'm going to do, that one kind of has a lot. This one looks okay. Let's go ahead and copy this. And then we're going to go ahead and paste this in our code right here. We can save it. Let's go over to our page and refresh. We have our nav bar right here. So it's that simple to create a nav bar, but we are using, I think it's Bootstrap's 5.3. And the way this works in 5.3 is if we wanted to make this look a little different, we can scroll back up here, and I'm just going to show you, like, you just read like the documentation to figure out how to do a lot of this stuff, but I'm going to show you the basics of what I like to use this for. And right here, if I wanted this to be this dark right here, we can just turn this nav bar to dark and the background to dark. And so I don't like the way the light looks, so I like to go dark and change this to dark. And then if I save it and I come back and refresh my page, I now have a dark nav bar. And let's say I want to move all of these elements over to the right side, and we'll just leave the nav bar over here. What we could do is you would have to read to find this out. In Bootstraps 4, if I can find it, the way we would move this over is by adding in a class right here. And I think in Bootstrap 4, it's like MR, but I think in 5, it's MS-auto. And I believe that should move all of our anchor tags over to the side, and it does. And I think MR in 4, if you're using 4, which you shouldn't be, would move everything over to the, I guess it'd be MR, would move it over to the right. So here is our nav bar. Now we have the nav bar, and we can actually change some of the stuff. So if we wanted to put our image up here instead of this little nav bar word inside of our href, we would do the same thing we did with like our image, and we could just give it a source. So and put in our image right here. So we have this anchor tag, and what we could do is just add in our image, and it would be this right here. So let's just copy this, because if you remember on our Wikipedia page, it actually had the Wikipedia logo right here that you could click on. And so we could put our logo up here, and we'll probably have to adjust that size, but we can do that in a minute. So let's go ahead and paste that in. I'm gonna push return on those, so that way we have them on different lines. If we refresh our page, we now have our clickable link up here. And if we wanted to make this smaller, we could do like 50 and 100, save, refresh, and now he is much smaller. So you could just put, so you can actually just change this stuff. So if we didn't have a home or current home page that we are on, all we would do is just come in here and change this right here. So we could just like delete this current because I don't like the way it looks. Instead of having features, we could put like a login page, and we could save that. And if we come over here and refresh, you see we're gonna have this login page. Now I wanna show you something that I don't think I have shown you yet. If we actually wanna go to our login page, so we have this login page over here, and we want to click this button and actually have it take us to a login page, what we do is change this href right here, and we would just say that we want to go to the login page. And if we save this, I actually believe we need our dot in front of that to tell it we want to go forward, and we refresh our page and we click login, it's now going to serve up for us our login page. Now, when it comes to setting up a server, this is going to be different. We're not going to be using this HTML in order to send this over. We're going to be using some JavaScript, an API, and a server to render our login page. So it'll be different in the future. But if you're just doing a static site, you wouldn't have a login page, first of all. But this is how you would serve up a different page that's maybe static instead of having the JavaScript and the server send this over. So this is one way to serve up some of those pages, but we're going to be getting a lot more complicated when we start learning JavaScript and server-side code and the vulnerabilities that come along with it. So I wanted to show you Bootstraps because it is something that is going to be extremely helpful for you. And I think now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put in a button, our own button with HTML, and then we're going to go ahead and create a button with Bootstraps. So if we come back over to our HTML and let's say we want to make a button, and when we click it, it's going to take us over to our login page. What we could do is let's just put this inside of a div, not a directory. We want a div like that. And let's go ahead and copy and put this down here. And if we save it, and we'll put in a style display flex, so that way our button goes next to this word, and then it goes next to this H1 right here. So the next thing we want to do is we just type in button, and we now have a button, and we can say login button. If we refresh this and we come over to our page, we now have this login button. It doesn't do anything, but we now have this login button next to the Rupp Industries. And if we wanted to put everything back in the center, we would go back up here and say justify content, and we want to go to the center, and that should move our button over. So now we have our button over here, and we want it to take us to a login page. We could take our little button, and we would typically add in some kind of JavaScript. So like if we log in our button, if we hover over our button, the color is going to change, or we could add some JavaScript to round the edges and some extra CSS, but we don't necessarily need to do that. I'm just showing you the basics of a button because normally when we do something with a button, we're going to be using Bootstraps because it's just a lot easier. So we have our button here. What we could do now is just add in the href, just like we typically would, and we would say / our login page. And now if we refresh this and we click our button, it doesn't work. And the reason that doesn't work is because I am an idiot and I forgot you can't just throw in an href anywhere. So what we would actually need to do is let's put this on different lines so that way you can see it more visibly, make it a lot easier. What we would do is we would cut this and we would put it inside of an anchor tag. So we would come up here and now we would say login.html, save it, refresh our page, click our button, and it now takes us to the login page. So that's how we could make our button actually function and do something. So this is just the bare basics of a button. And if we really wanted to know more of the CSS about buttons and how to make them look nice and have the hover effect like this does, when you hover over it, the colors change, we could get into that. But we're actually just going to, instead of do all that, we're just going to grab this type right here. We're just going to grab a button. We're going to use the primary, secondary. Let's use the dark because I like the dark. Let's just copy this dark button, copy it, and we'll just delete all of this right here, paste in this button, and we'll have this say login. And we're actually going to put this inside of an anchor tag. So we'll say anchor tag href / login.html. And now we could say login page. Save, and if we refresh, our button is going to now be this button that is dynamic. It changes colors. I don't necessarily like that this color, that the text is blue, so maybe I would change up this design a little bit, but if we click it, it does in fact work. So that is kind of how we'd use Bootstraps. I want you to go ahead and play around with Bootstraps. Maybe come over here and read about different things you can do. Like maybe you want to make a form and you could copy this in there. You'll have this little submit button and mess around with the different forms, the different things you can do, the buttons, the badges, the alerts, if you wanted to add in some kind of alert, or any of these. Just go through and read, be familiar with these because you will want to use them in the future if you do any kind of web design and you need to use CSS because it makes CSS so much easier. So that is the basics of Bootstraps. I think what I'll have us do now is go ahead and create like the front of what we would call a homepage to a website. We'll just make a portfolio, we'll give it a nav bar and just some basic information. Go ahead and see if you can design and come up with your own. And then I'm gonna go ahead and walk through one and you can edit it just in case you don't think you're creative enough to come up with your own or you can't remember the information. So let's go ahead and get started on that.
Before we start the section on CSS, I think that's really important for you to know that CSS is going to seem really overwhelming because everything we're about to see is new and everything you do is going to have to manually be typed in, and there's a lot of moving parts to CSS. So if you look at this page right here, this little guy right here, to get him in the center is going to be at least 5 different areas of CSS that you need to know how to move him over. You need to know how to make a section and put him in the center. You need to know how to change the size. So there's just a lot of stuff. And so as we go through this, it's going to seem really overwhelming. So how I learned this is looking at websites that I thought were really cool, where I just wanted to know how to design something, kind of like we did with the Wikipedia page. And I would Google how to do something like make these 3 columns right here. How do I get these 3 columns in the center of a section with a background image? And I would Google that, and then I would go try to practice it. So I'm going to show you the basics of CSS, and then we're going to go ahead and build this actual site right here. It's pretty simple. It's a static website, no backend, and of course we're not going to use any JavaScript because we haven't covered that yet. So let's go ahead and start our designing with CSS. So the best way I have found, or the way I learned to use CSS when styling pages, is I would go out to a page that I really liked the way that it looked, and we're actually going to make this not because it's really cool, but because it's going to give you an idea of a lot of the different elements, and you are going to feel overwhelmed as we make it, but you'll be able to see just how much you can do with HTML and CSS. So right here, what I would do is I would come to something like these 3 columns right here, and I'd go, okay, I want to learn how to make these, and maybe I'd mess with them in different ways, but just real quickly is I'd find something I liked on a website, and I would try to make it. So the first thing we're going to do is start out with our boilerplate, and we're going to create a div, and then we are going to do some styling. So this is going to add in some CSS, and this will be very basic. We're going to do a height of 100 pixels. Then we're going to do a width of 100 pixels, and that's going to give us a box. And then we're going to do a background color of blue. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this because we're going to need to do this 3 times. So we'll paste, and then we'll just change this blue. Actually, we can just cover that up and we'll go red, and then we'll do a green right here. So we'll save that, and if we come over to our page and refresh, we have these 3 squares. So now what we want to do is just try to get them in a line. So one of the things you should practice doing is like move this blue one over 100 pixels, move this green one up 100 pixels, and then put the red one over here next to it, and just get used to moving these blocks around because you're going to need to be able to do this in the future. So what we could do with this green one right here is we could just move it over. So we can come back up to our CSS, and we can just add to it, and we can just say that we want to add in a margin. So we can just say we want a margin to the bottom of the green one, and we'll say 100 pixels. And then if we come over here and we refresh this, we can see that we have moved this red one down because it added a margin. So we need to actually add a margin to the left, and then let's see if we can get this box to move up. So instead of a margin bottom, what we ended up needing was a margin top, and we need to add a margin to the left, and we'll also add that 100 pixels. So we'll go ahead and save that, move this over a little bit so we can see it. So we'll save this, move this over, and again, now I moved it the wrong way. So we moved it over, but then we need to move it. What I think we could do is just add in a minus right here. Now we have negative 100 pixels, refresh, and we have now effectively moved the green one right here. So now we want to move this red one over here and get all 3 of them in a line. So we could actually just copy this right here, paste it, and we need to move to the left 200 pixels because our blocks are 100 pixels. And we could just make this minus 200 and refresh, and wow, our red block is now off the screen. So we need to keep this actually at 100 pixels. So if we refresh this, there's a red block. And you can see this is really how I basically learned CSS was I would come in here and I would just visit a page like this right here. And then I would Google how to do certain things. And I often practiced with these different colored blocks right here, just moving them around. So if we wanted to get these over here like this to be in a line like this without having to mess around with all of this, there is something called the display flex, and we could just type this in one section. So in this body, because everything is in this body, normally what you do is you type in a section. I was going to do this in the body, but I'll just show you the right way to do this. We'll put this in a section right here that needs to be deleted, and we could style this, and you would say display flex. And then if we now come over here and refresh this page, and they have not moved, they should have moved. So let's actually try and justify. Oh, they did. The reason they didn't move is because the display flex puts them in a line. So if we actually delete this, I did that too early. So they didn't move because they weren't supposed to. So if we refresh this, they're going to be over here. If we want them in a line, we can go it's back to where we had. So style, display, flex. I was confused because I was thinking that they should have moved, but that's just how they were supposed to be. So if we wanted to now move them over, I think to the center, we can go justify content center. And if we save this, we refresh, and there it's in the center. So effectively, how I learned was I wanted to create something like this, and I would go to Google and be like, how do I get 3 divs in a row? Or I need 2 divs in a column, and then 2 more divs next to those in a column, and 2 divs next to those in a column. So you'd have about me, goals, another about me and goals, and another one over here, and another one over here. Basically, I just Googled how to do stuff, and that's going to be what you need to do. But I want to actually walk you through this section on CSS just so you can get an idea of how much stuff there is. And you are going to feel overwhelmed, but that is okay. CSS is not that hard. You just basically know what you need to do and that you can do it, and then Google and read about how to do it. And you will get used to seeing all of this kind of stuff because you'll do it enough or you'll see it enough that it just becomes a lot easier to remember. So we got this over here in the center now. Maybe we want to space them out. You could add some padding if you wanted to each one. And you could actually do that down here by just typing in margin, which you have previously seen. And we can do margin right. And let's say we want to try 30 pixels. That might not be enough, but we can space that one out, and we could copy this and just paste it in down here, save it. I actually think we'll try 100 because 30 was just a little too close together. And if we refresh this, I guess that actually didn't move them over as much as I would have liked. That's because I did 10. So let's put a full space of 100 pixels, and boom, they're spaced out. And maybe we want them down in the center of the section like this. What we would do is come back up to the section because that's what we want to adjust is everything. And I think this is just align items, the center. And let's see, I think this is how we do that. That is not. And I actually forgot that is because you have to set the height of the section, like how big do you want it? And if I'm remembering right, to do the height of the entire page, so if your page is like this big or this big, you have to set the height to 100. I think it's VH, and I'm not sure if we could do percent two. We could try that in a second. So now it will stay in the center of your web page, no matter how big or small it is, because you set that height. Let's see if we could do 100% because I actually am not sure. That might work, might not work. Refresh, it does not work. It does need to be VH. In fact, so this is how I learned CSS, was just playing around with things like this. And maybe I was like, okay, well, I want to change the color to the background of this section, and you could just go background color and we could make it like beige and you could save it. Or maybe you would want to set an image like this as your background image. And I'm going to show you how to do these things in our actual project build when we build this page right here. So let's go ahead and switch over and open up a new folder, and we'll start building this page right now. So what I think we will do is just go ahead and type out all of the HTML, and then we'll come back and style it in just a second. So this is what we are going for, but the HTML will look very very plain when we get done typing it, but we'll go ahead and start the HTML. So we can just change our title to like my website, and then we'll come down here in between the body tags. And I haven't shown this yet, but one of the things that you're going to notice is we have these sections right here. Usually you can separate these with divs, but it is also pretty common practice to separate these with sections, which we have not seen yet. So I guess we will go ahead and use our first set of sections. So we'll make our first section, and then inside of here, we're going to make our first div. And this really is going to be pretty simple. The first thing we're going to do is import our image into our HTML. So let's go ahead and save this. I'm going to open up this page, the index.html, and I'm going to put it over here inside this tab. So there it is. We'll close out of that, pull this page back over, and we're going to import our image. And the reason I open that up is so we can see our image once it actually imports. So now we will import our logo, or the picture of you if you're making this as an actual portfolio. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an image. We're going to say the image is going to be the logo. And the alt, so if our image fails, we can put just logo, or you would put like your name or something right here instead of just logo. So we have the logo, we have the image. If we save it and we come over here and we refresh it, bam, there is our gigantic logo. So we're going to actually add our styling later. So I'm just going to leave this as it is with really big Zeus character over here. So the next thing we are going to want to do is add in our name, which is going to go underneath of it. So we see right here, we have my name is. So we're going to go ahead and add in an H1. So we have our H1, and we'll just say my name is just like I had previously in the example. And then we're going to call that good because that's all we have over here. And in the next section, we are going to have these about me, goals, and skills. So we can go ahead and type in a new section. So in the first section, we need our first of 3 divs, I believe, that we're going to end up making. And then we're going to need an H2. We're going to call this about me. We'll make that capitalized. And then we're going to have a paragraph tag, and we'll just say what I have over here. I think I have insert details about yourself here. We'll just put, yeah, I guess I'll just type that out. Insert details about yourself here, period. And I think that's going to be good for this first one. Then we're going to do my goals, which is going to be inside of a new div. And we called this my goals. I don't know if I would actually have this as my goals. Inside of this, I think we need an another H2. I forgot to put our tags around this, so we'll cut that and move it over here. And underneath of my goals, we will add another paragraph, and we'll say my goals and aspirations are to become ... So you can fill that out. And then our last div that we are going to add in here is my skills. So we can come back over here, H2, my skills. We'll put the Z because we're awesome. And we will add in our last paragraph. We can type in my technical skills are off the charts, period. And now I think that's good. So let's make sure we save this, refresh this page, and you're going to see there's my name, which is going to be in this section up here. And then you can see this looks very different than this over here. You can definitely tell the styling is going to make a big difference. So we have all of that showing up. We're going to need our last section. And inside of this section, we're going to need one more div, and we're going to make an H2. And I think we have a contact me. So we have so in the H2, we have contact me. And then we have a paragraph tag, and it is interested in working together. Let's chat. and then we have another paragraph tag, and we have our email. So we'll just say email your at email.com. And then we have another paragraph tag, and this is our phone number. And we'll say 123456789 And if we come back over here, I think that looks right. Let's refresh the page. And now we have all of our content on the page. Pretty crazy that we're going to turn just this a little bit of HTML right here into this right here. So now is when the actual styling is going to start. I'm going to try to go slow so that I can explain what we're doing in the styling. So the first thing we want to do is use our background image. I think this clouds image right here is the one we're going to use for our first section. And I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to make our style inside of our actual HTML, and then we'll link it into our style sheet, or we'll create a style sheet and link it later, and I'll show you how to do that. But for now, we're just going to do all of our styling right here on this page. So the first thing you have to do is create the style, or the CSS, which is going to go inside of these style tags. And the only other time you wouldn't need to have style tags is if you create a separate file, and we'll call it style.css, and you're going to see our little logo here changes to represent that this is CSS. Then you wouldn't need these style tags. You could just type in your CSS into this file directly, which I will show you here at the end of this section. So the first thing I think we'll do is actually just make a ID for this right here, or a class. So we'll make a class which is going to define what class we're using here. So what we could use up here for our, I guess, class is what we would call it. We'll just use header like this, and then we open up curly braces, and whenever you do any kind of styling, you will need to use curly braces even if you're in the style sheet over here. So this will be our header class, and we are going to put in our image right here. So we will say we want our background image, and the great thing about CSS is everything is pretty much named exactly how you would like it. So a background image inside of this specific section. So this section is going to have whatever background image is inside of the class header, which we can add in right here. So now if we put in a background image right here, we are going to see that inside of that first section. So our background image is going to be, we'll say URL, and inside of this is going to be single quotes, and it's clouds.jpg. And I think if we save that, that should work for us, and we refresh, and now we have our clouds behind our gigantic Zeus logo here. And let's go ahead and fix our image right here, and we'll give this guy a name. So we'll say we're going to give this a class. We're going to make another class right here so that we can actually format this guy so he's not quite so gigantic. And we'll just call this our profile image. And so what we'll do is come back up here, and we need to add another class. So we'll say profile, need our dot at the front, profile dash image. And you will need to use this dot for anything that you want to make a name for. But let's say we wanted to make a style for just an H1. We actually would not need to put that little dot in front of it. And this will automatically style all the H1s. If there's already an element, you can just name the element and you don't have to put that dot in front of it. So if we were to change something for the body, and we wanted to change everything inside of the body tags, we would be able just to type in body and open this up, and we could just say our background color of red. And if we save that, everything inside the body tag, which is everything we have in our HTML, if we refresh this over here, is going to change to red. So that is just what you see when you see these dots. That kind of means it's just a custom name that you have made up. So our profile image obviously is not a tag. It is something that we have added in. So let's go ahead and we're going to give this guy some styling. So let's display, and we want to display in a block, and we want there to be no margin. So we'll give it the margin of 0 and auto. And if I remember right, this is left and right, and this is up and down, and this is left and right. And then we want to give it a width of how big do we want it. Let's just say 500 pixels. We'll give that a try, and we can say, let's just try this and see what this looks like. So refresh, and there he is. He is now much smaller, and he is in the center. And we will go ahead and get rid of this here in just a second. We'll probably move this name over, and we'll try to get rid of this little outline right here. So the first thing we want to do is add our background size. See if we can get rid of this little line right here. Oh, that actually is going to make it so we can do our parallax. Let's align our text. So we can do text align the center, and that should move this text over to the center. And it does. We'll give it a little bit of padding, and we'll say padding. We want to do 20 pixels, and then we want to do 0, and that should move it up a little. And it did give a little padding down there to the bottom. I think what we'll do is we'll also do the parallax. So for the parallax, which is when you scroll, the image doesn't move, but this little line moves and it makes it so the image looks stationary. For the parallax, what we can do is the background, I think it's attachment down here, and we'll do fixed. And if we save that, refresh this page, but we can't actually scroll yet, so we're not actually going to be able to see that. And let's go ahead and see if we can create a body tag. So we'll do our body, and I think we'll change our font, and maybe we'll change our font color just right here. So I think the font color is just color, and we'll just use white as our color. And if we refresh this, it gives us our color change right here. And inside of the body, we'll do a margin of 0, and we'll do a padding of 0. And then we can change our font if we want to change our font. So you can change your font with font family, and we'll just do this right here. This looks good. And we'll save this, and we'll refresh it. And there we have gotten rid of that border that we did have, and now it goes, our image goes all the way to the edge. I think the last thing we want to do is just make our sections take up an entire page or the entire screen at a time, which is what we have right here, where you see this takes up the entire screen, and then you scroll. So what we can do for that is add in a section for the sections. So we'll just do, I think it's the minimum height is 100. Is it VH, I think? And if we refresh this page, there, that did it. That makes it full size. We're going to need to move this guy down so he's centered. But we'll do that in just a second. And with that, we can do the display flex, and that should put everything so that it will be responsive, and that puts it over here to the side, which we don't want. And we can do an align items center. Believe that will put us back in the middle. It did not. It also messed up our bottom. This is going to make these centered because we did the flex for all of the sections. So this is going to apply to every single section that we are adding this to. So we'll justify the content to the center, and then we'll text align to the center. Hopefully this gets everything moved over for us. And there he is. Now he's in the center. And also look at what happened with our 3 divs right here, as well as this down here is now in the center. So you can see how the CSS is starting to take shape. And then we want to scroll, snap a line, and we're just going to say start. And this is going to help with our parallax scrolling. So now we can have that working. And we'll need to add our background images for these to make sure those sections look different here in just a second. So I think our header's done. I think our profile image is done. I think our body's good. Let's see. Let's go ahead and I guess work on our divs. So we can come down to these 3 divs right here. We can give them a class, and we'll just call them content block. And we can just highlight this so that way we don't misspell anything, and we'll put it inside of all of these divs so they have the exact same class. Now we can create the content block. So we'll give our period content dash block, open that up, and we can put in, we want it to flex the basis, and we'll see, we want it to, let's just start out with something like 20%, save, refresh, look at all this, and you can see we now have this spaced out. I think 20% looks okay. That's more spaced out than what we have. We'll leave it at 20 for now. And then let's just add, we don't really need any padding, but we will end up adding some opacity in a minute whenever we add our image. So let's go ahead and add our background image to this section. So I'm actually just going to do this inline, and we'll do our background image. And I think we did the goals for this one. So we'll type in goals.jpg, and I bet that it's going to tell me I need this to go URL, and this will need to be inside of parentheses because there's nothing after it. Okay, so a few things we're going to end up having to adjust this image. But one of the things that I like to do with images that are really bold like this is add in some opacity. So we can just say opacity, which is actually just going to change the background to be more transparent. So if we refresh this, that didn't change our opacity. Maybe we will do less than 1. Let's do like 0.2. And our image, that actually changed the opacity for our text here instead of the image. So I think what we're going to have to do is, I think what we're going to end up having to do is add in another section. So we'll have to do another content section, and this will need a set of curly braces, and this is going to need a period. And I think we might end up having to add in the before, and you're going to see that it adds responsive style to a pseudo element. So this will actually make it so our text itself isn't affected by the opacity, and it's just the image. So we're going to have to add in our image that we have down here into this content block right here. So we should be able to delete this so we can actually come back up to our background image that we have right here, and we could just do a background size. This will need a semicolon if I want this to work. So we want our background size, and we want it to be, we want it to cover, not contain. We want it to cover, so let's refresh. We didn't add in our, so what we could do is move this so that way our opacity is not on our text. We'll save that. We need to add in our content section to our actual section right here. So we can make this our class content section, so that way we can actually get our background image in here, which for some reason is not displaying. So, oh, it's not displaying because this is not inside of quotes. So now if we refresh this, okay, so sorry for the hard edit. As I was making this, I decided to go ahead and split the content section and the actual section for the content, because you can't do one without the other and having it actually display properly over here. So I didn't want to confuse you when everything was looking really terrible, and then all of a sudden it comes together. So I figured what I'll do is I'll just explain this. So we're going to make the position relative, which is going to make it relative to the screen. We're going to change the color of our text to black. We're going to display the flex so that a way if you like make your screen come in, it'll actually like move this around. And the reason you want to do flex is for like a mobile phone, it will flex, and so if the screen is bigger, then it will all fit on one screen. So that is the purpose of the flex, and we want them to be in a row. We want to justify the content as around it. That makes it so everything fits properly. We want to align the item center, and then we want to flex wrap, which will also help with this adjusting of the screen size, which is also just called making it responsive. And when you do a content section, you have to have this like empty string for the content, otherwise nothing is going to show up. We want to make our top, bottom, right all at 0 so that way it fits to the screen. We already added our background image, which you saw. We want it to cover so that way there's no border around it. It goes all the way around, and we want it fixed so that way our parallax, when we actually scroll on the page, will move the images in the background. They'll stay put, but reveal more and more to us as we scroll through it. And then our opacity changes the darkness of, or the transparency of the background image. So you can adjust that if you would like to. And then our content block, which is actually the content we have right here, the About Me. We already adjusted all of that. So we want it flex, which is going to make it in a row. We want the padding to make it go side to side, which we actually don't need this or this really. We could delete both of those and just leave this and then save this. And if we refresh it, then you can see didn't even make a difference. But that is the content blocks that we have right there. And the last thing to do, I think, is just add our background image of the phone to this last section. So we'll actually do this in line. And so we could just say style, background color. We don't want background color, we want background image. And I think the image that we are going to use is the contact. We have to do the URL over here, and it needs to be inside of quotes, and we need our contact.jpg. If we save that, we refresh it, there is our image, but we are going to need to basically just copy all of this. Where is it? All of this right here for this content section. So what we could do is just type in, we want to add the class. I'm actually not sure this is going to work, but we're going to try it. Content section. Does that keep it? That did not adjust it. I guess we are going to have to go ahead and do this the full proper way and make a new section. So I guess what we'll do is just delete this. Sorry for that. I thought we could get away with making it real short inline style, but I was apparently wrong. So we'll just do the contact. We'll make our curly braces, and this one's going to go pretty quick. So we just want our background image right here with the URL with the single quotes, and it was contact.jpg. Save it, make sure that it stays over here. And our image disappeared, which means we have a typo. And our typo is actually that we just need to add this class down here to this bottom section. So we got to add this class, paste that in there. Now, if we refresh it, there is our image comes back to us. Now we just got to do some formatting. So we want to do the background size. We want to cover so that way there's no border around the edge. We want to make it fixed so that way it will have that parallax, which is going to be the background attachment. We want it to be fixed. We want our text color to be black, which I actually think it is already. So we'll just type in black. And we want to align our text to center, which really it should already be centered. We don't really need to, I don't think we need to do that because we adjusted all of that inside of the body. So let's go ahead and refresh this. We have our contact right here, which scrolls up and down. And I believe that is a replica of what we have built over here. So here it is. This is like a beginner's guide to CSS, and I know that seemed like a lot, and if this was my first time watching this, I would be thinking this is way a lot, but I really wanted you to just watch this and follow along because you need to see how many different areas of CSS there really are so that you can kind of get an idea of, okay, you can do just about anything with CSS. So go out to your favorite web browser, like go out to a Facebook and try to copy some of their stuff like we did with the Wikipedia and try to copy what they have and build like your own and just copy what's going on. And also don't forget to play around with those red, green, and blue blocks and just move them around and make different divs and sections, and make sure to play around with this. This will give you a really great start of what you can do with CSS. And I know that it seems like it's a lot and it's like going to be really hard to learn, but it really is not going to take you that long. In a few days, you'll be able to get the hang of this. So if you just watch this video or this section on CSS, maybe once or twice, you will get the hang of it pretty quickly. So the last thing I wanted to show you is we can actually take all of this CSS, we can delete these style tags, and we can put all of that over here and save it. So that way our index.html is much shorter, as you can see, and you can actually just link our CSS by typing in link and our style sheet, and it is called style.css. And if we save it, now when our page is loaded, it's going to read this head tag. It's going to see here's the reference for the style.css. It'll grab it and apply all of that CSS over here. So if we now refresh our page, you can see all of our CSS is still saved. And if we wanted to add anything to it, so let's say we want to change the content block, so the distance between these to 10%, we can save this over here. And if we refresh it, these are going to move. And you can see, actually, I think that just made it skinnier. Let's try back to 30. Yes, it does. It just makes our divs a little skinnier. So the point was, you can actually see how the CSS works over here. So if you wanted to add something else, you would do that over here in the style.css. And because we have it linked over here, it'll automatically apply the CSS to our project.
Okay, the time has come for us to start working on some JavaScript. JavaScript was originally a front-end language made for the web, and really JavaScript has become the language of the web. So if you want to do any kind of security testing or any kind of web development, you need to know JavaScript. You need to be able to read it and need to be able to write it. So JavaScript is what we are going to be covering now. And for this course, we're going to be using it for the front end as well as the back end development with Node.JS. So I want to go ahead and show you how we're going to practice this in our web browser before we start actually writing JavaScript code over here in our text editor, because it can be a little bit daunting if we just jump right into writing it inside of a text editor and using it inside of a web page that we have developed. We're going to start small and just learn the basics of programming. Now, there's a really great place to practice JavaScript, and it can be done inside of Chrome or Firefox. I'm going to be using Chrome, and we're going to just right click on our page and we're going to go to inspect. Now sometimes you'll see people write it over here in the console, and an example of writing JavaScript over here in your console would be creating a variable, and we can just call it name and Ryan, just like this. And if we hit enter, now it says this is undefined, but really all that's happened is the variable has now saved my name right here as Ryan. And so if we come in here and we just type in the word name, it's going to give us back Ryan. Or if we say var and we want to say num and we can make it equal to 5 and hit enter, we can now say num and it's going to tell us 5. So it stores the data inside of these variables. So before we get into explaining variables too much, I just wanted to show you that sometimes you'll see people write information, or they'll look at the console for information back to see if there's errors in the web page, like this right here. And we're going to be using the code snippets right here. And now we can write our code right here, and then it can run all consecutively instead of having to type one thing at a time over here inside of the console. So if we wanted to make 5 plus 6, we would have to create another variable and call it num2 equals 6, and then we would type in num2 to see what it looks like, and then we could just say num3 equals num plus num2. And then if we hit enter and we type in num3, it's going to tell us that we have 11. And you'd have to type this out one line at a time, versus over here in code snippets, you can just do it all in one single file and hit run, and then you don't have to continually hit enter every time we type a line of code. So we're going to be over here inside of code snippets. So now I kind of went ahead and showed you stuff that probably looks foreign to you if you're not familiar with JavaScript, which is okay. We're going to be covering variables here really quickly. I just wanted to show you some of the basic elements that we're going to be using as we're practicing JavaScript before we move on too far. So if we just come in here, and if you're familiar with any security principles, then this is going to look familiar to you. We could just type in the alert, and then we're going to use double quotes, and we could say hello. And if we hit enter, it would run for us. But in JavaScript, it likes to be closed off with a semicolon. So the alert is going to just have a pop-up window right here that says hello to us. So that's all that alert is doing. And it's going to give us back this information right here. But if we mess this up and we don't have a second double quote and we run this, we're going to get this syntax error. And when we think about syntax or syntax error, think of it as a sentence, and we have to have proper grammar. So if I give you two different sentences like these right here, let's eat grandmother versus let's eat grandmother, you see this comma right here dictates a significant portion about what we're saying. So if it's let's eat, comma, grandmother, it's saying let's go eat to my grandma, let's go eat together, versus let's eat grandmother. This is saying let's go ahead and eat our grandma. So there is a difference in the syntax and how you write your sentences in whatever, in English or wherever you are from with whatever native tongue you speak. You have syntax that needs to be proper. So inside of JavaScript, you have the same thing, and it is going to be very, very specific. It will not run unless the syntax is correct. And the syntax errors will be put down here, and it'll tell you what error you have. So if we just copied this error and then we took it over to Google, it would tell us what this error is. Or if you wanted, with the new OpenAI, you can just screenshot it and then paste it into ChatGPT, and it will tell you what your error is. Now, back when I was learning to program, it was Stack Overflow and a lot of reading. But for a lot of you guys today, it is much, much easier to figure out what errors you have inside of your code versus going and reading forever. So when we think of syntax, we need to be thinking of how we specifically write something. So if we were to write our alert again, so we say alert, and we have our parentheses right here. If we put in these double quotes and then we type in hello, this is considered a string. Anything inside of the parentheses, either a single quote or a double quote, is going to be considered not part of the code. This is not going to be ran as code. This is going to be ran as a sentence. So if we run this, we're going to get hello with our numbers. But if we come in here and we put in numbers 1, 2, 3, and we run this again, this is going to be ran as a string. And the way we would know that this is a type of string is we could save this in a variable and run type of, and it would tell us. But we could also run numbers outside of a string. And if we run this, we're going to get 1, 2, 3. And numbers do not have to be saved as a string. In fact, if you're wanting to keep them as integers, you would not save them as a string, which I guess we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. So let's go ahead and look at some different data types. So we have what is called a Boolean like this, and it is going to be either a true or a false statement. So Boolean is always true or false. And then we have the numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, those are going to be numbers or integers. Anything inside of the quotations is going to be a string or going to be interpreted as a sentence. So if we wanted to check what we have going on, we could create a variable, and that is going to be done with var. It is just an abbreviated way to say variable is just to type in var here. So if we have a var, and then after we give a variable, we always want to give it a name. So in this case, we'll just call it name like we did earlier with my name. And we can say the variable name equals, and then we could say 1, 2, 3. And then we can come down here and we can say console.log. And what do we want to log? We want to log the variable names. Now console log right here is going to print down here for us anything that we are trying to put inside of this. little parameter right here. So console log is similar to Python in the way that it's just going to print to the console what we would like. So if we run name and we want to save it as 123, and then we want to console log name, if we run this, we get 123. If we want to type in a var, this is going to be a variable. This var right here is just short for variable. So we're going to be naming a variable. We can call it back to our number if we want, and we can give it a number of 123. Now the way to actually test to see if something is a number, a string, a boolean, is we can use something called type of. And then inside here, we can just say type of, and then we put in our parentheses, and we would give it the actual variable that we want to run. So we could say this num right here, which we have saved number 123. If we run this, it's going to tell us that we have a number right here. So now if we wanted to check maybe the name that we had saved earlier, and we can give it a name, we can make it a string, we can say Ryan, and we need to change this to name. And if we run this, it's going to tell us this is a string because it is inside of parentheses. And then simply, if we wanted to check and see if something was a boolean or check if it's true, in this case, we're just going to say, instead of going through like an if statement or something, we're just going to say type of true. And if we run this down here, it's going to tell us this is a boolean. So those are different data types that we're going to be dealing with in the near future. And remember the data types when you're trying to figure out syntax, and if you're trying to add two numbers together and you have a number like this, 1, 2, 3, and then you're going to try to add it to the number 1, 2, 3, and then you're going to say equals X. This is not going to work because you're trying to add a string to a number. So remember, syntax is going to matter for us in the future. So after that, let's go ahead at this point and check out some variables. Okay, I want to go ahead and spend just a few minutes talking about variables. So I've gone ahead and told you what a variable is or how you name it. So var is just going to be short for variable. I think we've got that. But now when you start to really think about a variable, I like to think of a variable kind of like a box, and whatever you want to put inside that box is what it's equal to. So the variable can change in the future depending on if you want to change it or not. So I could say that this box equals 1, and then I could come down here and say var box equals Ryan. We need to console log the box, or down here in the console we could just say box, and it's going to tell us Ryan. But if we delete this right here and we run it, it's going to now save the variable as box equals 1. And if we come down here and we say we want to look at the box, it's going to tell us the box is 1. We can change a variable whenever we want. That's why it's called a variable. But I like to think of the variable as a box with a lid on it, and inside of it we're going to put this 1, and then we're going to put the lid on it. So this box is going to equal 1 until we decide we're going to come back and we're going to open up this box, and we want to change what we put in it to something different, and we could say Ryan. So now up here the box has the number 1 in it. Down here we open up the box and we put something different in it. So that's how I like to think about variables. We can change the variable however we want. And then maybe if you're familiar with some of that elementary algebra that you learned many years ago, if we come up here and we say var x equals 2, and then we come down here and we say var y equals 3, we can actually add these variables together, because now this var right here, 1, this var right here, x is equal to 2 and y is equal to 3. So inside the box y, we have the number 3, and inside the box x, we have the number 2. So if we come down here and we now say var sum equals x plus y, now if we run this, it's going to store the sum equal to x plus y. So if we come down here to our console and we type in sum, it's going to tell us the sum is 5. So this variable right here is going to be the sum of x and y added together. We take two variables and we add them together. This can be pretty, this should sound pretty familiar to you if you've ever taken any kind of algebra. So this is just like the very basics of variables and how we would store variables. Now, typically when you're coding and you're coding up a website and you're having problems, we would want to console log this, which you saw me do earlier, and I actually forgot that I don't have to console log because we're in the snippet. So we could go console.log, and then what we would do is we would log the sum. And now if we ran this, we would actually need to bring our sum back up. We would need to bring our equation back up here and say var sum equals x plus y. And the syntax of what this looks like doesn't really matter. You can have a space in there or no space. Run this, but the thing is, I actually had a capital Y there and we need a lowercase y. Now, if we run this, we're gonna get an automatic console log of the answer down here. So we're getting 5, and then we're getting undefined down here. I'm not really sure why we're getting the undefined, but I'm not gonna worry about it at this point. What happens with console log is it's kind of like the print statement inside of Python. And so console log is just gonna put the answer down here in the bottom. So that saves us from having to come down here to the console and actually typing in sum and then getting it returned. You can actually write console log directly into your code and get the sum put out to the bottom. This becomes really helpful in the future when we're trying to debug our code or we're trying to figure out what errors or where the code is breaking specifically. We'll always want to run console log. So this is the basics of a variable. In JavaScript, our user input is going to come from typically a web page, and they're going to have a box right here that they're going to type in something. Like if we say, what would you like to set your password to? They would type something in, and then we would save that as a variable. So an example of this, we already saw the alert earlier. We saw that we can alert our 1, 2, 3, and if we run this, we get this pop-up right here. But let's say we actually want to take information in. You can do something similar by saying we want to prompt. And inside the prompt, we could say, what is your name? And now if we run this, we get an input right here, and we can say whatever we want. We could say my name is Ryan, and okay, now it just prints it out down here for us, but it doesn't actually save it because we would need to save this as a variable. So we would want to take their input and store it inside of a variable so that we could later do something with it. So we could say name equals the prompt right here. This would actually run, but it's not proper. It's not a proper way in JavaScript to store a variable, because if we don't put var, this will become a global variable. So just to show you, if we wanted to, we could run this and we could say Ryan and okay, and it's going to print out Ryan down here. But also if we come down to our console, because we saved our name as the input from the prompt, we could just type in name and it's going to give us back the variable. But in proper JavaScript, we would want to save this as a variable. So if we run this and this time we say my name is Jeff and we save it, we can come down here and now we can say name, and it's going to give us back Jeff because the name is storing whatever is put inside of the prompt. So we're going to be using this prompt in the next few exercises. I think it'll be really helpful for us to understand like taking input. Typically when we take input, it's not going to be through a prompt. It's going to be through a form, which we haven't yet seen in our HTML. And then they would have a button where they actually submit it, and then the JavaScript is going to take what's in the form and do something with it. Just so you know, like this is actually important for you to be able to grasp. It is something that you're going to need to be able to learn. So inside of this, we can do a little more with what we have going on right here. So we saved what is your name, and I guess if we wanted to make this proper, we would add in a question mark. And we could come down and let's say we wanted to add something else and say hello, whatever their name is. So we could actually now add in an alert, and we could put in our quotes. So we could have a string here and we could say hello, and then we'd want to put a space right here because this is going to go together, and then we could say name, which is going to be whatever they put in. So now if we run this, we're going to get what is your name? My name at this time is going to be John. And if we hit OK, we're going to get an alert that says hello, John. And you see that we have this space right here. If I didn't put this space after the word hello and we ran this and I said my name is Jeff,
now there is no space. Because this is a string, it's going to actually store our space in there like this. So now if we run it, we can get our space. So Jeff. So now we can alert Jeff. So we got our name being stored in a variable through a prompt. What is your name? It asks us a question, and then we can store it. And you may think that this is not something that you would use, but even right here inside of Google, this Google account, it's got my name right here. It will store the name and bring it back. So you may think this is not going to be really helpful, but if you go to Amazon or even Google or any other website, it'll almost always say welcome whatever your name is, and it'll be stored somewhere up inside the nav bar, and it will be written through JavaScript that it's going to save your name inside of the nav bar. Now there's a lot more to that we haven't explained yet, but we will get there in this course from the back side, from the server side, that's going to be storing your name in a database and then returning it to the web page and then storing it inside of the nav bar. But for us, we're going to be doing that all through JavaScript. So this prompt right here and the alert of your name, this is all going to be stuff that's very practical for us in the future. So at this point, let's go ahead and have a little challenge. So if you're wondering where I come up with a lot of these challenges, you can actually go to a website called War Games. I don't think you're quite ready for this. Maybe it's not called War Games, it's called Code Wars. And if you're wanting to practice your coding skills, which you're probably not quite ready for yet, you can come to Code Wars and you can create an account. And inside of here, they'll give you coding challenges, and you have to try to solve them. So this is something that I did when I was learning. I liked Code Wars, and a lot of these challenges are going to be stuff that I've encountered in the past. And one of them is to make sure you understand variables. If we say A equals and B equals 2, I want you to take these variables and I want you to make A equal 2 and B equal 1. And you're going to kind of have to think outside the box in order to solve this. It seems really simple, but I want you to go ahead and pause the video and see if you can figure out how to change these variables around. And you're not allowed to just say A equals 2 and B equals 1. Yes, that would work, but that is not going to help you in understanding how to move information around with inside variables. So go ahead and give that a try, and then I will go ahead and solve it once you have tried that. Okay, so if we wanted to solve this, we would just say C equals A, and then we would say A equals B, and then B equals C. So the reason I said that this might be a little bit challenging is because you have to add in an extra variable in order to solve this. So A equals B, B equals C. This is really what we needed to do, but the reason we had to add in this third one is because if we say A equals B, well, at this point, or this line of code right here, now B and A both equal 2, and we need to be able to get the 1 back out of A, which is now going to be stored inside of C. So if we delete this and we run it, and we now just say we want to know what is A prints is 2, and if we want to know what B is, B prints is 1. So we were able to successfully flip these around just by adding in another variable. So let's go ahead and talk about naming variables. Naming variables is something that I have never really been very good at. If you've watched any of my YouTube videos on coding or previous courses, you're going to know that I'm really bad at naming variables. I name them the most random things, and that is not necessarily a good habit to get into. You're going to want to name your variables something so that if you don't look at the program that you've written and you come back in 6 months or a year, you're going to be able to read through your code and the variables are going to explain what is happening and what they're doing. So before OpenAI existed, I would really struggle because I would name my variables like thing1 equals 7 or 4, and then I would name another variable thing2, and I would say equals name, and I would name them the worst possible things you could imagine. And sometimes I would do this right here and I would have a typo and I would just leave it in my code, and then a year later or whatever I would come back and I wouldn't be able to figure out what was going on. Now, naming variables is not as important as it used to be, because now you can just copy your code and you can put it into OpenAI and say, can you rename all my variables so that it makes sense? And it will do that. But for our sake, and as we write this, we need to be able to name our variables so that we understand what is happening in our code, because you may write something and then come back a week later and have no idea what you were trying to do or why the code is working. So as you are naming variables, try to imagine that you're writing this code, and that if somebody else comes over and reads your code, they're going to be able to figure out what is happening. Go ahead and look at something called concatenations. And if you're ever going to do any kind of scripting, these are going to be something you need to know if you're ever going to be in cybersecurity, or you're going to create any tools or anything you want to automate. You're going to be doing some scripting and you're going to be using concatenations all the time. So while you're going to look at this and you may think, when am I ever going to use that? I'm just telling you, if you do any kind of scripting, you will in the future definitely need to be able to do this, and definitely it will be helpful on some of the server side. So you've already seen like the basics of what this looks like. So if we want to put a variable and print it inside of a screen, then that is called concatenation. So if we want to take a variable and let's just give a variable with name equals Ryan, and we want to alert hello Ryan, this right here is considered a concatenation, because what we're doing is we're taking a string and what we're adding onto it is the variable name. And so if we run this, you're going to get the alert Ryan. And the reason that didn't work is because I didn't save that as a string. So now if we go ahead and run this, you're going to get hello Ryan. This is taking a string and we're adding on a variable, which is also a string, and we are printing it out. So this is very basically what a concatenation is. We're going to be doing this in the future. You're going to be seeing it. So I wanted you to be able to see how this works and have a understanding of when I say we're going to concatenate these together, we're going to put these together, you're going to understand what this is. We're taking a variable and we're sticking it into a string, and then we're doing something with it. Now, an example of when we would want to use something like this, let's say we were making a program and we need to be able to take in a username and a password. Let's just go ahead and use username for the example. And if we wanted to say var username, and proper way to do this would be like this with the camel casing. So we'd say username, and we're going to take in a username. So we'd say prompt, what would you like your username to be? Question mark. So if we have our username right here, and we're going to take this in as the variable username, we would need to be able to take that username and store it in some data. So we could say we want to save this. But before we do, if we were really creating our website, something that somebody who was wanting to do something malicious could do is they could just put in a string that's 10 million characters long and take up all the space on your database, or even crash it. So we want to make sure that they don't go too long. So what you can do is inside of a JavaScript, there is a length. So we can say we want a username that is not going to be any longer than 50 characters. So what you could do is we could just say var, and then we would say name length equals the username dot length. And this is going to give us the length of the username right here. And then if we want it to not go any further than 50 characters, we would have to add in a little bit of JavaScript that we haven't covered yet, and it would actually cut them off at the 50 character length. So what we would do now is concatenate this together. So we could say alert, your username is, and then we could say name length, and this is going to give us the length. So what this right here is going to do, this is a built-in function or method that is going to give us the length of the username. So when we run this, it's going to tell us the name, the user, how many characters are in the username length. And so we would say that's what this length does right here. It tells you how many names, how many characters are in something. So actually, if we just cut this, just to show you what this does, if we say var name equals Ryan, and that needs to be inside of a string. So we got Ryan, and then we say that we want to give the name dot length, and we want to save this in another variable. So we'd save this as final name equals, and then if we run this and we type in final name, output of 4 right here. So we have the final name and 4. So it's going to tell us that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 characters in the name Ryan. So that is what the length function does right here that we're going to be using. So now if we put this back in here, we have the username and the length, and it's going to tell us how long the username length is. So let's go ahead and run this. The reason we have an error is because we forgot to add in our plus for the concatenation. So if we say Ryan, now we're going to get an alert of your username is 4. And I guess what we would need to add on here is another plus, and then we'd say characters long or something like that. And now if we need a space right there, if we run this and we say Jeff run, your username is 4 characters long. So this is an example of how we would use concatenation. And sometimes you'll have the JavaScript update on the page. So if you're typing out a new form and you're trying to fill out something that says you have 500 characters, and then as you type, the characters are updating, this is the JavaScript that is going to be doing that. It's something like this. We're going to be taking the characters and we're going to take the length method right here, and then we're going to subtract from it. So this is a very basic example of taking a concatenation and using it in a real world scenario. And we could even do something like if the characters are if it's more than 50 characters, then cut everything else off after that, which we will be doing in just a little bit. So maybe you could take this code right here, try to understand what's going on, and then make one that gives an alert for the username, and then once you've entered that, give a prompt for the password, and then make the same exact thing that we did right here and just take the length of the username, length of the password, and then print out how long their password and their username is if it's added together. So go ahead and see if you can do that. So if we wanted to give an example of this, the instructions would be take a username and a password and add up the total number of characters for both, just like that. So here is your instructions. Take the username and a password and add up the total number of characters for both. So that's going to require everything that we have learned so far in JavaScript. So go ahead and see if you can take these instructions and figure it out. If not, let's go ahead and do this now. So we could say var password equals, same thing we did up here with the prompt, and say what is your password, question mark. And now we have the name right here. So let's go ahead and make another variable, and we'll say name of the password equals the password dot length. And now this is going to be saved as a integer. So if we go ahead and run this and we say Ryan and we say John, and now we come down here and we want to figure out a type of, so we could say we want to do a type of, and if we pass in the name length right here, it's going to tell us this is a number because we are taking in a string, but then this length is going to transfer it over to a number. So now we can add these together and we can say final, actually we need to create this as a variable. So we'll say var final and then equals, and then we can actually say now name length plus the name password, and it is going to save this integer into this final variable. So we'll say final characters, just like that. So now if we come down here, instead of doing the name length, we can take just this right here and we can change this to the final characters. And we'd say your username and password is, and it's going to give us the number of characters. So if we run this and we say Ryan and we want to make our password John, it's going to give us back your username and password is 8 characters long. So this should be pretty familiar at this point. So now we're going to move on and we're going to look at slicing and getting just specific parts of a string and why that is important, especially if you want to be in the world of web development, or even if you want to do any kind of scripting, you're going to need to know how to grab very specific elements out of user input that you receive from your user. So let's go ahead and create a new snippet, and I'm just going to leave it named snippet 3, and we're going to be looking at some slicing. So this is something that you're going to be using in the future when you're dealing with data that you have received from the user. Sometimes they're not going to be putting in information in the way you would typically expect it. So a simple way to look at slicing is if we just make a variable and we give it the name, and we'll give it my name as Ryan. And then we want to create a variable, and we're going to say this is going to be final name equals, and then we're going to take the name dot slice, and the slice is going to grab what I like to think of it as like coordinates. So in a name, we have to think computers always start counting from 0. So this would be 0 is the R, 1 would be the Y, and so on. So when we think about numbers in a computer, we're going to say we want to start from position 0, and this is going to be the R right here. And then we're going to say we want to go up 1 space. So we write 0, 1, and then we want to, let's just go ahead and I'm going to console log this so we don't have to type anything in down below in our actual console. So console.log, and we're going to log the final name. So if we run this, you're going to see what we grab is just the R out of the final name right here. So if we wanted to grab the R and the Y, we would say start from position 0, and then we're going to go 2 spaces, which is going to be to the Y. And then if we run this, we're going to get the RY right here. Let's see. So this works right here because we have the number 2. But what if we wanted to grab the first 6 characters, but I only have a 4-letter name? What you can do is you can actually come in here and you can just delete this, and then you can put the length. I think this is the right syntax. If we run this, we could put in length, but then we also need the name.length. And now if we run this, it's going to grab the full length of the name. So if we wanted to grab a name and we didn't know how long it was going to be, or if we wanted to grab just the first few characters of everybody's name and we're going to abbreviate it, we could just grab a number, and we could say like we want to grab the number 2, and then we're just going to grab the first 2 characters. Or you could put name.length, and then it's automatically going to count all of the letters in the name. So slicing is something that you're going to see in the future, and I'm going to show you a really practical way to use slicing, and it's going to be used with another function. So when we log into something like Amazon or even Facebook, I'm not sure about Facebook, but typically up in the corner it's going to say welcome Ryan, and it'll have my name there. Well, what if I give it my username as Ryan, and it wants to capitalize just my first letter of my name, Ryan? But what if I type in my name like this, and I have an R and a capital Y? Then what most programs and most websites are going to do is they're going to fix it and make it look the right way. So that way when they display it on their web page, it actually looks nice and it's done properly. And we can do that very simply with what we have already learned, plus one new method or function called toUpperCase, and then there's one toLowerCase. So this is how we can change just those. So I want to give you a set of challenges. I want you to take in a prompt with the user's name, and no matter how they type in the name, I want you to slice that first character, change it to uppercase, and then concatenate it onto the rest of the name. So that way, when our name is printed in the alert, it should say hello, and it should have Ryan with a capital R. Even if the input that I put in is like this, it will still give me this as the output. Knowing that we can use the function like this, we could say final name dot to uppercase. We need to run the parentheses in order to call the function, and then we need to save this variable. So we can actually just save this as final name, and we'll just take the same variable and rename it so that way it prints down here. And so now when we run this, you're going to see that we get this as all uppercase. And if we wanted to, you could do the same thing, and you could say to lowercase and make sure we have our parentheses there to call the function. And then if we run it, we're going to get it in lowercase. So given what you know and what you can see running right here, I want you to create the program so that it has hello with your name or whatever name with the first letter capitalized, no matter how you enter the information into the prompt. Go ahead and give that a try, and if you get stuck, we'll go ahead and solve it together. Okay, so quite simply, we can just change what we have going on right here. We can change that to a 1, so that way we grab just the first letter of the name, and then we can take this to lower, and we're going to change it to uppercase. So we'll say to uppercase, and if we run this now, we have just the first letter as an uppercase R, and then we need to concatenate it with the rest of the name. So what we can do right here is we can say var end name. So this is going to be the end of the rest of the name. And what we can do is we can just take the name dot slice, just like we did previously. And inside of here, we are going to put in the number 1. And then we're going to say we want the rest of the name. So we would say name dot length. And then this is going to grab the whole rest of the bit of name with minus that first letter. So now if we were to console log the first name and we want to console log the end name, so the rest of the name, and we run it, we should have the R and then the YAN, just like that. And now we have all of the data that we need. So what we could do at this point, instead of console logging this, we'll go ahead and delete it, and we'll just say this is going to be the we'll just call this the complete name. So it's going to be complete equals the final name plus the end name, which I think is how we have that. And then if we run this, we should be able to get that output down here. And what we can do at this point is now create our prompt. So instead of having this variable name with it hard coded in here, what we can do is we can now say prompt, and we can give it the question, what is your name, question mark. And now if we run this, we should be able to say my name is Ryan. Actually, we need to type it all lowercase, okay, and it prints out down here Ryan. Now let's go ahead and run this, and what if I do all caps and we run this, we get all caps. So what happens, let's just make sure that our program is working, and we do the first letters lowercase, we still get all uppercase. So now what we have to do is we need to take this end name right here, and we need to make it all lowercase. So we would say end name equals end name dot to lowercase, and call the function. Now if we go all capitalized, we can run it and we get the output the right way, and we would be able to display this in our web page with the first letter capitalized and the last bit of the name lowercase, so that way it all shows up the right way. So I hope this makes sense to you. If this did not make sense to you, go ahead and delete all of your code and start again until you can kind of figure out how this understands. So this is the slicing and the 2 uppercase and the 2 lowercase. I think it'd be really helpful for you to understand how to grab data and then how to start manipulating it. And this is probably one of the easiest ways to manipulate data with these built-in functions right here. So let's go ahead and move on to looking at some numbers and creating some more programs. Okay, let's go ahead and create an age calculator for dogs. I have a dog that me and my wife always joke about, saying that she is a very pitiful animal because she is always sick and constantly needing to go to the vet. And when my kids ask about the dog and why it's always having problems, we try to explain that an 8-year-old dog is really much older in human years. So let's go ahead and create a calculator that can help my kids understand how old our dog actually is. And I believe you know everything you need to know in order to get this to work. But just in case you don't, let's go ahead and cover some basic principles in math. If you've ever taken algebra, then you understand the order of operations. So we need to make sure that whenever we give any kind of math to our computer, that the order of operations is done properly. So if we have something that says 2 plus 5 times 6, the order of operations is it's going to take this 5 times 6 first, and then it's going to add 2. But if we wanted to add the 2 before it adds the 5, then we need to put it in parentheses. And if you don't remember the order of operations, you can go ahead and go out to Google and look up the order of operations, and it will explain it to you. So we're going to take what we know about the order of operations in math, and we're going to create a prompt that asks how old your dog is, and then it's going to complete the question for you. So given that a dog ages 7 years for every 1 human year, let's go ahead and see if we can create a math calculator that will take the age of your dog and then times it by 7 and give us the final output in an alert. Go ahead and try and figure this out on your own, and if you have any problems, we'll go ahead and solve it now. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to say we need a variable, and it's going to be the dog's age, and then we're going to say we need a prompt to ask how old the dog is from the user. So we can say prompt and add our parentheses, and then we're going to create our question. So we're going to say how old is your dog, question mark, and then we're going to move down and we're just going to say what is, and this is going to be the age of the dog in human years. So I guess to make this a little more descriptive, we'd say the dog's age in human years. That's a really long variable, but it's extremely descriptive. So the next thing we're going to say, the var, our variable is going to be final dog age. So we got the final dog age right here, and now we need to take this number that they gave us, this integer, and we need to create our equation to get the final conclusions. So what we can do is we can take the dog's age in human years and we're going to times it by 7, and that's going to give us the final dog age. And so what we should be able to do at this point is now prompt or send an alert. So we'll send an alert and we're going to tell them how old their dog is, and we're going to concatenate the information together. So we're going to say your dog is, and then we need to add in the dog's age in human years, and I believe this should work for us. Sometimes it helps to create your programs before you try teaching them, and I figured this was an easy enough one we could get it to work without pre-writing it out. So here we have this dog's age. Let's go ahead and give this a try. We have a syntax error, and the reason is because we need to have these pluses right here to get these to concatenate. So now if we run this, what is our dog's age? 5, and it's going to tell us our dog is 5, and the reason is we did dog in human years instead of the final dog's age. So we need the final dog age. Let's try this again. So let's run our program. Our dog is 5 and our dog is 35. So to explain this to my kids, our dog is 8 years old and she's always going to the vet because she is 56 years old in human years. So this is kind of a simple way to use some math, and we're going to be creating some programs in the very near future and websites that are going to be using math like this. One of the most popular programs that beginners will create is a body mass index calculator, or just a calculator in general. So we will be seeing some more of this calculations and simple ways to save variables and then alert the user of the information they have given us. So here's an example of using numbers to use a calculation in order to help out our users in the future.
Okay, so we're going to start looking at functions, and I'm going to need you to really put on your thinking cap, because functions and if statements and if else is kind of when people start to get lost. And so pay attention. Functions are really, really simple if you think about it. Sometimes you need a function to happen at a later time. So if we just run our little code here that we've already created, and we say that our dog is 5, and we say, okay, we get the output of 35. But let's say we don't actually want this program to run unless a user clicks on a button. So let's say we don't actually want our program to run until you click on this button. Same thing with like this search bar. If I type something in here, we don't actually want the function to run to actually look for results until the search button itself is clicked. And so sometimes we need to store functions, especially in JavaScript, to say, if this button is clicked, then we want this function to run. So functions are going to be really important. I explained all that because sometimes I'll start explaining functions and students will be like, well, you know, I don't really need to know how to do functions because I just need my code to run all in order. And that's just not the case. You're going to need to know how to call and write functions. So there's going to be a couple of different ways we're going to look at this. The first thing, we want to create a function, so we can just type in function, which is really nice. In JavaScript, we can just say we want a function, and we can call it anything we want, but because we want to name it well, we could just say
dog's age, and then we put in parentheses right here, and this is going to call our function. Now we can pass information in right here through this parentheses, or we can just leave it blank like this if we want to. And then we have to open up curly braces, but because we already wrote our code, I'm going to go ahead and cut the curly brace and bring it down here, and I'm going to enclose all of the code inside of this function. So now it looks like this. We have our function, the dog's age, and we have our parentheses. This is where we'll pass in parameters, and I'll explain that in a second. And then the code is in here. So now let's pretend that there's a button that we have somebody click that says, I want to test my dog's age. You would click the button, which we're actually going to click down here, and nothing happens. You see undefined, nothing has happened. And the reason nothing has happened is because it just reads our code, but nothing ever tells it we want to run our code. So in order to run our code, you have to call the function. So we would say dog's age, and you need your parentheses like this right here in order to call the function. And the same way as we would up here, down here is where you would put in the parameter that you wanted to run. So if we were to run this now, it would call our code. But why is that? Because it's going to read all of this, and then it's going to see our function, and it's going to call it. Now, the way this would work in JavaScript is we'd say something like, if the inner HTML has the button clicked or on click, we want it to call the function. So it's going to look a little different when we get to adding this into our HTML, but this is the basics of a function. It needs to be called right here, and this is going to say, hey, we want to run this function. We give the function name with the parentheses, and it's going to come up here and run our function. So now if we run this, how old is our dog? We can say our dog is 5, and it's going to give us 35. But let's say we want to actually not have this prompt right here. We just want to give it an input value of 5. So what we could do instead of running the program like that is we could just take this line of code. I'm actually going to cut it and put it down here because I need to be able to see it, and we need to comment it out because we don't want it to run, but I need this variable right here. So what we could do is, instead of having this input, we could pass through the value right here. So what we could do is we could just say, now our dog is 5 years old, and we can pass in this parameter, or we can pass in the variable parameter right here. So this is going to be equal to 5. And now if we run this, we're just going to get the age of our dog, and we can change the value right here to 6 instead of 5, and it's going to give us the age of the dog. Now let me explain how this works. We're passing in a number value right here. So this is automatically, when we call dog's age 6, whatever's right here is going to be the placeholder for whatever is passed in right here. So we're passing in 6. This is basically creating a variable right here, dog's age in human years. And the only reason, you could make this say whatever you want. You could make it say I, Q, T, whatever you want. The reason I copied it from down here is because we have it right here, and I wanted to make sure that I had the right variable being passed through. So that's why I didn't pass it through something different. So you can take this right here and you can pass in your variable or your parameter, and it'll get stored right here into this variable. And you can use this in several different ways. Now we're going to go on and we're going to do our own project. We're actually going to do a couple little projects that are really common in computer programming classes to make sure we are actually understanding what happened. So I actually went ahead and created a flowchart here for us so we can actually kind of see how this works. So we're going to take the time left. We're going to do an age calculator. So how much time do you have left? So we're going to say, how much time do we have left? We're going to input our current age, and it's going to be deducted by whatever age you think you're going to die. So the average age, I think right now is 78 or 79 or 77 or something like that. And you can just say you're going to live to be 77. I actually left that little block out of here, so you'll need to add that into your flowchart. So time left is going to be we're going to give an input of our current age, and it's going to need to be subtracted by the age that you think you'll die. So let's say you think you'll die at 78 and you're 18 years old. It's going to take that leftover variable, so 60 would need to be saved in a variable, and then it's going to take 60 times the amount of weeks that are left, and then it's going to give you how many weeks that you have left, and then we're going to do the same thing with days that we have left. This is not a very good flowchart. I kind of just threw it together really quick to give you an idea that when you're programming, you need to start thinking, and what do I need to do?
create a calculator with how much time is left. How am I going to do this? I am going to need to take in the age that the user is, subtracted by the age that most people die, which would be 78. And so you're going to take the 60, which would be 18 minus 78 is going to give us that 60. And you're going to need to make that times 365. So 60 times 365, and that will actually give you the days. And then you could say 60 times 52, and that would give you the weeks left. And then we're going to console log the output so that we can see it. So if you want, you can go ahead and try and use the information I've given you to try and solve that challenge. If not, I'm going to have a new snippet right here, and we're going to create a function, and we're actually going to pass in the information like we did right here. So we'll say the age of the user. We're not actually going to take a prompt. We're going to just pass it in through right here. Or if you want, I guess you could go ahead and create a prompt and take in the information that way. But either way, we're going to be creating a function in order to give us this information. So go ahead and give that a try. And if you don't want to, let's go ahead and figure this out together. So very simply, we're going to start out with a function, and we'll just say, we'll name it time left, and then we'll open up our curly braces, and then we're going to write our code inside of here. So we could just say, we'll make our first variable, and we'll call it years left equals, and this is going to be our variable. So we have a variable, our years left, and we're going to take it towards with the average death age of 78 minus the current age that is going to be passed through. So if we're going to take it minus the current age, that means we're going to need to pass through age up here. So that way we can grab this variable and then we can use it down here. So that would be our first line, and then we could do the weeks. So we could say var weeks equals, and that's going to be our years left right there, times 52, and then we could do the exact same thing for the days. We could say var days left. I forgot to put weeks left, and then capitalize this, make sure we got our variables all in order, and then we could just say, so our days left is equal to the years left times 365, and we'll put a space in there. So let me explain how this works. We take our age, we're going to minus our age from 78. So if we put in 18, we're now going to have 60. 60 is going to be stored inside of this variable, and we're going to take 60 times 52, and that's going to give us how many weeks we have left. And then we're going to take the years left, which is going to be 60 times 365. That'll give us how many days are left. And you could do whatever you want with that. Now what we would do is we could say we want to console log, because that was in our flowchart. We want to console log the weeks. So we could say console.log, and then we could just say you have, and then add our plus, space, plus, come back here and write in our weeks left. And then we would want to add in here, this is going to be a number, and it's going to be the weeks left to live. So we could say left to live, and then we could come over here and add in our pluses, and we would say our days left. And I'm actually doing this on the fly, so I'm curious to see how this turns out. So now we're going to say you have, so let's say we have 10,000 weeks left to live and 432, let's say, days left to live. Sorry for all that. I was trying to think how to word all this so that it would console log properly. Now, lastly, if we run this, you're going to remember nothing happens. We need to now call our function. So we'll say time left, and we need to pass in a number. So let's say we're 18 years old, and we now run this. We get down here, we have 3,120. We need to add in here weeks left to live. So let's go ahead and run this again. We have 3,120 weeks left to live and 21,900, and we need to add in here days left to live, and now it looks much better. So that is kind of how you would run this calculator. So if we wanted to, instead of have the number passed in right here, we could do our prompt right here, and what we would do is we would just say prompt If you want, you can go ahead and try and solve this on your own and then come back and see if you get it right. So we could say prompt, and the prompt is going to be inside of a variable age. So we'll say var age equals prompt. How old are you? Question mark. And now if we run this, we should be able to say, let's say we're 18, and we'll get that same output down here. Let's say I am 33, and we run this. It's going to tell us I have 2,340 weeks left to live, or 16,425 days left to live. So that is a couple different ways that you can use the function. I want you to get really comfortable. Make sure you understand how the function works. If you had to follow along with the video, go ahead and delete your code and see if you can figure it out on your own without any helps watching the video. And we'll move on to our next set of function practicing. Okay, there's a couple of things that I want to show you before we do our final project. So we already saw that you can pass through, when you call a function, a parameter, but you can actually pass through as many parameters as you need. So this is just a really, really basic example of just taking two parameters and we're just going to add them together. So we have a calculator, we give it two numbers, and then it's just going to add them together. So we just call our function calculator. Right here we got our calculator. We're going to pass through 3 and 5. The 3 will come through as number 1. The 5 will come through as number 2. And then we say our variable is going to be num3, or you could put like an answer. And so we're just going to say number 1 plus number 2. And then we're going to console log our answer, which is going to be stored inside of number 3. And if we run this, you'll see down here we get 8. And then if we change this to like 9, you'll see we get a different answer down here, which is 12. So I wanted you to see, because in our next project, we're going to be passing through two separate numbers. And then I also wanted to show you that, let's say we pass in 3.3 and then 9.6, and then we add this together, we're going to get an answer right here. So we got 12.899999. If we wanted to change our answer, what we could do is we could take this console log right here, and we could do it right here in this console log. But I guess just for the sake of being able to see this, what we would say is var, and we'll just change num3 equals the same thing as number 3. But this time we want to do something called math.round, and then we need to put num3 inside of some parentheses. Now if we run this, it's going to automatically round it to 13. And if we change this just back to 9 and then we hit run, it's going to round down to 12. So this is basically just going to round the numbers when we do this math.round, because we're going to need that in our next challenge that we're going to be doing. And I want to just take you over to it. I actually wrote out the bare bones to the function just to get you started. So we're going to have a function, and we're going to use a BMI calculator. So it's going to take in a weight and a height, and then we're going to console log down in our console the answer. And so I went ahead and substituted in some numbers. These are pretty close to my weight and height. And the way I grabbed the BMI calculator is you just come over to Google, and we need our weight in kilograms. So I think it said 88 kilograms, and my height would be 1.8 meters, or just a little bit over it. So we can do a BMI calculator. This is a really, really common project in the world of programming. I'm pretty sure at some point every single person has made a BMI calculator, and now it is your turn. So I want you to go ahead and, based off of the information we have here and understanding the order of operations that we talked about earlier, I want you to create a BMI calculator, or a body mass index calculator. So we have the kilograms is going to be divided by height in meters squared. So you'll have to think through this and how you would write this little equation. You would just take the height squared, and then the weight divided by the height squared. So go ahead, pause the video and give it a go, and then come back. If you get stuck, we will go ahead and solve this now. So this is how I would solve this. We have the BMI calculator, we got our variables passed in, and we need to console log our answer. So I guess the first thing we could do is we could just create a variable, and we'll just call it the BMI answer, and we can say equals, and now we're just going to put in our equation. So we're going to do the weight divided by the height. We have to do the height times height because it is the height squared.
So what I would recommend at this point, if you remember the order of operations, the first thing it's going to do is it's going to take the weight and then it's going to be divided by this height right here, and then it's going to be times by this one over here. So if you remember, we need to have parentheses because that's going to make it be a priority in the order of operations within math. And then we can just come down here and we can just say var BMI equals math dot round, and then we can just take our BMI and put it in here. So BMI, and that's going to take our number that we get back from this equation, and it's just going to round it, and then we want to console log the BMI. So I think if we run this, we get 27. So this would be my body mass index. And if you wanted to, you could change this. You could also turn it into an alert, so that way you could have it pop up on the screen and somebody could actually put in their own numbers. There's also a couple of other things that we could do if we wanted to console log this outside of our function. We can use a return function and then use it somewhere else in our code. But that's getting a little bit too far out there. So for what we have learned so far, this is how I would solve this problem. And if we didn't put these parentheses in here, I just want to show you what would happen. Our number is something crazy, and we would get back 88 because it's going to take this weight divided by the height, which would be 1.8, and then times it by 1.8. So it's important to have in your order of operations and understand the flow of logic and how the computer is going to read the code. Also, if we just didn't have this round down here to round it to an even number, you can see we get 27.16 instead of just a round 27. So that is the basics of the BMI calculator. We might come back to this in the future when we're developing a website, and maybe we want to have inputs up here where somebody can actually click and type something in and give us like a 45, and then we want to do something with it inside of our HTML and our JavaScript, because the BMI website is usually when you see students first using the BMI calculator is within a website project. So maybe we'll come back to this. So you might remember this little function right here and how the equation works with the weight divided by the height squared. All right, it is time to check out the if statement. This is going to be something that is very beneficial to you. Just yesterday, I was talking to my 6-year-old about conditional statements. So if he can learn what if then statements are at 6 years old, then you can too, and you will need to be thinking in if then statements anytime you're writing code, anytime you're dealing with computers or any kind of security vulnerabilities. If then is going to be your best friend. So we have this program we wrote a little while ago. I went ahead and went back to that little snippet. For me, it was in snippet 4, and we're going to turn this into an if then statement. So we are passing in the dog's age right here, and then we're just getting back what the dog's age is if it's times 7. So if let's put this together just a little bit. We have our dog's final age calculated right here, and it's going to be stored whatever the number is times 7. So maybe we want to say if your dog is under 15 years old, then it is young. If it is between 15 and 35, it's middle age. And if it's 35 and older, then it's really old. So we can go ahead and do that with if then statements and if else statements. Now these are written a little bit different in JavaScript. If you've gone through my Python course, then you already know how if then statements work, but the syntax is a little bit different. So what we would do is we would just say if, and then we're going to take the final dog age right here is less than 15, then we wanted to do something. So one thing you need to know about if then statements, there are several different types of ways to compare. And so since we did this less than right here, I now forgot to show you this. So the equals is going to tell you if something is equal to. So if we were to say if 1 is equal to 1, then we're going to get this right here. So we'd say equals 1 right here, or we could say it does not equal. So you'd say exclamation point equals. This would be 1. If 1 does not equal the variable, then you would have this does not equals. Then you would want it to perform something. So this is if it does not equal. And sometimes you'll see those in while statements. So they will be useful in the future. So you have the greater than, the less than sign as well, which we're going to be using quite often. And then you have if something is greater than or equal to. So if we were to say we want a dog, if it is 15 years old or equal to the variable final dog age, then it would be classified as young instead of anything that's under 15. So 15 and older would technically fall into the else statement. And if we did this, it would be including to 15. And then you could do the same thing with making the caret go the other way. So those are the ways you're going to make the comparisons inside of JavaScript. So for this right here, we're going to say if the final dog age is greater than, which I want to turn that around. So if it is less than 15, then we want it to do something. And the way we're going to finish out our if statement is by adding in a set of curly braces, and then inside of here we're going to tell it we want to do something. So if the dog is younger than 15 years of age, then we can alert, since we already have this alert going down here. And we're just going to make this real simple because we're not trying to make anything fancy. We're just going to say your dog is young. And we could pass in the final dog age if we wanted to, but we're not going to mess with the concatenation. Maybe you can go ahead and do that for practice. And then once we're done with that, if we wanted to add in an else, so what about the fact if our dog is 20 years old? Well, then we would add in else like this. So we'd say else. So if the if statement right here fails, so, well, the code is going to be read by the computer. It's going to say, is the final dog age less than 15? No, the answer is 20. Then we're going to come down here to this else statement and see if it is true. And then we could say, else alert, your dog is old. And then we could save this. And now if we run this, we can actually comment this out or just delete it because we don't need it any longer. If we run this, it's going to say our dog is old because we're passing in the variable, we're passing in the parameter 6, which means the answer is 35. But what happens if we pass in a 2, which is going to make our dog 14? It's going to say our dog is young. So if else statements are going to be really, really important, and they're really, really common to see inside of programming. So I'm going to show you a fun little game that I like to play with my family coming up, and we're going to be doing it with if else statements. Just a basic if this, then it's going to do this. Now, after we make our basic game here in just a second, we're going to create an if else if statement. And what if we need, if it is younger than 15, then this. If it is younger than 50, then this. If it is younger than 70, then this. Like multiple if statements in a row. So we're going to be covering that in the coming lessons. But for now, there is a game that I really like to play called Uno Attack. And in this game right here, you have this little button. If you push the button, it might spit out extra cards for you, but sometimes you push the button and no extra cards come out. So we're going to create a Uno Attack game or similar, or something similar to it, but instead of it actually spitting out cards, it's going to say, we're going to click the run button and it's going to say draw 5 cards or don't draw 5 cards. So it's going to be like the Uno Attack where the cards are spit out at you, but we are going to be writing it here in our program with an if else statement. Now I want you to go ahead and try to write this code. You can use a function if you want, and we don't actually need to pass through any parameters. You actually don't have to use a function if you don't want to. You can just click this button right here and then it will automatically run our code. I imagine in the Uno Attack game that there is no function. When you push the button, it just runs the code. So you don't need to use a function, but I want you to use this if else statement. And if you press the button, I want it to sometimes give out cards and sometimes not. And in this, we're going to be using the math.random in order to get our numbers. So if you remember, the math.random will give you anything from 0 to 0.99. So you could say something like, if it is less than 0.50, then you want it to spit out cards. And if it is above 0.501, then it doesn't spit out cards. So go ahead and see if you can get that to work. So let's go ahead and I'm going to create a new snippet, and this is going to be really, really simple for us as we are going to be creating this if else statement. So I hope you were able to figure this out. We're just going to start with a variable and we'll just call it random num, so we can say equals, and then as we've seen before, math.random, and we need to have our parentheses. We'll close that off, and then we can just simply say if the random number is greater than or equal to 0.5, then we want to do something. So we can open up our curly braces and we can say console.log, or you could do an alert if you want, and we'll say you need to draw 2 cards. And then our else is just going to be pretty simple as well. We're just going to say else console.log, you do not need to draw 2 cards. And that's it. So I imagine inside of the Uno attack game, whenever you press this button right here, it's just going to run a simple program just like this. And it's going to grab a random number, and then it's going to say if it's bigger than this or equal to this, draw a card. If not, I actually believe the newer Uno attack games are probably like 2.2, because you almost never have to get extra cards, but it does happen. So for our game, we're going to say 50-50 chance you're going to be drawing cards. So if we just hit enter, we're going to see you need to draw 2 cards. You do not need to draw 2 cards, and it's just going to be printing this random number. And if we actually wanted to see what this random number was that was getting sent out, so we can see our if-else statement, we could just say console.log the random number here. And now if we run this, you're going to see don't need to draw 2 cards. It was above 0.5 and 0.5, and this one's below 0.5, so we need to draw 2 cards. So that's basically how you could create a game like that. So this is the if-else statement. We're going to be doing quite a bit with the if-else statement here in a little bit, and then we're going to be doing some if-else or else-if statements to make it a little bit more complicated. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next couple of challenges using the if-else. Before we move on, I think that it would be helpful for you to see that there are other operations that we can run. So I know it is probably frowned upon to run your code like this. This is how I would write it because it's simple, but the way that it's supposed to be done would say something like this. We'd say if the final dog age is less than or equal to 15, which is what we have up here, then we need to compare it to something else or give it a date range. So this is the sign for and. So if we add 2 ampersand signs, these would be and, or if we add 2 pipes, this would be or. Let me delete that. So this would be if it is between 15 or something else. So technically you would want to say if 15 or 16 is in something. That's just an example. So this would be like an or statement, which we will see in the future, especially when somebody passes in a string. You can use it. If you've watched any of my programming videos in the past or my AI programming videos, I use the or all the time. So if something is in a sentence that you give it, then we want to do something. So you'll see these double pipes as or, and the double and is going to be, the double ampersand sign is going to be and. So typically if you were to do something like this, you would see the double ampersand sign and you'd say the final dog age is less than 35, then you would print this. And this is going to give you the range right here. But the way I had it set up, basically anything under 35 would have printed this right here. And the reason that's safe to do is because if it was less than 15, it already would have printed this, and it would be, I would have already had this comparison. So this to me is really redundant, but it is the proper way to actually type this out would be to have this right here. Now I think it's silly, but I don't make the rules. So this would be the proper syntax that you would probably want to use. And if you're going to do any kind of programming in the world of cybersecurity, you're going to want to be as precise as possible. So this is the typical way to do something like this, just so you know. But as you do more if-else statements, you're going to become really familiar with just making code that works and understanding how it works. Because if I would have given you this last time, it wouldn't have made any sense. So if we just start without this, like we did last time, you're like, oh, well, if it's under 15, it's going to print this. And then the computer's automatically going to see if it's under 35, then it'll print this. And if it is over 35, then it will print this. But I wanted to show you this because you're probably going to see this in the future. I will probably never do this, but you will see stuff like this in the future. And I wanted to show you the and sign and the or sign, and then we already talked about it a little bit, and the exclamation is the not sign. So those are the other signs that you're going to see inside of if-else statements. Okay, I have up here our next list of instructions. This is going to be something we're going to be dealing with in the next few videos. We're going to do a couple of projects with this, so I want you to go ahead and do the first part of this. It should be really simple for you. We've covered everything we need. This is going to be a grade checker. So you're going to give a prompt and the user is going to input into the prompt their grade, and then you're going to come down here and you're going to convert the input into an integer so that it's not a string, because they're going to input something into the alert. It's going to automatically be a string. We need to change that to an integer. You can Google how to do that. It's pretty simple. It is a simple little method that you can use similar to math.floor, only this is going to be parse int, and then it's going to send in the grade as a parameter. It's pretty simple to do. And then you're going to come down here to determine if the grade, you're going to determine with if statements, if the grade is 90 and above, then it's an A. If it's an 80 and up, then it's a B. If it's a 70 and up, it's a C, and 60 and up, it's a D. Below 60, it is an F. So I want you to go ahead and give this a try. Now, after this, we're going to be adding in nested if statements, because we're going to need to be able to use those in the future for sure in different projects. So we're going to be covering nested if statements, and this project is to prepare us for the nested if statement. So I want you to go ahead, pause the video, and try to complete this little coding challenge here. And then I think eventually we're going to turn this into a function as well, so that way you can get some practice with creating functions after you create the code. So let's go ahead and get started with this. Hopefully you have given it a good try to see if you can figure it out. So pretty simply, we're going to type in var. We want a grade, and we're going to say equals, and then we need the prompt with the question inside of it. Enter your grade. Now, I would say, as I'm typing this out and I'm thinking about it, we would need some way to make sure that they didn't actually put in something like a 41 point B, because obviously the B wouldn't work and it'd crash our program. So we're not going to worry about debugging it too much. We just want it to work, but that would be a problem if we were dealing with this. So enter your grade. So now we have the grade being entered, and it's going to be stored right here inside the grade. Now, in order to change this to an integer, you can just say grade equals parse the float right here, so that way we can take in decimals just in case our student puts in like they got a 92.3, then we would be able to take that right there, and we're going to then pass through the grade. So this little bit right here is going to take the grade, and we're going to restore in this variable right here the grade, but we're going to move it over to a float, which means now it is going to be a number. So if we came right here and we typed in type of, and we pass in grade, and we run this, we didn't close off our sentence right there, or our string rather, and then we need to take our type of grade, and then we need to console.log this, and it will need to go inside of our parentheses as well. Now, if we run this, we can type in a 5, and it's going to tell us we get a string back. But if we move this down below our float and we run this, it's going to tell us, let's give a 5.3, we have a number. So you can see the type of the variable changes from a string. Down here, we're renaming the variable to something else. So now we have a number. So now we have this set up as a number. We can go ahead and start our if statement. So the very first one, we're just going to say if the grade is less than or equal to 90, then we want to do something. And what would we like to do? Open up our curly braces, and we can just say console.log and then a string. What do we want to say to the student? You got an A. So let's go ahead and try this. So if we run this and we say we got a 91, it's going to say down here in our console, you got an A, and I have that right there. And if we wanted to make it proper, we would do something like this and add in exclamation point. So now what we could do, now this is not really good practice. You don't usually want to copy paste your code, because if you copy paste your code, if there's a bug in this, we're about to copy and paste it so that the bug becomes numerous. But we need 3 of these else if statements, and I'm going to risk it and say that there's not a bug. And then finally, we need a final else statement. And instead of the 90, what we would do is we would change this to an 80 and a 70 and so on. I'm going to go ahead and change these, and this else right here is going to be if it is a 60 or below. So we're going to change this to just anything else. So we don't even need this actually. So we could just say else can be anything else. It's going to be you get an F. So we'll come up here and say B, C, and a D. And now let's go ahead and try this. Let's say we got an 82 and we run it. We got a B, and I'm pretty sure this is going to work. So we say we got a 62, run it, and we got a D. So our program is working. So that is how you could create a grade checker. But now we want to create this with a nested if statement. So what if we get a 96? We want it to print out you got an A plus, and if you got a 93, we want it to print out you got an A minus, and we would like to do this with all of these. So go ahead, pause the video, see if you can figure out how to do nested if statements. They're really not that hard. They're just another if statement inside of the if statement. So if you are struggling with that, we can go ahead and solve this now. And all we would do is make sure we're tabbed over, and we just simply add another if statement. So it's going to say if the grade is above a 90, then it's going to do the code inside that if statement. Well, if it's going to do that code, or the computer is going to execute that code, it's going to start right here and go, well, if it's above a 90, then go to the next line. If it is, and then we can say right here, it is the grade is greater than a 95, then we want it to do something. And so we could just return that and say console.log, add a string, and we could say you got an A plus. And then what we could do is delete this, and then we could just simply say else. And I just realized we forgot to open up our curly brace, which means we need to come down here and close that off. So now we could do an else, and you could just say else pretty much anything else other than this 95 inside this if statement is going to be you got an A minus. So we can open up our curly braces, and we can console.log, add a string, you got an A minus. So now if we run our program, and let's say we got a 92 and we run it, we're going to get you got an A minus. And if we got a 96 and we run this, we're going to get an A plus. So I hope this makes sense. You can go ahead and practice writing these if statements and see if you can fill out the rest of these and change up the code. I would also give you the challenge of turn this into a function where you're passing through the grade inside of a parameter. So if we come back up to our functions like this, we're going to write our function. We're going to pass in, like right here, we'd pass in the 92, and it's going to come up here and it would be passed in as the variable, and then we would do something with that variable. Let's see if we have something like this. We have the dog age, we pass in a number, the number gets passed into the function right here inside this variable, and then it gets used inside of our script. So that would be the next thing I'd want you to do, is try to turn this into a function. And we could go ahead and do that. So if you remember the syntax, you can come here, function with the function name, parentheses where the variable is going to go, and then everything will go inside of the curly braces within the function, and then we call it. So if we wanted to do something like that, we would just delete this and we would say function, and we could just type in grades and make sure you have this S, so that way it's not the same as the variable grade that we're going to pass through. And then everything would need to be inside of the curly braces. So we could come down here, curly braces, semicolon, and then we would call our function down here, and we would just say grades, and we're going to call the function, and let's say we got a 92, and we run it, we get an A- as our output down here. And just to show you that it works, we could change this to a 62, and if we run this, we get a D as our output. So that's how you would change this to a function that would be called. And the reason you'd want to be able to do this as a function is because if we had something like this input right here, and somebody put their grade in, a 62, and then they click a search button, we would need to on click call the function. So on the click, we're going to take the input right here from the inner HTML, and we're going to run it through our function, and then we would give an output to the user. Usually you would display it on the page, which could be vulnerable if you don't do it right. So we'll cover that in the future. But for now, we're going to cover a new challenge, and it is going to be the leap year calculator. So let me go ahead and set up the snippet, and we'll give you a chance to try and solve it. This one's going to be pretty challenging, and you're going to need to know these nested if statements in order to solve this challenge. Okay, I want to go ahead and look at containing some data types, specifically arrays. So we have a list of names right here, and we want to take these names and we want to store them inside of a variable. So how would we do that? We would do that through creating an array, and the way we would set up an array would look like this. So here's our list of names right here, and we're going to be storing them inside this variable, my names, right here. So this is our list, and this list is all going to be stored inside this variable name. So just to show you how this works, if we wanted to grab Alice out of the names right here, what we would have to do is we can console log to show this to you. And essentially all you do is you would put in my names as what we want to run. So if we did this, you're going to get every single one of the names back. But to grab just one of the names, you'll open up square brackets, and we would put in 0, and that will grab for us Alice. Remembering that computers always start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we wanted to grab Ryan, we'd go 0, 1, 2, 3. And then inside of here, we would put out our number 3. So if we wanted to say this was a group of names that we wanted to draw a winner from, such as a prize winner for a raffle drawing, what we could do is we could create a program to do this for us. So if you want, you can go ahead and try to solve this. This is a pretty simple challenge, and we have seen everything necessary in order to create this little program for us. So what we could do is just keep our list of names, and then we'll create another variable, and we'll just call it our number, or you could call it the winning number or something like that. But I'm just going to keep it simple and call it number. And so we'd say math.floor, because we need to round down, and then we're going to say math.random, and then we want to grab the length of the name. So the math.random times the name dot length, and this is going to grab the full lengths of the name. So this is going to give us a random number between 0 and Edward. So from Alice, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0 through 4. So it's going to give us a random number 0 through 4. And it's going to pick one of these names. So how would we print the winner down below? We could say var, and we'll say the winner equals the names, and then we need to put in square brackets the random. We need to put in the number that we had right there. Since I think we've already declared number inside of our snippets over here, we might actually need to just change this to winning number, so that way we have a different variable there. So we'll say winning variable, winning number, and then this name right here, I don't know why I put name. This is our my names right here. So we're gonna grab the my names list, and right here is gonna grab us a 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And then we're going to take the names, and we got our square brackets, and then it's going to grab the one number out of this list right here that we've just out of this number that we've created to grab one name out of the list. So now all we have to do is console log this, and we'll have our winner. So we could say console.log. The winner is space, and then we would just say our winner, like that, and that should run for us. So if we come down here and we run it, we get a syntax error, and it tells us the winner has already been declared. So we'll need to change this to like winner 1. We'll change this to winner 1. Now if we run it, it tells us the winner is Alice. So if we run it again, Alice. And the reason we have a problem is I have this name here, and that's because I already declared that variable. So we need this to be my names. That's why we're getting Alice over and over and over. So now if we run it, we get different winners every single time in our list. So this would be like a simple way to do like a raffle drawing with a computer. And the whole point in showing you all of this is so that way you can see how the array works, so that way we can actually start storing more data inside of one variable. And now you can see how you can randomly grab people or information out of the array, or if you wanted to, you could make it very specific, and you could just take this and you could just say the winning number is 3 or 2, and now every time you run it, you're going to get the exact same person to win. If you wanted to rig your raffle, which I guess would be a little bit of cheating, but you could save this right here, and if you wanted to, you could actually just delete this if you were rigging this, and you could make it a lot more simple. And let's say we wanted Ryan to win, we could just put a 3 in there, and now I'm going to get drawn every single time. So the program can do nothing other than what is put right here inside of this little program right here. So we now have a basic understanding of how arrays work. Move on to our next challenge. I want to show you how to make a very basic counter inside of JavaScript. And the reason I want to show you this is because our next project is going to be a vote counter. So let's go ahead and check out how we can make a simple counter. So if we wanted to, we could just say var, and this is going to be our count equals 0. And the reason we have to put 0 is because the count needs to start at something, and we want to start at 0. If we wanted to cheat, we could say we want our count to start at 10, but for now we're just going to try to be honest. We're going to say we want our counter to start at 0. If we wanted to make this 0 go up, and then we want to console log the count so that we can see what it is, we can come down here and we can see the count is 0, 0, 0, 0, no matter how many times we run it. But every time we hit the run button, we want the count to go up by 1. So what we could do is we would say something simple like prompt, so that way the user gets to put something in, and we would say, would you like to raise the counter? So would you like to raise the counter? And if the answer is yes, then we want to do something. So we're actually going to need to make this into a function, so that way it actually works for us. And we'll just say counter, and apparently I spelled function wrong, so let me just retype this function, and we're going to make a counter, and we're going to pass in nothing because we don't actually need a variable. And then we need to open up our curly braces so we have our prompt inside of the function. So now we're going to send this prompt over, and if the user puts in a 0, then we're going to make the count stay where it is. If they put in a 1, then we'll raise the count. So before we start moving on with our counter, we need to actually make this a variable. So we'll say var, and what do we want the prompt name to be? We'll just call it number 7 because we have so many variables. We'll just call it number 7 equals, and it's going to be the prompt, so whatever number they put in. Actually, we'll just make this something. Remember I told you I'm bad at naming variables. We'll just call this counter 1. So this is going to be our counter 1, and then we got counter. See, I'm really bad at naming variables, but we're going to move on. So we have our variable counter, and we're going to say if the counter 1, which is going to be whatever the user puts in. Actually, let's make this more specific. Would you like to raise the counter? If yes, press enter 0. If no, enter 1. And I'm actually going to change this so that way it makes more sense. So if you want to raise it, we're going to add 1. If not, we're going to add 0. So with our counter 1, if the counter 1 equals, and what's going to be put in from our user is going to be a string. If it equals 0, then we're going to leave it the same. And then if it doesn't, we're going to add 1. So we would say count plus equals 1. And I think if it's confusing at this time, I'm going to walk back through all of this so you can see exactly how it works. I forgot to open up our curly braces, so we can close that off right there. So now if the user puts in the number 0, it is going to go up 1. So it actually needs to be a 1. So if the user puts in a 1, then it's going to go up by 1. If they put in a 0, then we want it to go down, or we want it to stay at a 0. So we could actually just run this and leave it as it is. Or we could add in the else statement, and then we would say else count plus equals 0, and now it's not going to add anything to the count. So now if we run this, so I actually forgot to call our function. So we'll just say we need to call the function counter, and now let's see if we run this. We get a prompt. If we put in the number 1, it's going to tell us that the output is number 1. And if we run it, we're going to get a 0. And if we say OK, we get the count does not go up. And that's because this right here, this count plus equals 1, if the user puts in a 1, then it's going to take our variable count, which is equal to 0, and it's going to add a number 1 to it. So that would be the very basics of creating a counter. So we're going to be using this counter in the very near future. And I think what we'll do is in our next lesson, we're going to be using a counter, and we're going to create a voting system at the same time as us using the while loop. So that way we can loop through. And the reason I want to make this little program is because in our last election in the United States, there was a lot of news media and people claiming that their programs, they were entering a number 1, and maybe number 1 was for Joe Biden, and they were saying they were entering a number 1 and it was automatically voting for Trump. And I want to show you guys that's actually impossible, because the code can do nothing other than what it says. There is in no scenario where I put in a 0 and I get back a +1, because it's not in the code. It's absolutely impossible. Now there are ways to cheat the code or change the code, which would be liable to the individual who wrote the program. But for those who were claiming and those who were publishing things in the media saying that there was counters for our last election, that they were voting for one person and then the other person was getting the vote, that's absolutely impossible based on the code. So we're going to create our own little election counter here for us while we learn how to use the while loop. So I'm going to show you how to use the while loop, and then we're going to do a program with our while loop, and then we'll move on to for loops. So in order to run that, you needed to know how to use this little counter mechanism right here, and then we'll go ahead and start working on while loops, and then we'll create our election counter. So as a basic introduction to while loops, I like to use a basic lives counter that you would use if you were playing the classic Mario game, and when your lives equal 0, then the game is over and you have to start over or enter more money in order to continue playing. So a basic while loop game, or while loops in general, are going to have counters involved, not always, but most of the time. So that way they run a certain amount of times, and then when you reach that max number of times that you want the loop to run, then it will end. So for our case, we're going to pretend like we're playing a video game and we have 3 lives. So we'll say var lives equals 3. And so we're starting out with 3 lives like we would inside of Mario. We'll add our while loop. And so while the lives is greater than 0, then we want our while loop to run. So we're going to open up a set of curly braces, and if we wanted to, we could console.log at this point how many lives we have left, and we'll pretend like this is our counter that would be somewhere up in the corner of the game, so that way we could see how many lives we have left. And so we'd console.log the lives. And so if we run this, it would be an infinite loop and our browser is probably going to crash. So we're not going to do that, and you're not going to run it at this point. So now we would say var, and we want to track the lives. So we'd say lives tracker equals and prompt. Because we're not actually playing a game, we need some way to minus the lives if we were to die. So we would say, did you lose a life? Question mark, enter 0 for yes. And then you could say something like, if no, enter 1. So this will check our lives. And so what we can do at this point is now we need to actually minus the lives if they enter a 0. So we'd say if lives tracker equals, and because we're putting this in as a string through the prompt, we need to take our number and we need to make it a string as well. And then there's several ways that we could do this to minus. We could say lives minus equals 1, which is what you've seen so far.
Or you could do what is popular, and you're going to probably see the most is just a minus minus. So in a counter, you're often going to see like the counter plus plus, and this will add 1, and the minus minus is going to minus 1. You're going to see probably minus minus and the plus plus most frequently. And I just realized I forgot to open up another set of curly braces inside of our if statement. So this is going to minus 1 in our counter. And so that's pretty much all of it that we need. So now if we wanted to, whenever we run out of lives or the while loop ends, we want to console log something, and we would just say game over. So now if we run our program, we have a syntax error, and that's because we forgot to put this inside of parentheses. So it actually tells us down here where the error is at. So now if we run this again, it's going to say we have 3 lives, but also we want to add in, did Yo lose a life? And yes, let's say we lost a life. We say okay. Down here, it's going to minus our life. And so let's say we pass that level and we didn't lose a life. It's going to just print down here, we have another 2 saying we didn't lose a life. Now let's say we died on this level 2 more times in a row. It's going to tell us game over and the while loop has ended. So when you see a lives counter in any kind of game you're playing, you can be thinking this is running with a while loop. And this is going to be probably the most basic type of while loop you're going to see, is something with a basic counter, and it is going to minus or add to the while loop until you're done. So if we wanted to, we could say the lives are at 0, and we could change this, and we could say as long as the lives are less than 3, and we'd turn this around, then we want the tracker to run, and instead of this minus minus, we could do a plus plus. And so let's say we get 3 chances. If we add a 0 3 times, so now we've died 1 time, we've died 2 times, and let's say we die on our 3rd time, and I accidentally put a 3 in there because I wasn't thinking. We put in a 0 again, meaning we died. It's going to tell us the game is over. So you can see how the plus plus works and how the while loop works with this counter right here. It counts the numbers of lives. When the number of lives is met or the counter has reached that specific number, the while loop is going to end. And now we're going to go ahead and check out a challenge that is pretty common in any kind of computer science classes or any kind of programming classes. And it is the FizzBuzz challenge. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this code, and I'll set up the rules for FizzBuzz, and then I want you to try to work out how you can run or write this code yourself, and then we'll walk through it together. Okay, so I've gone ahead and typed out our instructions for FizzBuzz. This is something that is really common to see in any computer science or boot camp programming course. It's just a basic way to work on arrays, counters, functions, if statements, everything all together. So basically, here are the instructions. For any number that is a multiple of 3, so basically if you can say 3 modulo that number and there's no remainder, or it's divisible by 3, then you're going to print fizz instead of the number. For any number that is a multiple of 5, so if 5 goes into it and there's no leftovers, then you're going to print buzz. And if it's a multiple of 5 and 3, then you're going to print FizzBuzz instead of the number. And then for all other numbers, you're just going to print the number itself. So if the number is like 15, it will be divisible by 3 and 5, and that's when you'd print FizzBuzz. And if it is divisible by 3, so the number 6 would print fizz, and the number 20 would print the word buzz. So that is how you're going to go about making this. If you want, you can go ahead and pause the video and see if you can figure this out on your own. If not, we're going to walk through this together before we move on to our voting program that we're going to make next. So FizzBuzz is pretty common, and the simple way we're going to start is we need an array in order to contain all of the fizzes and the FizzBuzzes and the buzzes. So we need to make an array, and we can just say variable, and we can save this just as our output equals, and for now it's just going to start out as an empty array, and then every time it prints fizz or FizzBuzz, it's going to put it into our array right here. And then we're going to want to create our counter. So we're going to say var count equals 1 like this, and I forgot my semicolon right here. So we have now our array, and our counter is going to start at 1, and then we can create our function, and we'll just call it FizzBuzz because that's what we're doing here. And we're going to pass through a number, so we'll just pass through a number when we call our function in order to get it run, and then later we'll turn this into a while loop, but for now we're just going to call the function and pass in a number without the while loop. So inside of here is where we're going to end up typing all of our code. So now we can start out with our first if statement. So we'll say if the number that is given to the program is divisible by 3, then we want to do something. So I'll go ahead and type this out. Then we could go ahead and do something else, but remember we need to make sure that it's divisible by 3 and with our double ampersand sign that the number is also divisible by the number 5. Then we wanted to print fizzbuzz. So we would do console.log, and I actually forgot to open up curly braces. I'm really bad about that, mostly because I do a lot of programming in Python, and the curly braces are not used in Python. So we have our if statement. We would say console.log, and we want to console log the number. Nope, we want to console.log. We want to console.log fizzbuzz, remember, because the fizzbuzz is if it is divisible by 3 and 5. So if we wanted to run this or give it a test, we would first need to call our function, which is fizzbuzz. And let's say we want to pass through the number 15. We should be able to run this. And our if statement needs parentheses. I am really struggling with the syntax here. So now we should be able to run this and we get fizzbuzz. And if we put in anything else, then it is not going to work. So now we have our number. We are able to pass through 15, and you can see 15 is divisible by 3 and divisible by 5. Then it's going to print fizzbuzz. Now we need to check to see if it's not divisible by 3 and 5 at the same time. Then we need to do something else. So we would say else if it's divisible by 3, then we want it to say fizz. So we'd say else if num, actually we need to have our parentheses, which I forgot last time. Num is divisible by 3 equals 0. Then we need it to console log something else. So open up our curly braces and we'll say console.log, and we want to log fizz, which is what we see right here. And so if that is not it, we want to say else if the number is divisible by 5, then we want to console.log buzz. Now we should be able to run our program and it should work for us. So we're passing through the number 15. Let's go ahead and pass through a number that is divisible by only 3, and it gives us a syntax error, and that is because I accidentally have a parentheses out of place, and the parenthesis goes right there. So now if we run this, we are going to get fizz, and if we change this to something that's divisible only by 5, we're going to get buzz. And then we finally need an else statement, so a final else if statement, and we could just say it needs to be inside the function. We would just say else, and we can open up a set of curly braces, and we would just console.log, and we're just going to console log the number that gets passed through right here. So let's do a number that's not divisible by anything, and if we run this, we just get the number as the output. Now I want to challenge you to turn this into a while loop. So inside of our function, you can put a while right here, and all of this right here will get tabbed over, and it's going to go inside the while loop. See if you can figure out how to turn this into a while loop. So the first thing we're going to need to do is delete our number. We just want to call the function. We can delete this because we're no longer passing in any numbers. And let's say we wanted to do numbers 1 through 50. We would just say while the count, remember our count up here, is at a 1, so it's going to start out at 1. So we could say while the count is less than or equal to 50, we want it to run this program. So we would need to actually put this inside of parentheses and then open up a set of curly braces around all of the if statements here. So we could come down here and close that off. And now we have this going to count through numbers 1 through 50. But if our number, so now we have this running on our number, we could just change this count up here to number, so we don't have to change everything, I guess.
So we'll just change these variables because that will be easier than changing the number all the way through here. So if we run this now, we have an infinite loop, which means I have a problem. So we need to somehow get this to stop. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and close this. And the reason this is an infinite loop is because I actually forgot to change our counter. So it's always gonna be under the number 50. So we don't want an infinite loop. So we're gonna have to close our browser, which is becoming unresponsive. So let's open up a new browser and inspect and see if our snippets have saved for us. I think it's actually going to, there we go. So we have that stopped for us. So we have our snippets back over here. And what we end up needing to do is add to our counter. So if you remember, we need to add our counter plus plus. So what we can do each time the while loop runs, at the end of the while loop, what we want to do is add counter plus plus. So we would, instead of counter, I guess we would say number plus plus, just like that. And then that is going to add a number to our number up here. So that's only going to run 50 times because every time this runs, it's going to hit this number plus plus right here. So if we run this, you now see we have 46, 47, fizz, 49, buzz, because 50 is divisible by the number 5, and we have 48 is divisible by 3, and then we have 45 is divisible by both. So if we scroll up, we can come down and we can see all the numbers that are divisible by 3, divisible by 5, and divisible by both of them. And then otherwise we print the number. So this is how we can see basic while loops. This uses everything we've learned so far. We have the array, which is going to be storing the numbers, which we actually never did store. So we could actually go ahead and do that if we wanted. We could, instead of console logging, what we would do is we would do output.push, and it would push the number in. So what we would do, because this is stored as output, we would say output.push, and that's going to push the number into our array. So we would say output.push. So for this one, we want to push the number. Here we're going to push buzz, and then here we're going to push fizz, and then we would push over fizzbuzz, and then we would want to print our output.push each time. So for now we need to console log this output right here so we can actually see the array every single time that we run our program. So just above the num++, what we can do is we can just console.log the output right here. So now if we run this, you're going to see we get everything stored inside the array, and you're going to see we have 50 items in the array. So it's going to run, and it's going to run the number 1 is going to get pushed because the code is going to go, okay, we're going to start with the number 1. It's going to grab it right here. It's going to say, is the number 1 divisible by 3 or 5? No. And then it's going to come down here, and it's just going to push the number into our array. It's going to do the same thing with the number 2, but when it gets to number 3, is it divisible by 3 and 5? No. Is it divisible by 3? Is 3 divisible by 3? Yes. Then it's going to push fizz over here. 4 is not. And then number 5, it's going to say, is the number 5 divisible by 3 and 5? Answer no. Is it divisible by 3? Answer no. Is it divisible by 5? Answer yes. So it's going to take buzz, it's going to put it in the array and print it out right here. So this is how we would use the arrays, the numbers, the functions, the while loops, everything we've learned so far, we got to use right here in this program. And now we're going to go ahead, because it's an election year here in the United States, we're going to try to squash some of that voter fraud by saying it is not the program's fault. It is either an individual who changes the code or people who are just making up stories so that way they can be in the news media. So let's go ahead and set up the rules for our vote counter, and then we'll code it up. It should be pretty simple after having done fizzbuzz, because everything we used here in fizzbuzz, we're going to be using in our vote counter. Here are the instructions. We're going to pretend that there is only 10 people in our voting area, so there should be no more than 10 votes. That way no one can cheat the program and say vote the same person and the same person vote 5,000 times, because the ballot box will turn off after 10 votes. And we're going to use a function that takes in a parameter that is going to define the max number of votes. So when we call the function, we're going to say there are only allowed to be
10 votes that are going to be cast, and we can actually just put that inside the while loop. We don't actually need to pass that through as a parameter. We're going to tally the votes at the end and tell them who won. So we'll console log into the display who won once it is all finished. So we are going to first need to start off with our vote counter for each candidate, and then also we'll need a counter for the total number of votes. So we can start out by just saying var votes for Fred, and then we're going to do var votes for Tom, and then we're going to do var total votes. Now we can say equals 0 because that's where our counter is going to be starting at. So we'll just say everybody is starting with 0 votes. If we wanted to cheat and we were in charge of the code, we could just say we really like Fred and we're going to let him start out with 5 votes. And then he would automatically have an extra 5 votes, but that would be cheating. So the program cannot do anything that we don't allow it to do. For those of you who think that the program accidentally counts things differently, that is not true. It would have to be manipulated by an individual who knows what they're doing. So the next thing we're going to do is we can create our functions. We can say function, and we can call our function just like casting vote. And then we can call our function, we can open up our curly braces, and we can start our while loop. And we can say the total votes, so while the total votes is less than 10, we're going to run our while loop. So we'll open up another set of curly braces, and inside of here, we're going to say if the vote, as we have done in the past, is equal to 0, then we want to do something. So we can come outside of our parenthesis, we can add our curly brace, and then inside of if the vote is a 0, then we're going to assume that is a vote for Fred. So we could just say votes for Fred is going to go up by 1. So votes for Fred plus equals 1. And then if we wanted to, we could say console.log you voted for Fred, exclamation point, so that way they would know after they voted. But you might notice we are missing something. Before our if statement, we need to actually create a variable. We'll call it the vote, and then we will say equals, and we're going to need a prompt, so that way the person at the ballot box is able to make a vote. We can say enter 0 to vote for Fred, and 1 to vote for Tom. So now we have our prompt set up, and we can do our if statement. So outside of that if statement, we could do an elif. So we would say elif would be Python. So this is JavaScript, else if you vote. We need to make that say vote because that's the name of our variable from the prompt. So elif the vote equals 1 inside of a string, because that is how it's going to be passed through our prompt. It needs to be a string. That's why I just changed that. Open up our curly braces. So if the vote equals 1, we're going to say votes for Tom is going to plus equal 1. So we're going to add 1 vote to Tom. And then if we wanted to, we could do the same thing we did before, and we could say console.log parentheses you voted for Tom. Now they know that they voted for Tom. And then if we wanted to add in another else if, or just an else, so if they put in like a number 4, we could just say else, and then we could console log your vote doesn't count because you did not put in a 0 or a 1, period. Now that should work for us. And if we wanted to run this, I think we could, because we're adding the votes. Oh, we need to add a total votes. So after everything runs, we need to have a total votes. If we didn't do this, we would end up with another infinite loop like we had earlier, plus equals 1. So this is going to keep track of the total votes. So when the total votes reaches 10, then it's going to close the program. When the program closes, we can console.log final votes for Fred, and then we could go outside of this, put in our plus, and we could say
the votes for Fred, and then we could copy this and do the exact same thing, only this time we're going to say votes for Tom, and then we would change this votes for Tom, and then that'll console log both of them, and it will tell us who the winner is. Lastly, we need to call our function for casting the votes, and I believe we should be able to run this. So enter 0 for Fred. Let's say we want to vote for Fred. We vote 1. We voted for Tom because apparently we have 1 is for Tom. So 0 is going to be for Fred. So we can say we want to vote for Fred, 0, and it tells us we voted for Fred. And then we could say, let's say Fred is really popular, so we're going to give him, oopsies, we got your vote didn't count because I accidentally hit 00. Let me go ahead and see if we can get this to quit. And it told us that the while loop has ended, and this is outside of our function, so that did not run for us. So we could cut this and put it inside of our function, so that way it should run for us now. I'm going to go ahead and let's say this time we're going to vote for Tom 10 times. And it tells us our final votes for Fred is 0 and our final votes for Tom is 10. The reason that didn't print the first time is because we had the console log outside of our function and we needed it inside of the function in order to call. So we voted 10 times for Tom and he is the winner, 10-0. Now I hope this is clear to you. I hope maybe you were able to figure this out on your own. We have seen everything we've done in this program so far, and we were able to make a simple election vote counter if we were to create a polling booth. And you can see there's absolutely no way that this code could accidentally vote for somebody who doesn't exist. So that is how we could create a simple little vote counter. And now I think we're going to start moving into using JavaScript with HTML. And this is where things are going to begin to get a little more exciting. We've learned enough JavaScript. I think we can start working with the JavaScript inside of our text editor over here. And we can start giving our websites some behavior so that way we can deal with inputs and use things from the users.
Okay, so if you have made it this far into the course, congratulations. We're about to take what we've learned so far from developing in the Chrome developer tools and just making some basic scripts over to our actual text editor, and we're going to start building out web pages where we can actually add in JavaScript and give our websites function. So we're going to go ahead and move over to VS Code, and we're going to start programming with our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and we're going to start to create some front-end websites. So let's go ahead and bring this all together now. So again, congratulations on making it this far, and keep going.
So the time has come for us to come back to our text editor. We did a lot of our programming or our front-end web design over here in the home.html. I know that it's been a little while since we have been in the text editor. I created these extra pages over here when we needed hrefs. So I went ahead and opened it up over here. So I just opened up the login.html. And I think what we'll do at this point is we will just change this by putting in the boilerplate, and we can go ahead and save this, and we'll make an H1, and we can just call this whatever we want, like a login. And then if we save this, we should be able to come over to our login page. We'll refresh it, and the login turns into an H1, and it is larger. So now we're ready to start looking at some basic JavaScript. So we have this right here. When you usually write JavaScript, you could write the JavaScript inside of a tag. This is typically when you're going to see the exploit that's really famous called cross-site scripting, or XSS. You'll typically see JavaScript written inside of a tag, and usually it's a link tag or an image tag, and then you'll just type in something like onload, and then you can give a source of nothing, and then you would be able to pull off the cross-site script vulnerability. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's okay. We're going to cover it in a little bit. So onload, we would have the alert, and then you can just put whatever you want inside of the alert. So if you saw right there, I put in double quotes and it gives us an error. The reason is because we have double quotes inside of double quotes. So what you have to do is you have to put single quotes in there. That's just an error you'll get sometimes if you see it. I tried to use double quotes inside of double quotes. You're not allowed to do that. You have to switch it. So if these were single quotes, we would need to use doubles here. It's just a syntax thing. So we could just say hello. And then if we save this, if we go back and reload our page, this little bit of JavaScript that we just put right here is going to load as soon as our HTML page loads. So if we refresh our page, we're going to get hello, and then our login will pop up next. And remember the code functions in the way that it's written. So it's going to just read it. This line, it's going to read line 1, line 2, line 3, and so it's going to read line 4, which is why the login doesn't show up, because we get this pause right here on line 8, and then it comes down and executes the login, which I think was on line 9. So this is one way you'll see JavaScript. It's pretty rare that you'll see something like this. Sometimes you will, because it would be like if we had a button and we wanted to call a function, you'd have on click, and then you would call the function right here, and then it would go call the function from your JavaScript page. So you will see sometimes we're going to write stuff in here like this, but it's more uncommon than it is common. Usually what will happen is you'll come to the bottom of the body page and you will create a script tag. So you'll see script like this, and then inside of this script is where you would write your JavaScript. So we could just say alert, and we could put in double quotes, and we could say hello, save, and then if we come back over here and we refresh it, we're still going to get the hello. You'll notice this time I capitalized it, and we could change it just to show you that it is actually updating the code as we wrote it over there. So I forgot to hit save, which is we have this little dot right here. So we save this, come refresh, and there is the exclamation point right there. So you can write JavaScript inside the script tags. This is probably what I am guilty of doing most of the time. Usually when I create websites or I'm creating some kind of practice page, I am not importing a JavaScript page, which is really, really common. If you're working on a large project, you'll have something like this, index.js, and this is where you would write your JavaScript, is inside a JavaScript file and not down here at the bottom of the page. So I typically do things like this because I'm not really into the design and I'm more into the functionality and making things work, typically with the backend. And so I'm dealing with APIs down here inside script tags, and I like to be able to just see up here what elements I'm grabbing. So that probably didn't make a lot of sense, but it will in a little while when we start working with backend code. So we're going to probably use the index.js, even though it is not how I typically do it, but it is the proper way to write your code and to write your JavaScript. Now, usually when I do something like this right here, it's because I'm dealing directly with the API and I want to send the information to the backend, and I want the script to be right here, because if I use the same JavaScript index page over here and I use it for the skills, the login, and the home page, I may end up trying to send something to the same route, and I don't want it to the back end, and I would rather just deal with the API right there on the page. So that's probably what we're going to do in a little bit, but know that you can do it other ways. So another way to cover the JavaScript is we can actually just grab this alert. I'm going to cut it. We'll put it inside of our index.js. I'm going to save it right here, and we're going to come back over to our login page. We can actually delete these script tags because we don't need those. And if we wanted to, I shouldn't have deleted those script tags because we still need them. What we would do right here is inside of the script tag, we're going to do the same thing we would as if we had our style sheet right here. So we have this going to the style sheet. We're just going to make a source instead of an href, and then we're going to go to the index.js. Hopefully this works for us. I didn't test this before making this video, so hopefully I can remember how we do this. So we'll go JavaScript and then index.js. See our little button up there says we have not saved it. So we'll save it, and then we'll hit OK, refresh the page, and that still works. And just to make sure it has changed, we'll add a couple of extra exclamation points, save it, refresh, and you can see hello with a couple of extra exclamation points. So we know that our JavaScript works by using a separate file. So we could write a bunch of JavaScript over here, and then it would actually execute when we click on a button or something loads. For now, it's written whenever the page loads, it'll just pop the alert. So we could actually go ahead and delete that. And we could do something a little different. I don't expect you to know this, But what we could do with something like this is we could just say document dot query selector, and this query selector is just going to tell the program or the JavaScript we want to grab this H1 right here. So we would say query selector, put our parentheses, and we could say H1. So that is, we want to grab the H1, and we could say dot inner HTML. And it's typically bad practice to do anything with inner HTML, especially if you have an input, because you are going to be setting up your program to, or your website to be vulnerable to something. But this is just for a demonstration. So we could change the query selector. What is our query selector? It says login inside the H1. Let's change it to say welcome, because let's pretend when they hit this page, it's going to say login and then change to welcome. So if we refresh this page, you're going to see that this goes to welcome. If we had something in here, let's see if we refresh this again, it's going too quickly, so we're not able to see it. Let's set this up so that we can have an on click, and then when we click on the welcome, it's going to come over here and execute this line of code. I guess a simple way to see this, where if we refresh this page and we want the welcome to actually see that the JavaScript is working, we could take this right here, and what we could do is delete that. We can save this inside of a variable. So we could say var h1e, so that's going to be the h1 element is going to equal this document.query selector. So basically this variable is going to select the h1. I know this is a little bit out of, like, you're not understanding what you're seeing, but it's just these are basic examples of how we're going to use JavaScript as we are moving forward. So we can just say that we want to save this here real quick, and then we want to call a function. So you're going to be able to see how functions work. We could just say h1e dot add event listener, which is going to be the click. So we can say, and here's just going to be a click, and we're going to call a function and open up curly braces just like we have been doing in the past, and say this dot inner HTML equals, and then quotes, and we would just say welcome. And the reason we're getting this error is because I accidentally typed all of that inside of our function. So if we save this, refresh our page, we have login, but then as soon as I click my mouse and we'll click it, and it changed there for us. So you can see now we refresh, we can click on it as much as we want, and that's going to be how it changes. So you can see JavaScript adds functionality to the page. So let's go ahead and we're going to start at the beginning of how we're going to use all of this. I wrote all of this basically to show you everything we learned is not worthless, because we used a function. We were able to add in an alert back over here. We were able to connect our JavaScript page. So let's go ahead and start with some of the basics of understanding how we grab different elements inside of our JavaScript beyond just inside of our HTML, beyond just like this H1 right here. How do we grab other elements? How do we understand where they are? And we're going to build out just a very simple web page, and then we'll start adding event listeners and how we grab these elements. Okay, so I've gone ahead and created this little static HTML page. It's pretty simple. All we got is an H1 and an H2, and you can go ahead and practice this along with me if you would like. We're just going to practice grabbing some elements, basically this H1 and this H2, in two different ways. So I added an ID here with a greeting, which I don't think we've seen yet, and then a class with schedule. And if we were to have some kind of like styling in here, you would have a class, and we would name the class schedule. So this is just a class that we can grab this H2 by. So we have the class and the ID over here, and I have gone ahead and opened up the console just like we would previously, and we've seen things like this before. So if I just type in document, okay, document, it does not want to fill it out for me. So document dot query, and then we can do selector, and I want you to notice, I don't like this, it's not working like a text editor for me, that we have the camel casing. So we have the lowercase and then the uppercase, and if we had another word on here, this would continue to be an uppercase. So we're going to use the query selector. So we could just say H1, and actually this needs to be inside of a string, and we can close that off. And so we have this H1, which is going to be called the greeting. You see it start to pop up, which is going to be called the my heading. So we have the H1 is what we're actually grabbing, which is really nice that it shows us that down in the console. And then we could do like style, and we could do dot color, and we could say equals and then red, and then we could close that off, add our semicolon, hit enter, and you see that we were able to actually grab this H1 and change it to red. And if we wanted to, you can just press up and we can change it back to black. The idea here is just to show you that this is basic JavaScript. So that's how we grab objects within using just the H1. So we could do the same thing and grab the H2 and turn it red, and so now these are both red. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this so we can turn them back to being black. So we can grab things by their actual tag right here as the H1, but we can also grab them by the element ID. So I created this ID right here as a greeting, and we could come in here, and what you could do is grab this query selector, and instead of using the query selector, this is what you're going to be using most often. It's going to be get element by ID. Typically, whenever we want to grab an element or we're taking any kind of input, we're going to give it some kind of name that we're able to grab it. So we're saying document. So we're telling the computer as the document right here to grab or get an element with the ID of, and I think this was greeting right here, and we could change the color red. So we're able to grab the ID right here by saying document grab the ID greeting, and you'd get the greeting from looking over here. We can see the actual page. The ID is greeting, so we could grab that and we can change it right here. So we can go ahead and change this back to black again. So this is now black, or we could have just refreshed the page, I guess. We can also grab elements by the title, or we can change them to something else. So we can also do things other than just change the color. So let's say what we're going to be doing in our next project is actually changing the inner HTML. So instead of what we have going on right here, we could delete this back to get element by ID. We have the heading, so we'd say dot inner HTML, which we've already seen. And let's say we want to change the my heading to your heading. And if we run this, you're going to see our HTML actually was changed by the JavaScript. So we're actually going to be using this in our next project. So you're going to want to remember this. We're going to be changing the inner HTML to something else that we tell it, like when a button is clicked, we're going to change the heading. So what we're actually going to be making is this over here. If you need this code, you can go ahead and find the link in the description. It's going to be labeled as rock, paper, scissors on my GitHub page. So you can go ahead and click that rock, paper, scissors link. It'll take you to my GitHub page, and this is going to be our basic starting code. And it will look like this when you open it. So we're going to have rock, paper, scissors. We have the rock and the paper, and we're going to be creating a game where we are using this. So if you want to, you can actually try to type all this out as a refresher. I was going to type all this out and have you guys go along with me in doing this, but I think that would kind of be redundant because we've covered styling, we've covered the CSS, and we have covered the basic HTML. So this is the basic layout. We're going to be adding to this HTML and probably our styling just a little bit as needed as we go through this project. So this is going to be the next project that we're going to be doing, and we're going to be creating a game with JavaScript where it's going to play rock, paper, scissors, player 1 versus player 2, and then we're going to be changing this to tell us who wins, player 1 or player 2. We're going to create it without a button, so it automatically runs when the page is loaded, and then we're going to create a function, and we're going to play it whenever we click the button. It's going to play a new game for us. Now, when you create this, make sure that you grab the PNGs, and the index.html will be the only one on my GitHub, which is going to be this page right here. And that's what we're going to be doing. This is the project that we're going to be working towards. So go ahead, get this loaded up on your text editor, and we will start working with our JavaScript. Okay, so everything in this script that we're going to see, you have seen so far, except for one thing. So I actually think if you were to Google this, you'd be able to figure it out. We're going to need to use something called .source, and that is going to make the program be able to grab our paper or a rock or our scissors image from over here and display it. So if you want to go ahead and try and figure this out on your own, we have covered everything in the JavaScript that you need to know so far. You should be able to figure this out, except for the dot source. And I'll go ahead and show you what I'm talking about, and I'll give you challenges along the way. The first thing we're going to need to do is actually create a list, and we have seen lists before, so you should know what these look like by now. So we can just say var, and then we can call it choices, and our choices are going to come from the rock, paper, scissors. So the first one is going to be the rock.png, and the next one is going to be our paper.png, and it doesn't matter what order you put these in. It just matters when we actually write our if statements that we grab these in the right way. So we got our rock, paper, and we need our scissors, and it's going to make sure, and it matters that we actually spell this the same way we have it over here, otherwise it's not going to know what to grab. So now we have our choices right here stored inside of this list. So this is a list. We're going to need to create a bunch of variables. So we'll just say variable number one is going to be player one index, and the reason I named it this way is because we're going to be grabbing something from inside of the math.random. Like this right here would be the index of 0, 1, and 2. So we need a player one index, which is going to return a number first, but then we're going to make it return this. So we're going to need to create a few variables right here just to make sure we can grab the one. I guess technically this is the 0, the 1, or the 2. So we've seen this also. We need to get a random number. So math.floor, which is going to take our number and make it go down to the nearest whole number. So we can say now we need math.random, and we need to call that function as well. And then what we need to do is actually make it so that way it grabs the whole length of the arrays. And none of this should be new to you. We have covered all of this previously in the JavaScript. So we're going to say the choices.length. And so now it's going to take the length of the list and it's going to times it by the math.random, and the math.floor is going to tell it we want a 0, a 1, or a 2. So if we get back from math.random a 0.4, it's going to give us back a 0. If we get back like a 0.6, it's going to give us a 1, or a 1.8, it's going to give us this 2 right here. So this is going to grab for us the random number for player number one. So what we can do is actually copy this, and we can just turn this to player 2, and this is going to give us the random choice for player 2. The next thing we need to do is we actually need to grab the choice, because all this is going to do is return for us a number. So if we were to run what we have right here in the console, it's going to just give us back a number, and we actually needed to give us back the rock, paper, or the scissors image. So we can say var player one choice equals, and then we're just going to take the choices, which is going to give us this list right here. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to pass through this index number, and it'll grab the 1, the 0, the 1, or the 2. So we would just say player one index, and we can copy this. So I have to retype it, say player 2, and we're just going to turn this to player 2 index. So now we are getting back the 0, the 1, or the 2, basically the rock, paper, or the scissors. I hope this makes sense. None of this is new. We've seen all of this before. Now here is what you have not seen before. So we're actually going to take the player choice and we're going to grab the image. So we're going to say player choice, and we're going to grab the image dot source, which is going to come from over here, which is what I was talking about earlier. And we're going to say equals player one choice, and then we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to do the same thing for the player two choice. So we're going to say player two image dot source equals, and we're just going to say player two choice, like that. So that should grab for us The player one image, I guess we could change this. Instead of player choice, it'd be player one image, player two image. I'm going to leave it just because this is how I already have it and I don't want to change it. So we have everything we need now. Now what you need to do is make an if statement, an else if statement, and then a else statement to catch everything else. So basically you need to say if player one, if their choice equals the same as player two's choice, then it's a tie. Else if, and then go through the rock, paper, scissors and write if rock is player one's choice and scissors is player's two choice, then player one wins. If scissors is player's one choice and player two's choice is paper, then player one wins, and then basically go through all the ways that player one wins. And then if it's anything else, which would be our else statement, player two wins. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the video. I'm going to type this out and we're going to walk through it. I don't think you want to see me type the same thing over and over and over. Okay, so here are the options that we have so far. We have the player one choice. If it's rock, then it is going to beat scissors. So basically all of these are going to be the player one wins. So what we need to do at this point is actually change the H1 right here, which is what we've seen before. We're going to change this H1. Instead of normally what we do is we would say like a console.log is what we've been doing. But now we're actually going to use the document.query selector. And we're going to grab the H1 that's already in our code. And we're going to say H1. And we want to change the inner HTML. So we'll say .inner HTML. And we're going to change it to player one wins, because these are all the ways that player one wins, and basically anything else means player two wins. So all we have to do is open up an else statement, and then this actually I think needs to be in curly braces. If not, we're going to get an error and we'll come back and fix it in a little bit, but we can close that off. I believe that is how that goes inside the JavaScript. And so now we would just say else, and then we're going to open up curly braces, and everything else is going to just be the document.query selector, same as before. And we're going to change the H1 just the same as before. And instead of saying player one wins, we're going to say player two wins. So what we have going on right here is if the choices are the same, then you have it's a tie. So I was right. I did forget to put those curly braces in for this document.query selector right here. And then else if, basically every way player one can win, then player one wins. And then we don't really need anything else, because if it's anything else, that means player two wins. So all we have to do is write this player two wins. And the way we're going to do this is work by changing the inner HTML. And what I did right here is a big boo-boo. We have to change this to the H1, and we'll say .inner HTML equals player two wins. So I think that looks much better. We need to close this and move this around. It is possible that when we go to run this, we're going to have an error, and let's go ahead and run it, and we'll see if we have an error down in the console. So we can inspect, and if we go to the console, we get an error right here, and it tells us we have something undefined on line 51. And the reason we see this over here on line 51 is going to be we actually never defined these right here, which would be my fault. I got carried away, and we need to add in some more variables. So we'll say the player, we need the choice image. So we'll actually just copy it so I don't have another typo. So we can just paste that in there, and it's going to equal, and we're going to be grabbing the player choice. So we're going to say equals document dot get element by ID. So we have right here this ID player choice and then player two. So this would be our player one, which we saw right here. So we're going to get the element by the ID, and we'll just grab the ID of number one, which is going to just be player choice. And if I really wanted to make sure I didn't have any typos, I would just grab it from right there. So let's go ahead, copy this, press enter, paste it in here, and we're going to change this to player two, and we'll copy this and change this variable right here, save it and refresh our page. And now we have no more errors. And you can see player 2 wins. And if we refresh it, player 2 wins, rock defeats scissors, scissors beats paper, player 1 wins, paper covers rock. So you can see how this works now. So I'm sorry for the typo. I hope this all makes sense. Everything in here we have seen previously. I understand it's the first time we've actually added JavaScript into a web page. So some of this may be a little bit challenging in just trying to put it all together. So we're going to do several projects like this, and you're going to get the handle on adding JavaScript into your web pages. But for now, I think it's time to do something new. So here's a challenge for you. I want you to create a function for this, and then create a button right here. And inside of the button, you can have it have an on click. So when the button's clicked, you want to call a function called play game, and then it's going to come down here and it's going to execute all of this code. So the page won't automatically refresh. Every time we refresh the page, it's not going to play a new game. It's only going to play a new game when we click our button. So let's go ahead and do this together now. I hope you gave that a try, because that's going to be the best way that you're going to learn. So let's move our button over, and we will just call it play game. And we're going to do an on click, which is what I told you we wanted to do. So an on click, and on the click, we want to call the function, and we're going to name our function play game. And we want to make sure we have these parentheses right here, because these are going to be what calls the function. Remember, when we were learning about functions, you have to have these in order to call the function. And if we wanted to, you could pass to a parameter, but we're not actually ready for that. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to say function, and we're going to call play game. And this is going to be our function. And we need to open up a set of curly braces, delete that one, and move it down here to the bottom. So now everything is inside of this function. And if we save it and we refresh our page, we now have rock, paper, scissors. Our game has not ran yet. We click our button, and on the click, it should call our function. It does not call our function. Let's see if we have an error, and it says we have an error on line 40. So let's go back and look at it. Play game is not defined, and we named our function play game. So now if we save that, I bet some of you guys out there caught that mistake. We can now hit our button, and our game plays. So player 2 wins, player 1 wins, player 2 wins. So now you can understand how JavaScript works. So our web page loads. Let's say a brother and a sister are fighting, and they say, we need to play rock, paper, scissors, but you keep looking at my hand and putting out a paper before I'm ready. And so you see my paper, therefore you put out scissors, and you guys are cheaters. Let's just go to our website and settle this once and for all with our random game right here. So it's not on us. We hit the play game. Loser has to do the dishes. I'm player 1, sister's player 2, and player 1 wins. Sister has to do the dishes. And so we have now created our very first JavaScript responsive front-end website. And add some event listeners to this page. So we've already made this page. You've seen it. It's super basic. If you want, you can go ahead and create it by just pressing an exclamation point and hitting enter, and you're going to have this little page right here. All I did was create an H1 and an H2 right here, and I got these style tags, but there's nothing there. So that is going to bring you to a page that looks like this. And we're going to add some event listeners. So we're just moving beyond what we've previously been doing. And then we're going to look at like a very cumbersome phishing scam that you could possibly see in the future with JavaScript. Now, it's not something that I imagine anyone would ever use, but I'm going to show it to you anyway, just so you can see how you can use JavaScript in the world of security, and you'll be able to understand some security principles. So let's go ahead and just come over to our body. We'll just add in a script tag, and in here is where we're going to write our script. So with event listeners, let's just go ahead and add a button, and we'll just say click me. And this is just going to be our button number 1. So if we were to click this button that we have now created right here, nothing happens. Well, let's say we want to click on it and we want to give an alert. You actually see some of this in some cybersecurity courses and CTFs where you're actually able to inject in some kind of JavaScript but maybe the alert isn't working. So you can use a click me, and on the click, you can do some kind of alert or cross-site scripting. So this does happen. I believe there was a CTF 3 or 4 years ago that had a vulnerability like this. So it happens, but something to be aware of, but I've never seen it in real life, only in CTFs. So we have our script right here. We have a button. We want to click the button and we want something to happen. So now we need to insert in some JavaScript. So you've seen this before. We're going to grab our document and we're going to .query the selector. So we're going to say query selector. And what we can do is you can just grab the button. Remember how we used to put in here the H1? Well, we can do the exact same thing and say we want to grab the button. And then we just add add event listener, and it's going to be listening. So now the button is going to be listening for what? Well, what do you do with the button? You click the button. And so we're going to click the button. And what do you do when you click a button? You have it call a function. So right here is where you would add in your function, and you would just say handling click. So we want it to handle the click, and you're going to notice that there is no function parentheses right here, because when the browser is decoding, or when the browser is reading your code, if it comes to this and sees these two parentheses, it's going to automatically call the function. We don't want it to automatically call the function. We want it to only call this function or method when you click the actual button. So you don't actually add those in right here. There's a couple different ways to write this, and I'll show them to you as we move through in the future. But for now, we just want to handle the click, which means we want to call the function handle click. So we would just type in function, and we're going to type in handling click. We add in our parentheses. We don't pass anything in. We add in our curly braces, and we can just say alert, and we'll add in a string and say I was clicked. And if we save this, this should work now when we click our button. So let's look at this again. We call our document. So we're looking at our document right here. We're going to query the selector. So initially we just want to grab one of the items. So we're selecting something. What do we want to select? We want to select the button. We want to add an event listener to the button. So it's listening to the button for a click. And when the click happens, it's going to call the function, and then the function is going to execute. So if we save this, refresh our page over here, we now have our button. You can notice I can click all over here. I can click this, highlight, whatever. But when I click the button, we get the alert, and this page says I was clicked. So the event listener is tagged only to this button right here. And you can do this with event listeners for all kinds of things. So if you go to like Google and you were to click on the Google page and it plays noise, sometimes Google will do things like that with their Google word right here. They'll change it, it'll be different things, and if your mouse goes over it or hovers over it or you click it, then it will do crazy things. And all they're really doing is adding in an event listener like we did right here. So they're adding an event listener to their word Google, and when you click on Google, then it's going to do something. Same thing with these buttons. If you click on this button on the click, it's going to take you to something else, or it's actually going to execute the search or do the I'm feeling lucky thing. You can see that right there. And so that is how we can add an event listener. Now, one way you might see this in the wild is you can actually just delete this handle click right here, and this can delete all the way back here into the handle click function. You're going to notice that we have an error, and it's because we deleted this without closing it. And we can close that parenthesis and add in our semicolon, and this will work also. This is called an anonymous function. So on the click, it's just going to come over here and call this function right here. And so if we come over here and we refresh the page and we click it, it does the same thing. So this is called an anonymous function inside of the query selector. So you will see this. I'm probably not going to be writing our code like this because I don't think it's very easy for new people to follow. I think it is way easier for us to follow when we write it this way, so that way you can actually see what is happening. So this is probably how I'm going to write it just in this class, so that way you can see it, but just know that sometimes you're going to have anonymous functions being called. So the next thing I want you to see, what happens if we add in a button and we say click me to, and we save this. We come over to our page, we click this button, nothing happens. But we click this button and it says I was clicked. Well, how do we get this to work with both buttons? What we could do is we could just copy this right here and we could paste it down here. And now we could change this. That way it calls the handle click function whenever something is clicked. But the button right here, how do we identify this as something different? We've covered several different ways. We could come up here and I can give it an ID, and then we could say select element by ID, and we can give it the ID. We could put in a class, and we could give it a class of like button 2. And we could save this, and then all we'd have to do is come down here and say button 2. And so now it's going to go query selector by the button 2. Now, one thing that might be a little confusing is if we were to add in an ID, we would have to put in get element by ID, but the query selector actually works with classes. So you can save that and come over here and refresh, and you're going to see that if we click this, that it works. Now, one thing that is happening that you might not know is we have this function being called twice. So what we could actually do is just delete this, and we could have our documents set up next to each other. And if we save this, no matter which button we click, it's going to call the function. So if we wanted to change it so that each one of these clicks was calling a different function, we would have to change this to like handle click 1 and handle click 1. And then if we save it and we come over here and we refresh it, now each one of these is going to call a different function. So we would need to add in like I was clicked also. If we save that, refresh the page, we click this one, I was clicked. And if we click this one, it's going to say I was clicked also. So you would need to change the function name, or if you just deleted this, you can use the same function to call either one. So this is the basics of grabbing an element with using the query selector and then adding an event listener. The whole reason I wanted to show you this is so you can have an idea for adding event listeners. Okay, so now I want to kind of show you like a security thing that you can use with an add event listener. It's not necessarily like a security issue. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. You'd have to be doing a very cumbersome phishing attack that's really sketchy. You're probably going to get caught. But anyway, I think you'll think that it's cool. It's a very simple, basic keylogger. And then I'm going to kind of show you how you could use this maliciously and why I don't really like public computers, because there is a lot of different ways you could do something with a keylogger in a public setting. So anyway, we're going to come back over here to our code. I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to show you how we can use an event listener. So we could actually just delete this just to show you that we have a basic website and there's literally nothing you can do with this. But what we're going to do is write some code down here in our JavaScript. So if we wanted to log some key functions, what we would do is we're going to add in our document.add event listener. And then we're just going to do the same thing we did previously, and we're going to say when a key is down. So when a key gets pressed down, what do we want to do? We want to log the keystroke. So we're going to log the key. And this is going to be the name of our function. Whenever any key is pressed down, it's going to call the function. Well, now we want it to actually tell us what key was pressed, because we want to be able to grab that password and that email. So you could say function, and then we're going to log the key, not console log. We want to log the key. We need to delete that. We're going to call the function, and now we need to pass through a parameter, which is going to be the event that happens. So we can just use the E, because this is going to be the key that is getting passed through. So when the key is pressed down, we want to log that key. This can be anything you want. It could be we could just name it the key pressed to make it more understandable. So we have the function. We're calling the function the key was pressed, or what key was pressed, and it's going to store that for us, and then it's going to give it to us. So we can open up the set of curly braces, and we need to create a variable, and we'll just call it key pressed, and is going to equal the key pressed dot key. So this dot key is going to be the internal method in JavaScript. It's going to tell us what key was pressed. So we're going to save that in this variable right here. So the variable originally is getting passed through when the key is pressed down, and then we got to do the dot key to actually grab the key, and we're going to store it inside of this variable. And then lastly, we just want to console.log the key so we can see it. So we can say console log, we'll just say this key was pressed, and then like we've done in the past, we would just say the key pressed is the one we want to store. So now if we come back over here, we refresh our page, we inspect, and if we come over to the console, if we are on this page, any button we press is going to be stored right here. I don't like the way that looks. I need to add in a space. We'll actually add in a dash space just to make it extra clear. We'll save it, refresh the page, and now the F key was pressed, the A. So if this was my email, I could say my email is .com, and let's say I accidentally hit in a extra key like this E and I hit the backspace. It's going to say, oh, well, if I was looking at these logs, I would know it's at my email is .com. This E was a typo because there's a backspace. And then we would go to like, this is my password. And so the double right here, this 2 means there were 2 S's. So you would look at this and you'd say, this is my password. And you're going to be able to log the keys that are pressed. Now, if you were to see this in the wild, let's say we're on google.com right here. Let's say we're on google.com and you wanted to log in. We'll pretend like right here there's actually nothing, but we'll pretend we're on the login page. And if I were to click the login page and pretend like I'm trying to log in, it can store in this console, and you could write some JavaScript that's actually going to send you the information that's pressed, even though it's on google.com. And I can show you how this would be done. We can use this exact same code. So you can literally just copy this. You can come over to this console and you can paste it in right here. Did that not copy? Copy, paste. We can paste it in right here and now hit enter, and it is stored inside this web browser on this specific machine. So if I'm in the library and I say, hey, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to leave it on this library login page, and somebody comes over and they click on the website, like right here, if I were to click and start typing my password, it's going to come over here and look, you're going to see my password. So let's pretend that this is like a login right here, and right here is a password. If I were to click on the login, so I'm typing in the login space, and I type in my email at gmail.com, you're going to see what buttons were pushed. And if I were to click the password, we can click and then say my password, and you're going to get to see all the keys that have been stroked or pressed, and they're going to be logged right here. I could load the JavaScript on a client-side server in a library or something and store somebody's email. Another way you can see this is, let's say I wanted to have people sign my petition to save the squirrels at the park because they want to cut down all the trees. If I show up with a petition that says, hey, log into your email here, and then I'm going to email you a petition, you could say log in and make a fake page. We could actually just do it real quick. So we could just grab this and say log in, and we would just say input. So we have an input right here, and then we could take this right here and say password, and we're going to take in an input. And if we save this and we refresh, we now have a login, and I have a typo right here. But it doesn't really matter, because what would happen is somebody could click on this and what I type is being stored down here in the console, what I type. And so you could make a fake petition and have people say, hey, you need to log into your Google to sign this petition. They come right here. You make a fake Google page, and I guess if you made a fake Google page, you could store their information other ways, but you could say what I type and you can store with this keylog. So this is how the entire reason I made this portion of the course is so basically you can understand how event listeners work. And they can work with key presses, they can work with clicks of the mouse or whatever. And this was just kind of like a fun little security thing to show you that you can do. So this is how the event listener works. And now let's keep on moving on into our next portion of the course.
Okay, so our next little challenge is going to be our last front end challenge, and then we're going to move into some back end programming. We're going to start looking at databases and creating our own server-side code, and we're going to be using Node.JS. But before we get into that, I want to do one more JavaScript challenge. So we have these files right here are all going to be on GitHub. So this is going to be called the Bop It game. If you need the code or you want to look at the code or you get stuck, you can go ahead and go out to the GitHub page down in the description. Also, you will want to probably just grab the CSS so that way you don't have to type all this out.
I am going to walk you through creating all of this because it's been a while since we've done some styling, and then we're going to create the JavaScript and the HTML all together. But if you want to go ahead and try to create this yourself, you're going to need quite a few functions, and you're probably going to have to Google how to do different things. But it is going to be kind of like Bop It, the game, the popular game from when I was a kid, and we're going to be just using the home row on your keyboard. So essentially it's going to pop up with a letter. We have to press that letter on the keyboard within 2 seconds, and then it's going to keep track of our score. If we hit the wrong key or we take too long, it's going to tell us we hit a 0. Then the game's going to quit running. It's going to give us our final score, and we'd have to refresh the page to keep playing. Now there's a couple of things that I didn't do that I think you could do. There's still a bug here. So if D pops up 2 times in a row, then you won't see it on the screen and you're automatically going to lose, or you're going to have to count in your head. So you can go ahead and try and fix that bug. And then also it would be good if you put in a button with a restart function instead of having to refresh the page. So those are some challenges that you can do along with actually creating the game. But let me show you how it works. So we'll refresh the page, A, D, S, and then it must be a S again. We refresh, we hit F, S, A, D, A, and I accidentally hit the wrong key, and so I only got a score of 2, and it says that I took too long. So there you go. That is how we play the game. It's just a simple little game with a lot of JavaScript that we can practice. So that is the reason I am giving you this game as a challenge. If you get stuck, you can continue watching through the lectures, and we're going to cover all the JavaScript you need. There is going to be some stuff that you don't know, or you're going to need to know, like, how do I use an event listener and maybe grab from the image or something. We've done a lot of this stuff, so you should be able to figure it out. So let's go ahead and give it a try, and if you get stuck, you can go ahead and keep watching the lectures, and if you want to see the finished code, you can go to the GitHub page and you'll be able to look at the finished code. Okay, let's go ahead and get up our boilerplate code here, and what we're going to just do starting out, I think, is we can add in a title if you want. And if you remember, the title is what goes up here, right here, so the key press game. We can just type this in here and we can say key press game. To get a title, we need to link our CSS. Let's see if you remember how to do this. So our href is just going to take us to our style sheet, which is going to be in the same folder, so we don't need to move around to try and figure out where our style sheet's at. We're just going to keep everything right here in one folder so that it's nice and easy to do. Now we're going to come into our body, and the HTML is going to be really, really simple because we're going to end up writing functions that's going to do everything for us. So we're just going to say div, and we can create an ID, and we'll just call it the status message, and this is going to be our message up here, and we're going to be using JavaScript to insert this in here, so we don't actually need anything in there. So we're going to make another div, and we're going to give it an ID as well, and this one's going to be the counter, so we'll just call it the correct counter. So this is going to tell us how many letters we got correct in a row, and then we can make another div, and we're going to do the same thing, and we're just going to make an ID, and we're going to call it the game container, and this is where we're going to set this in the center. So we're going to center the game container, and that is going to be this A right here. And then we're going to put in our image inside of this div right here, so we can say our image, and then we want to load our image from the JavaScript, so we actually don't need this source right here, and we can just give it an ID, and we can say key image, and that's going to be the image that we grab from over here. We can add in an alt just in case something doesn't load right, so we'll just say image inside of the alt tag. And I think that is it for our HTML. Now it is time to add a script, and we're going to give it the source of script.js. And that is all for the HTML. So you can see this is a very basic page right here, and I think what we'll do is we can go ahead and style it next, and then we'll move over to loading the JavaScript. So at this point we have our game container. So if you remember from our HTML, we had our game container. We save this. We should be able to see it over here. We have our game container, and often when I'm programming things like this, I'll just copy this so that I don't actually have any typos. We'll open up our curly braces, and because the game container is going to be possessing the image, we're going to make sure that we want everything centered. So we're going to use our flexbox. So if you remember our display flex, That's going to get us towards, that's going to give us the ability to justify the content center. So justify content center. We also want to align the items, and we want that in the center as well. And then we'll just give it a height of 100 VH. You could use pixels here if you want and play around to get the right height. So the next thing we want to do is we're going to use our key image. So this is going to be displaying our images over here on the page. So we're going to get our images. We want to do something with them, or at least style them. And to style them, all we're going to be doing is giving them a height and a width. So we can just say width 150 pixels, and then we're going to give them a height of 150 pixels as well. So pretty simple to this point. The next thing we want to do is we're going to use our status message. So just to make sure we have this typed out right, I'm actually going to copy this right here to make sure there's no typos. Now let's add the styling. So we want to do some text alignment, and we want to align center. And if you wanted to, you could change the height of these, or you could move them down. You could mess with it to make it look how you want, but for now I'm just going to give it a font size of 24 and a margin at the top, and we can just say 20 pixels. So that should move our status message for us. The next thing we're going to do is we're just going to do the body. So just in general, we're going to change the background color. So you can make the background whatever color you want. I always feel like gray is something that shows up really well. So you could just type in gray like this, or you could go get a very specific color palette and put in whatever you want right there. And what I just realized is for our status message, I changed the font color and the font to something else. So we could just say font family to change our font. And I believe what I did was Comic Sans MS, and then we'll just leave it at that. I don't actually remember. I think I had to Google what I wanted in here because I wanted something that was gonna look nice. So I think I did this right here. Comic Sans MS cursive sans serif, and then the font color we can just do white. So you could just say color white. So we could save that. And the last thing is we need to have our text counter, and I think for it I just used the regular generic font family, so we won't change that. So we say we want to do the correct counter, which is going to tell us how many numbers we got right, or how many letters we got right in a row. So we want to text align center. So I guess the CSS for this is really simple, so we're able to fly right through it because none of this should be new at this point. So we can do a font size 24 pixels, and we can do the color, and we can just make it white as well. White shows up nice on the gray. And we could just do a margin on the top and 10 pixels to space this out right here to look nice. So if we save that, that should work. Now, if we actually refresh our page, we're not actually going to have any text show up yet, and nor is our image going to show up because we have no JavaScript. So basically all we did was get our background color set up, and the text will show up from our JavaScript. So now here comes the fun part. We're going to be writing several functions, and we are going to be creating a counter. We're going to be making a for loop. So this should be all encompassing everything we've covered so far. You should be able to do this maybe with just having to Google something like how do we do a timeout. So after our image shows up for 2 seconds, how do we get it to automatically say you lose? So something like that you might have had to Google, but really most everything we're going to be doing you have seen before. So the first thing we need to do is use our images and create a list over here. So we can just say var keys equals, and then we can put our keys in here. So if you remember, the list goes inside of square brackets. We have the A, S, D, and the F. So there is our list right there. So for our timeout variable, we can just say timeout duration equals 2000. And the reason I am going to be using 2000 is because in Python and JavaScript as well, you use milliseconds, and so there's 1000, I believe, milliseconds. I think that's what we're using. I just know that 1000 equals 1 second, 2000 equals 2 seconds, and that is really common for both Python and JavaScript. So we're going to just set this as a variable, so that way we have it. And then I believe we need a variable for the current key, which is going to be selected. So we'll just type in current key equals, and it's going to be an empty string. And the reason it's going to be an empty string is because we're going to be selecting one and then replacing this variable with the actual string that is going to be selected. So when I very first started programming, the empty string was something that really gave me a hard time to understand. But we need the empty string here so that when the time comes for us to actually select a key, the variable's already set and we can put the current key inside the empty string. I hope that made sense. It should make sense the more we go on and you're able to see this. So the empty string, just if you're struggling with the empty string, just know that there was a time when I really struggled with the empty string as well. So the next one is we're going to do the correct count, and if you remember, that is going to be for our correct count to show up inside of our HTML and our JavaScript. And right now the current count is going to start from 0. So if the user is going to, I guess I already refreshed it, so it's not going to show up right here. So the game's going to start at 0, and then every time they get a letter right, then this will go up by 1. So this is just our counter like we would use with the while loop. So let's go ahead and we'll say var. Timeout is going to be if they take too long, so we can save our variable timeout right here. So those are all the variables I believe we need, and then we can just start writing our functions. So we could go ahead and get started with writing some of our functions, and the very first function we want to write is just going to be calling the getRandomKey, so that way we're able to display it on the screen. So we can type in our function, and I forgot to name it, but I told you we were going to name it. So get random key, so we need to get a random key. So name of the function. We can come down in between our curly braces, and we just want to return, so that way we can use this later. You could create a global variable, or you can just use return. Global variables are not usually the best way to do things. So we're going to use the return method, and we're going to say the keys, and we're going to grab one of the random keys. None of this should be new to you, so we want to grab a random key out of the keys. So as always, we do the math.random, call that function, and we're going to say times the numbers of keys dot length. So you should be familiar with seeing this so far, and I'm noticing we have a typo there. We need to call that length function right here. So as always, we do the math.random. This is going to give you the 0 to 0.99. Then we're going to do times the length. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3. And so it's going to grab a random number from this right here. We have the math.random. I actually, now that I'm looking at this, before we need to do that, we need to say math.floor, and inside of that we have the math.random. Okay, so that looks right. So we got to do math.floor, which is going to take it all the way down to either 0, 1, 2, or 3. So 0, 1, 2, or 3, and then this is going to give us a random number, and we're doing the numbers of the variable inside of our list at the length. So this should look normal to you at this point. We've done this several times. So now we want to make a second function, and we'll just call it show random key, and this is going to show the random key on the screen. Open up our curly braces. We're going to say our current key, which we created up here, our empty string. So we're going to say our current key is going to equal the get random key function that we just created up here. So we're going to call that function. And so if the code was to read this at this point, what's going to happen is we haven't called the function yet, but this function right here is going to be called when the page loads, and we'll do that at the end of our code. We'll add that in. So the way this is going to get called, it's going to need to store a current key. So what key are we going to be using in our game? And it's going to automatically call this function and store the key inside of the random key. So what this would look like would be like key 2 or something like this as the return. So the output from this function is going to be key 2, and it's going to be stored right here. Only the key 2 would be random because we're calling that as a random function, and it's going to be stored inside of our current key. The next thing we need to do with this is we actually need to display it on our web page. So we would say document dot get element by ID, and if you remember, we could go over to our index over here, and we're going to say the key image that we want to display. So we would say dot get element by ID, and that ID was key image. And then we're going to say dot source because we want to show the actual image that we have selected over here. So the random key image, we want to show the source of the current key, and then we need to actually add this in as .png. So what we have right here is we have our key image that we are going to display inside of this right here, and we are going to take the key, the current key that was selected from our current keys up here, and we're going to add .png. If you wanted to, you could say a.png, s.png, d.png, or you could do something like this, and we could just append .png to it at the end. So let's go ahead and see if we call our function get random key. Actually, it is show random key because show random key is going to call the get random key function. And if we call that, save it, and we refresh our page, we now have our image being displayed on the page. So now we know by calling this first function that our current key is going to be stored. We're going to call this function, we're going to get a random key, and then we're going to show it. So if we refresh this page, we're going to get random keys here. So it's not always going to be the same key. So now we know that our random key is working. We can delete this and move on to the next set of functions. And I think what we could start working on is our actual counter right here. So we could just say function, and we'll name our function update the counter, call the function, and that was not what I wanted. Open up curly braces, and inside of here we're just going to do document.getElement by ID, and then inside of here we'll use our correct count right here. So we could just copy this, paste it in here so we know that we have it all typed right, and then we're going to say dot text content because what we're going to be putting into the HTML is going to be text content, and we could put inside of some quotes the score, and we could use whatever we want our score to be. So we could just say plus our correct count, and I believe that looks right. So we could just call this function down here to test it and say update counter, call the function, hit refresh, and I just realized that it's over here because we have not added our CSS to this just yet. Our CSS isn't working with it. One of the two, but we'll figure that out in the future, but it is over here. So we got our score counter, so we know that function is working as well. And the next thing I guess we could do is we could create our timeout function. So inside of our show random key, we want to give a timer, so a set number of time before the game ends. So you get 2 seconds in order to hit the key. If you're too slow, then it ends. So we could just call this reset the timeout, and we're going to create it as a function, and we could just come down here and create another function, and we're going to call it the reset timeout. Open up our curly braces. This might be a little bit cumbersome, but we're going to go ahead and we're just going to start by saying we're going to clear the timeout. This is an internal function already in JavaScript, so you don't have to create anything for it. And we're going to say we want to pass through the timeout, and then we're going to say timeout equals, and then we're going to call function, and we're going to call set timeout right here, and it's going to automatically give us this function. Now this right here is called an arrow function. If you're passing through a function, like we've seen in the past, remember we could call a function right here, and then you would put something in there. You can also do arrow functions, and I'm going to show you an arrow function in just a second. So we could use a regular function or an arrow function. In the wild, you're going to see a lot of these arrow functions that look just like this. And since this is an internal JavaScript method, then it's going to automatically set up this arrow function. So when you see this, just know that right there is calling an arrow function. So inside of the timeout, what do we want to do? Inside of this function, we want to say document.getElement by ID, same thing. So document.getElement by ID. We want to ask it for the status message dot text content, just like we did before, and we're going to display to the user that they are too slow and you lose. So if they take too long to press in a key, then they are going to be told that they're too slow and they lose. And one thing I'm really bad at in JavaScript is always adding these semicolons to show that the code is ended. I know that it's good practice, but it is something that I'm really bad at. So we add in our semicolons here to show, I guess there's one goes there too, that the code is ended right there. And we want to call a new function, and we're going to call the update counter function right here. So that way it will update if they get it right, and if not, it's going to tell them that they lose. And then lastly, we want to say document dot remove the event listener that we have set up. So this is going to be the specific key until it goes to reset the game. And this is going to be our function that we're going to be calling. So we'll say handle the key press. So this will be a new function that we're going to create here in just a second. So you've seen this before. This is a function. Remember, we could call this function like this, but if we do this, this is going to automatically execute even if the key is not yet pressed down. So we talked about that in the previous lesson. So I think that will cover resetting the timeout. Now let's go ahead and create this handle key press function. And so we can just say function, and we can put in our handle key press. We're going to pass through an event. Now I can't remember if I talked about this earlier or not, but a lot of times you're going to see event. Sometimes you'll see EVT, EVNT, or you'll just see E. Typically in like database and backend coding, I don't like using E because that's going to be some way to console log or to log errors. So we're going to use event. So we're going to be passing through the event. And this is going to be our first if statement. So if the key is something that was pressed that is equal to the current key, then they're going to continue playing the game. So event.key equals the current key, then they get to keep playing. So if the card flashes an A, then they press an A, then the game's going to keep going. But remember, we need the counter to go up right here. So if they get the key right, we need to increase the count. So we would say correct count plus plus. So we're going to add one, or you could say current count equals correct count plus equals 1. I think that's the Python way to write that. I think that'll work in JavaScript. Or you could just do the plus plus, because that is probably how you're going to see it in the future. That goes spaced over 1. And then we want to say document.getElement by ID. And if you're paying attention, you've noticed that I forgot to put my semicolon up above right here. I'm telling you, I'm really bad at that. I haven't found it to affect my code, but I'm sure at some point it probably has, and I just didn't know it. So we're going to get the element by ID. We want to update the status message. So status message, which is going to be over here. I am pretty certain that I'm going to have some typos. So this is the status message that if we wanted to paste that in there, we know we'll get it right. So that is the status message we want to update. And as we've seen before, we're just going to update the text content. And what do we want it to say? Correct wait for the next key. So that's going to tell us that the next key is being updated. So the next thing we need to do is call our update counter function. So if they get it right and the correct count is added 1 up here, then it's going to update the counter right here. It's going to grab the score and it's going to display the new score up here, so that way they know what number they are on. So we're going to update the current counter. Lastly, inside this if statement, we need to set the timeout to 1 second, so then it'll automatically refresh every second that they get it right. So show the random key, and we're going to add in our 1 second right here. So I believe that is right. We're going to find out when we run this code at the end how many bugs we have, and then we'll have to work on debugging our code. So now we need an else statement. So basically, if they didn't get the key right, what do we want to do? We are going to tell them that they got the wrong key and it's over. So we're going to do the document.getElementID. You're going to see that this is becoming really cumbersome, but really we need to grab the ID over here. So we can, I guess, just copy this. Again, we need to keep on updating the status message on the browser. So if they get it wrong, then the message tells them that they lost. So we can call this, add in the quotes, add in our status message that we want to update. We could say the text content equals, and over here we're just going to say wrong key, you lose. Pretty simple. We've seen that before at this point. And now we're going to call the update counter. It's going to tell them their final score. And then we want to remove the event listener like we did right here to say that we need to stop the program from running. And we are getting this error because in our if statement we needed to open a set of curly braces, and we need to move a closing set down here because our else statement goes inside of that. So good for you if you were able to catch that. And technically, to make this code look proper, we would want this all in a line like that. So that is going to be our else if statement, and we're going to be ready to add, I think this is it. We're going to add just our event listener. So when the index page, our document type, whenever our page gets loaded, we want to go ahead and call our first set of functions. So we can just add an event listener, and when it's ever the DOM or the document is loaded, then we want to call the function. So we can say document dot add event listener, and our event listener is just going to be when the page loads, and that is called DOM content loaded. And inside of that parentheses, we're going to call the function. So as we've seen before, we could just call this function whatever we want and call it. So we could say like just any function and then call this function, and then we would come over here and open up some curly braces, or we could do an arrow function like we've seen previously. So just so you know how arrow functions work, let me delete that, call our arrow function with parentheses, and we say equal and caret. And so this is basically an arrow function, the same thing. You should be able to understand what I'm talking about at this point in the JavaScript. Like this is where we would call our function like we did right here. This is calling a function. Or if we're going to call the function immediately, we can just do this anonymous function right here with the arrow over. So use an anonymous function with the arrow function. So that should not be troubling to you. So now we're going to say the document.addEventListener, which is going to be our actual key that we press. So document.addEventListener, and it's going to be listening for the key that we press down, and we've used the key down previously, so that shouldn't be anything new to you. And then we want to handle the key press, and we're going to come down and we're going to call our random key function, so that way it will run. And then we also want to update our counter, so it'll display 0 when the page is loaded. Okay, so that should be the end of the code. So we should be able to come over to our page and refresh. We have an F, we have a D, I apparently went too slow or I hit the wrong button. We have it tell us we got a score of 1. We're too slow. I'm not sure why our CSS has this rendering over here. Something I would need to debug. So A, F, see if we can get a couple more. A, and I boogered up and it says we lost. So I got a score of 4 that time. All right, one of the things that needs to be fixed in our code is our score counter over here. So I was just looking at this. We have our correct counter is being updated, and if we go over to our index.html, we have our correct counter, so that is spelled right. And then if we come over to our CSS, you can see we have this spelled different, and if we save this now and we come back and refresh our page, we now have our score counter over here, and that was too slow, so it says I lose, but now it is back over here in the center. So when we are creating our websites or writing our functions, we always got to make sure we're consistent with our spelling, and if you have an error, that's usually where I check first. So now you understand pretty much, I think, all we need to cover for the basics. At this point, if there's something you wanted to do in a website, you'd be able to figure out how to Google around or even ask some kind of AI how to do a very specific function. You should be able to read the code and understand what is happening. So now we're going to go to some back-end code and setting up a database and actually writing some server-side code with Node.js.
Okay, if you've reached this portion of the course, I'm going to go ahead and switch from writing this on a Mac. And if you're using a Mac or Windows, I'm actually going to go ahead and encourage you to strongly install Kali Linux. That's what I'm going to be using. Or if you want, you can install some kind of Debian or Linux-based virtual machine, because it is just going to make things a lot easier. As I install packages and programs, you're going to be able to just open up the command line and you're going to be able to type in the exact same commands in order to install packages. It's just going to go a lot easier for you. So there are a lot of videos here on YouTube. I even have some as well on explaining how to install VMware, VirtualBox, or Parallels. Now, if you are on a new Mac, so basically if you're on a Mac that's newer than 2020 or you're running the Apple Silicon Valley chip, you will need to install Parallels for the easiest, seamless transition to install Kali Linux. Once you install Parallels, all you have to do is say, I want to install Kali Linux inside of the graphical user interface, and it's extremely easy to install Kali Linux and then go ahead and open up a virtual machine. If you are on Windows or on something that is using x86 architecture, then I recommend VMware. It does cost money, so does Parallels, but they will just make the process a lot easier. If you're wanting to use something free, you can use VirtualBox and install Kali Linux. Now, I have videos here on YouTube on how to install VMware, VirtualBox, as well as Parallels for Windows and Mac. But if you would like, you can just go ahead and open up YouTube and look for whichever one it is you're wanting to use. If you're wanting to use something free, go ahead and use VirtualBox. If you're wanting something paid and you're using Mac, go ahead and use Parallels or Virtual Machine, and then install whichever one you want to use, and then install Kali Linux. There are a lot of how-tos on how to do this, so I'm not going to remake it because I already have in the past, and I don't think it's necessary to add it to this course. Now, once you have done that, go ahead and open up Kali Linux, and we're going to go ahead and start programming in Linux. And sometimes on older projects in this video, I will be using Mac, but all of the commands that I'm going to be typing in will be the exact same. And if there is something different, I will go ahead and note it in the video, so you will just be able to use Linux and it will be super easy for you. The reason I'm telling you to use Linux in this video is because most of you probably want to work in cybersecurity and you already have Linux installed. So this is something that I don't think is going to be a big problem for most of you. So let's go ahead and jump back to the programming.
Give me a second to compress all of the files and move them over here. I did end up just moving over the main files that we needed and reinstalling Express and Node and NPM and all of that in order to get this to work. But we have our application up, so we have our index.html, we have our server code, which is the same stuff I just showed you how to update with our public file, and our pictures, our JavaScript, our styles. So I moved all that over to this Kali Linux machine. And if we come over to our local host, so our web browser is pretending like it's reaching out to a server that's running, but the server is running on our own computer, which is why we're running it on localhost. And if we refresh the page, I accidentally resized the page, which means I'm gonna have to restart the machine. But anyway, I'll just show you this real quick. If we refresh it and we start it again, our server is working, our game is working, everything is working here for us. It's keeping score, and the JavaScript is in fact working.
So it tells us up here, you can see, sorry, I was too slow and I lost. So now we're going to go ahead and create a new program, a new website, and we are going to be setting up a database. Now that we've got the basics of how servers work, we're going to create multiple pages and an API. So there's a lot left to learn, and then we're going to learn how to secure it and how the vulnerabilities usually show up out in the wild. All right, let's go ahead and talk about setting up some folders, because as we start dealing with the back end of creating our server, we need to be able to serve up our static files. So we also need to have some folders set up. So the first thing we can do, our first folder, we can just make it a public folder, which is going to be really common to see with Node programming or Node.js. And I accidentally made a file, so we'll move that to trash. We'll go new folder, public, make sure we have it spelled right, and then inside of the public folder is going to be every static file. So we're going to just put in our images right here. So move, don't ask me again, all the images, and then our style sheet needs to go in there. And then we're going to be installing Homebrew if you're on Mac, and if you're on Windows, I'm going to go ahead and link another video down in the description for how to install npm and nodemon so that we can run our server. So basically, if you're on Windows and you've gone ahead and watched the video that I have linked down in the description, all the terminal commands that we're going to be putting in over here inside of our terminal are going to be the exact same for setting up our database and whatnot. So go ahead, watch that video down below. It's going to show you how to install MySQL and also npm, and then after that your terminal will look different, but all the commands will be the exact same whether you're on Windows, Mac, or Linux. So go ahead and click the video down below if you're on Windows, and if you're on Mac, we'll just continue with installing Homebrew. So your desktop and your Kali Linux might look a little different. This virtual machine is from 2022, and I know they update them pretty regularly. But we're going to come up here and we're going to open up a terminal, and inside of here, let me make it a little bigger. If you need to download VS Code, you can just type in code, and it'll say that it needs to download, or it's going to automatically open for you. So if it doesn't automatically open for you, you can just type in sudo apt install code, and that's going to get you a version of VS Code, and you don't got to go download anything. It'll just pop up right there. The other thing you can do is you can click on the desktop, you can type in code, and you have this little VS Code editor right here. Let me make everything a little bit bigger. We're going to, actually, I think we could just use this file inside of SSRF. I guess I'm just going to use this folder. I might rename it to whatever it is that we're working on, but since we already have an index.js and a server.js, I'm going to go ahead and I guess just make some boilerplate code here and just say site is working, and let's go ahead and set up our first server. So I guess the first thing we can do in setting up this server is I'm going to show you the basics, and then I want you to set up your own server with the Bop It game that we previously made. Remember, we made that public folder and we had to set all that up. So with that folder, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to give you the challenge after I show you how to set up a server to set that up yourself and see if you can get it figured out. And if not, of course, we will work through that together as soon as we get this done. So let's go ahead and save this and set up our server. So whenever you're creating a Node.js server, they're all pretty much done the same, and they're going to start out with what I would think is boilerplate code. So you could actually probably just save this in a file somewhere and use it as your boilerplate code, because it's going to almost always have exactly what we're about to type out. So we're going to start out with const, and this is the same way you'd set a variable, only a lot of times when you're setting variables inside of Node.js, you're going to see const because it's going to be unchangeable. So a variable changes, a constant does not change. So we're going to want to use express equals require express, and then we want to go const app equals express. So we want to call the express method. So we're importing express and we're using express inside of app. The reason you're going to see this is because we're telling the app to use something, the app to get something, and the app to listen. So we're going to be using express, and we're going to be storing it inside of the variable app. And then we can make a constant for the port. Sometimes I'll make a constant for the port, sometimes I don't. usually you will see a constant for the port out in the wild. So we'll go ahead and make one here so that way we can have the port. It's basically just going to tell us that the app is listening on a specific port, and I'll show you where you could change that in just a second. And then remember, we had our public folder, so if we have our public folder over here running, if we want to serve up our public files like our images or our CSS and JavaScript, you're going to want to say app.use express.static. This is going to be our static folder, so our application knows where to find all of our static files. And then it's our public folder, which you have already created in the previous video. And then now we want to actually tell it what to render on our page. So if we go to our web page, what do we want to see? We want to be able to see our home page, which is going to be our index.html right here. So we need to tell the app on the as soon as it loads that we want to see the home page inside the root directory. So we're going to say app.get, and we want it to go to the root directory, and we want it to request, and we're going to use the rec and res, which is just the request and the response. So the request made by the browser and the response that our server is going to give. You're going to see this arrow function inside of Node.js right here. You're going to see this all the time in Node.js. You really, anytime you make a route, which is what we're doing right here, you're going to see this arrow function. So it's just something you're going to need to get used to seeing. And then what do we want to respond with our server? We're going to say res.send file, and we're going to add a double underscore, and we're going to give it the dir name, which is the directory name that we're currently in, with the index.html. So it's the dir name plus index.html. So to walk through this slowly, this is our app right here, our server that is using Express. It's going to get the root file, and it's going to look for the request. The thing is, there's not a request because this is going to be our home page, and it's going to send a response, and the response that it's going to send, so the response, we're going to send a file. What file do we want to send? We're going to look in our directory, and then we're going to find index.html, and we're going to send index.html. Now the final step to get our server to run is we would say app.listen, and we're going to say port. So we're grabbing this port up here, and right here you would just say 3000 if you didn't make this variable up here. And we're going to again make an arrow function, and we can just console log, which is pretty normal. Something like the server is running on port, and then you would do the same thing we've done previously in our JavaScript, and you can just add in the port. Now we can save this. We need to open up a terminal so we can see what is going on. I'm going to scoot this over, and I don't actually know if I have NodeMon on here. I do not. Do I have npm? I do not. So I'm going to go ahead and I guess install all of the packages that we need. We walked through this in the previous video, but you're going to get to see me go through this again. So what we would first do is, I don't think I have brew. I actually don't think I need brew. So we could just say sudo apt install npm, because on Linux we don't need brew, and if you're on Windows you don't need to. If you have Linux and you're running even on Windows, you would need that. And the problem, a lot of these errors I'm getting, is probably because I need to sudo apt update, so that way we can grab all of the new packages. Now let's try and install npm again, and hopefully this time we don't get all of those error pages. And it seems to be working this time. So now that we have npm, and once this gets done running, we're going to go ahead and install Express with npm, and then I'm going to install NodeMon. So now we can say npm install Express, or I guess that's right. I wasn't sure if I needed to use install or something else. Now we're going to say npm install, and we're going to use a -g because we want this to be global, and no matter what app we're in, we want to be able to use NodeMon. So NodeMon, it restarts your server automatically, and
I really like using it, and I'm kind of bummed out that didn't just work on our first try. And it says right here, if you believe this might be a permissions issue, double check and run it again. So I just added sudo to get it to download nodemon. So now we should have nodemon right here. So we'd say nodemon, and I believe the way we run this is we just say nodemon start our server.js. So we can run that. It says our port is running on 3000, or our app is running on port 3000. So now we can just go to localhost 3000, and it says our site is working right here. So now that you have the boilerplate and you've installed the packages on your Kali Linux machine, go ahead and try to get this to work with your public files over here that we previously made. Everything should work for you, but you can go ahead and open up your folder with all of your files for the Bop It game and see if you can get it to work. I'm going to move them over to this Kali Linux machine and then give them a try. We're back at our Kali Linux desktop. I think right now what would be helpful for you is to create a new folder, and we'll just call this my site, and we can go ahead and create it. I actually have it created down here as resume site because this is going to be our vulnerable portfolio website. So I just created a folder just to show you how we can open this in VS Code, which you should know by now. If we just type in code, we can go to file, and we want to open the folder, and we're going to open my site, which is the one we just created. It's going to have no folders in here, and we're going to need to create a public folder. We'll need to create one. I think for this project we're going to use one called views. That's pretty common in like React, but we're going to be making this with Node.js without React. And then we'll just install all of our packages right here. So you can open up your terminal and you can type in npm install express, npm init. So npm install express, and then we want to also type in npm, I think it's init-y, and it should be set up now. So now we have our package.json and our node modules, and you can go ahead and create inside of our views. This is where we're going to create our index.html and those sort of files. We're also going to be needing some images for this project. So if I open up my resume site and I go to my public, you're going to see that I have some different images. You'll need like an image of yourself and then just some images for an about, an experience. These are just images. I don't even know what they're going to be used for, but we're going to be creating a website that looks like this. I'll go ahead and pop this open so you can see what it looks like. So if I go to open folder and I open the resume site, and then I kick this off with my node server like you have seen previously. Say nodemon starter server.js. We go to Firefox and we say localhost 3000. We're going to be creating a website that looks like this. It's going to have, these are what our images are going to be used for. So we'll have a name. We're going to try to make it look kind of nice. We'll have this set up so if we click here, it'll take us to apparently Google. I thought it would take us to our GitHub, but we'll have a SQL injection page where we can create an account. I believe this one's secure, this one's vulnerable. We're going to be creating more tabs than just these right here. We're going to make an SSRF, a cross-site scripting, and other pages like that. But for now, we're going to be creating this page. I actually created this before I decided to have everybody go ahead and create a Linux virtual machine. So I'm actually going to create this on my Mac, but I think it will be helpful for you to create it on Linux. All of the commands that you're going to see me put in on my Mac will work in Linux. So if you're on Windows, make sure you have a Linux virtual machine or Ubuntu or whatever you want, so that way the commands work straight across for you. So let's go ahead and jump into this.
So we'll just say ls, and we're going to cd into the views, and then we're going to touch index.html, and this is going to be our HTML file inside of the views. So if we open this up, now we can type in HTML, and we have this boilerplate just like this, and this is how we're going to start out. So if this boilerplate doesn't work for you, you can come over here and click on the extensions right here, and you can type in HTML, and this should come up with HTML5 boilerplate right here, and you can install this. And a few other things you're going to want to install. One of those is ESBNP, and this is going to make it look pretty, so you can install that. And we're going to want digital, yeah, this right here, this digital brain stem, this EJS language support. We're going to be using Express.js in the future, so we'll go ahead and install that as well. And now this should work for you and give you a boilerplate. And for our CSS, I am going to have all of these linked for you. I'm not sure we're going to use all of them, but you're going to want to grab these and make sure you have the right ones, just in case you go to Bootstraps and you use something other than like this 4.0, because I think they're on like maybe 6.8 maybe by now. Your CSS will look different, but if you grab these right here out of the description or off of GitHub, then you'll be able to follow along and have the exact same style that we have right here. And I've also set this up. We're going to use our style sheet that is going to be inside of our CSS and then style.css. So this has the exact path to grab our style sheet. And now we are ready to go out to Bootstrap and start looking for our navbar. So here we are at Bootstrap, and the way I got here is you can just copy this right here, because this is the version we're going to be using in this video of Bootstraps for our styling. And you can just Google that. You can just paste it right into Google and click the top one, and it's going to have all of the exact same CSS that I'm going to be using in this video. So the first thing we want to do is we want to come out here and grab a navbar. So we can go to, I think it's going to be in components, and we have a navbar right here. And we can just scroll down until we see one that we like, or we can see one that we maybe like and then just modify it. So we could actually start with something really basic, just like this, and then move all of our fields over to the right. I don't like how these colors fade as they go over, but we might just go ahead and grab one. Actually, I like this black one right here. Let's see if we can find it. So it says the CSS is going to be at nav bar dark. So we'll just grab one of these. We'll just grab this top one up here that we saw earlier, and we'll just delete stuff out of it. So we'll just go from this nav tag all the way up to this other nav tag, the open nav tag, and we can come inside of our body and we can paste it. Now, if we want to see what this looks like, we'll have to save it. We can make this small. We'll go into our public. Actually, it was inside of our views, and we'll open up this index.html, and now we have this nav bar right here, but we want to make it look a little better. So we want to delete the search off of it because we don't need the search feature. So we can see if we can find that search. We want to delete the drop down, not the search. We grabbed the one with the drop down menu right here. So we can delete that, save it, come over here, refresh, and that is gone. I also want to move these over here, and we're going to change the navbar to our name. So we can go navbar. Instead, we can say Ryan John, save, home. We'll change all that as we're going. We're not going to use features or pricing, but for now, let's just make it look nice. We don't like this navbar light. What we liked was the navbar dark, and we wanted this to be dark as well. And I personally like when the navbar is fixed at the top. And what this will do is when we scroll up and down, the navbar will scroll with our bar. If we don't have this fixed at the top, it won't scroll with us. And then we want the navbar to the left. So we'll go ahead and save that. And I got all of those settings from right down here, where we changed the bright to, we changed it to dark, basically right here. I copied this right here minus the search, and I want all of these to the left. So if we save this, come back over here and refresh it, our navbar is now dark. We're going to change the settings for these to be to the left, down inside of the actual span for those right here. So we're going to want this to be responsive. So we're going to tell it we want it to be flex-d, and I'll show you what I mean by responsive. If you come in here like this, it's going to come to a drop down, or it will smash together to be pretty. So we want it to be flex. I like to put everything inside of the flex containers. We want to also move it. So we're going to say flex row reverse, and that needs to have a dash like this. And we want the nav to the right instead of the left. So if we save that and refresh, now we have these buttons over here. We might move the padding later. That's pretty far over there. But for now, we're just going to leave that. And then we'll want something like an about. We will want something like projects. And we'll want experience like that. So I spelled that wrong. So now we have some better naming for our divs that we're going to be creating, or our spans or containers or whatever you'd like to call them. So I think our nav bar looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and start our first div. We want to go outside of the nav bar, and we're going to create a section just like this. We'll close it off and it should close it for us. And now we want to create a div, which is going to be like a container. If you're not familiar with divs or these containers, you can go back and watch my JavaScript videos and you'll understand what all of this means. And from our CSS that I told you to grab off of my GitHub page, this is where I'm going to be using a lot of the custom CSS for this project. And I encourage you to grab this style.css if you want to follow along, because it will make this a lot easier for you, because I've already set up the padding and everything so it looks nice. And we're going to want to create a class, and now we're going to set up our class for this section. And I think all the classes are probably going to be the same, and we're just going to call this a container, and that's going to set up for us the padding and the spacing that we're going to use for each section of our website. So now inside here, we're going to say class equals block, and this is going to give us this cube looking shape right here for us. So we're going to say we want a block setting, and we're also going to have to put this inside of some quotes. One thing I like about VS Code is it lets you do that, and PyCharm doesn't. But some of the things I like about PyCharm is you can actually hit tab and go outside of these little quotes right here. So we have this div class set up. Now we're going to start putting in our first image. And if you're familiar with cross-site scripting, you're going to see the on-image error cross-site scripting, but we're not going to be doing cross-site scripting. We're actually making this work. So we're going to say we want this to have a rounded edge. We want the MX auto, and we want the D block and image. So this right here is coming from the styles.css that we made right there and right here, and this is going to come from Bootstrap. That is where this CSS is coming from. And then we're going to give this image an image source, which is going to come from right over here. I'm going to use my photo, so we can give this a source equals my.photo.png. So now it will grab this photo right here and display it. And if it fails, we're going to say equals photo. And so if it fails, just these words right here, photo, will pop up. So we can close this off over to the portfolio we're building, and we have an error somewhere in our code. Did we save it? We did. Inside of our photo, we didn't give it the proper path, and you should be familiar with this by now. In the world of hacking, we need to go back one file, because we're inside index.html. We want to go inside public, and we want to go and grab this photo right here. And now if we refresh this, we have our photo, and we're going to have to adjust our padding just a bit. So before we adjust this padding right here and add some custom style in, we'll just finish out this section, and we'll say we're going to need a new div, and we'll give it a class. And I'm going to be using another class from over here, where we're going to grab, it's called, I think I named it this p-text right here. It's going to give it a good color. It's going to give it the right size. It's going to move it to the center. So we're going to use that right there. We'll give it a p-text class. And I'm not very good at naming classes, just like I'm not very good at naming variables, which you're going to see when we get to the JavaScript section of this portfolio build. So we're going to add in a span, and inside the span, we're going to give our name, Ryan John, just like this. And this is going to be some bad HTML, because you're not supposed to use these breaks. You're always supposed to use styling. But in this case, I think this is going to
work pretty well. So we can refresh this. We now have Ryan down there. We'll come down here and we'll add in another span. And inside this one, we're going to say class equals text, and we want to justify. We're going to set it to the center, and this is coming from Bootstraps. And we're going to put in here about us. We are programmers and we are ethical hackers, like this. Save this. We're going to have to figure out why this is open. It's because we don't have this div closed off right here. So we can copy this, close off that div, grab that, and move it down here. So now if we save that and come back over here, we now have programmers and ethical hackers. Okay, so I had to come up here and adjust this file. My CSS wasn't leading to the right place. So I went ahead, and you should be familiar with this. We had to go back one directory and then go into publics, then into CSS, and then into styles. So if we save this, now we have something that looks about like this, and it's starting to shape together. So we have our first section, and now we're going to work on our second section. And then I'm going to have a third section, but I want to challenge you to try and build it yourself. So we'll have a third section and a fourth section and a fifth section. Boy, I didn't remember writing all those. We'll just do this section right here, and then I'm going to encourage you to make your own right here, and you can use the CSS that I've already made, or you can continue using Bootstraps, and then we're going to make the footer together. But I want to make just these two sections, and then I want to challenge you to create these on your own. So that way you have your own custom portfolio that you can put forward as your own resume with your own code, not something you just copied off of YouTube, and you're able to claim it as your own. And maybe you can change these colors inside of the CSS. Maybe you don't like the colors that I use, like this background color right here. Maybe you decide you want, I don't know, purple. And we save this, and you come back over here and you want to refresh your page and you like this purple better. You can use whatever you want to customize it. So let's go ahead and make the second section and then the footer, and I want to challenge you to complete your portfolio all on your own. So what I think we'll do is we'll just come down here and we'll just say we want to create a new section, and let's call this section projects and experience. So we'll just come down here and we'll say projects. Actually, we'll save experience for later. And in order to comment this out on a Mac, it's command and then the backslash, and it will automatically comment. So we'll make a comment here saying that this section we're about to create is going to be projects. So the same thing's going to happen. We're going to need to write some CSS. So we're going to say class equals, and then the same thing as we did before. We're going to have it equal that container. We're going to add in a div. We'll hit enter, and we're going to add in some new classes, different than we did before. We're going to say we need a row, which you're grabbing from your custom CSS, and then we're going to put some padding on the top, which also is from our custom CSS. And then actually the centering, we're going to pull from Bootstrap. So we're going to say we want it to flex, say for a mobile phone or a different size computer screen, we want it to be flexible. And we want to justify all the content to the center. So justify content between, and then we want this inside of a block number 2, which is from our custom CSS. So then we're going to create another div like this. And if you've ever done HTML before, then you know divs, you end up typing div an astronomical amount of times in order to get something to look the way you want and to make it look nice. So with this div, we're going to style it later, but for now we want to add in another image, and you can put in here whatever image you want, but I'm going to put in my image. Let's see what images we got over here. Equals, and we want price.jpg, and we're going to have to give it the full path. So we're going to go public and price.jpg, and we're going to need an alt. And you'll want to put in an alt that is just a good practice, just to remember to put in an alt, and we'll just call it photo. So we can save this after we close it off. And if we come back over here and refresh it, that is a gigantic photo, and we're going to need to style it. So we can say we want to put in a class equals, and I'm sorry for my terrible CSS naming. If we come over here, we should have some image. Let's hit find. We'll have some image styling. So we'll have some padding, and then we're going to change the div so that way our image is not quite so big. So we can put in this image right here, which I totally don't know why there's a P in it. So we'll save this. And it was IMPG, which is a weird name for that. And we're going to want to make that photo a whole lot smaller. So we're going to add in some style into this div. So we'll call this column large 4, and we want to center it. So I believe this with the bootstraps should change for us our image styling. Okay, since that isn't changing it, what we'll do is we'll just manually come in here and we'll just say width equals, and we're going to give it a width of 200 pixels, and we'll just give it a height of 200 pixels, and we will force it to change. So now if we come over here and refresh it, that looks a lot better. We want this picture to be round like this. Looks ugly as a square. I think you can leave it as a square if you choose. And so we'll just come into our image and we're going to tell it we want it to be, actually just delete this, and we'll just say we want it to be a rounded dash circle. If we save that, that did not make it a rounded circle, and I had a typo, so now our circle is rounded. And we want to move this to the left, so we can come back up to this div, and instead of having it at the center, we're going to give it some padding, and then we're going to say left. Does that send it the right direction? It did not. And I had another typo, but I got it fixed. So we save this right here and we come over and refresh, and it now has moved our circle to the left. And we want to put some words under here. So we can say that this specific area is going to show off our programming skills. So we'll just add a small heading tag and we'll give it an H2, and we'll say that we're going to show off our projects right here, and you'll put whatever projects you want in the description of this. And we're going to say that this is going to have a class equals, and this is where we're going to put our IMPG styling. And underneath here, we are going to put in our description of what we have. So what we'll do is we can actually just come to Google and we can type in lorem ipsum generator. So we can come over here and say we want this generator. We'll use the second one because the first one didn't work for me. And you can just grab some of this lorem ipsum to put in here as a placeholder. So we can copy this, and inside the paragraph tag, we can paste that in, save it, come back over to our portfolio, refresh it, and see what it looks like. That might be a little bit much, and you can change it if you want, but I'm just going to leave it for now. So if you had some projects that lead to a GitHub page, you'd want to put a button inside of this div right here, so the way it would go right underneath the text. But we're not going to put a button in on this one. We'll do that on the next container that we set up. We'll put that in the middle section that we're going to do right here. We'll put this button in. So we're not going to worry about it for this one, but you can have buttons underneath of each one of those sections. So we're going to do this exact same thing, and I'm going to go ahead and type it all out, and then I'm going to show you the differences between the CSS, because basically everything else is going to be pretty much the same other than the button, and we'll add that button in. I'm going to go ahead and finish out these 3 columns, and then we'll go over it. Okay, so really all that we changed in this one, instead of justifying the content inside the div to the left, we're going to just leave this one in the center, and we're going to move this one to the right. I changed the image names, and pretty much everything else is the exact same thing, and that is going to give you this look right here. And with this look, we want to add in a button now. So we're going to add in an anchor tag just like this. And inside of this anchor tag, we would put like our GitHub page. So it would just say like, we'll just put GitHub, and that will give the button appearance. we have right here. Now we want to make this actually look like a button. So what we're going to do is come over here and we're going to add in a class. And if you're curious on how to make buttons and get something to look like this, you can just go to Bootstrap and literally copy whatever button you think looks nice, and it will pop up for you. You just have to copy and paste it in here. So we have this button class right here. We refresh it. Now it has that button appearance, and the CSS from Bootstraps is going to make it so that it has the color change effect when your mouse goes over it, which is really nice. We don't have to worry about making that CSS. We want the href to be just a pound for now, which should take you back to the top of the page when you click on it. So if we refresh and we click on it, it's going to take us to the top. If we wanted to put in our GitHub page, all you would do is just type in something like google.com/your GitHub page right here. But just to give you an idea of what it does, if we save this and now we click that button after we refresh, it will take us to GitHub right here, but it's giving the full path to our project. Okay, apparently it didn't like just google.com or www.google.com. We actually have to have the HTTP or the HTTPS. And if we come over here now and refresh it and hit our button, it will take us to google.com. Only instead of google.com right here, we would have in our GitHub page. So that is how we add in a button. Literally everything else that we added in here is the exact same as what we have right there. So you can go ahead and type this out, and then we're going to work on our footer. And then I want to set you loose to try and create the rest of your project on your own and maybe customize it. And I'm going to have pushed all of this code to GitHub just in case you run into any style problems or you have any questions. You can refer to that GitHub page to see what exactly I did in order to overcome any problems that you may have. Okay, so as we add in our footer, we're going to put it in underneath of this body tag, and we're just going to grab something straight off of Bootstraps right here. So what we can do is you can look for footers over here, or you can just come up to search docs and type in footer, and it should take us to some kind of footers. These are sticky footers, so they're going to show up as you scroll, but that's okay. And we can just grab any footer that we want. I want one that is a little more done than that. So we can come up here and go to footer, see what does this footer look like. That is a gigantic footer. Let's grab the one off of this little cover website right here. So what we want is just this footer right here. So we can just view page source and scroll down and just grab this footer. Because it's off of Bootstraps version 5, it should work for us right away. Just copy paste straight into our program, and we can save it, come over to our portfolio, refresh, and we have a footer. It's kind of a big chunk right here. Not sure I like that, but we'll leave it for now. So instead of having it say cover template, we're just gonna have it start with the date that we started programming. So whenever you started programming, you can just put in the date right here. So 2000. So 2000 right here, and it's going to have the href of Bootstraps, which would be, what are we clicking on right here? We can just get rid of this href because we're not going to have any kind of button, or maybe you will and you can add in your own button. And instead of Bootstrap, we will just put in our name. So we can say PhD, and then we'll say sec, just like this. And now if we come over here and refresh, we can see we have this name and date right here. I want a space over there, so that way I have a space. Looks a little better. And we can put by, and we can have our name over here. And now we have this right here, but this date right here needs to be responsive. So we can add in a little bit of JavaScript to make this automatically update. And it's really simple. The way I grab the JavaScript for a date that is continuing on, I literally just go to Google and I just paste in JavaScript website update, and then we'll just type in code like this. And we should be able to find something on, like, let's say Stack Overflow, and somebody will have a change the date format for us. And you can literally just grab one that has like this little check mark and paste it in over here, and it will automatically update for you. So I ended up finding this one right here on Google, and I'll just put it in the description, or you can go to my GitHub and copy that if you want, and we'll just delete this. And so I have in here a date, a full year, and a little bit of JavaScript of what we want it to do. Our name, we'll put phdsec.com, Ryan John. And if we save this and we come over and refresh our portfolio, we now have something that looks nice and pretty just like this. And so I'm going to leave this right here for you so that the way this video doesn't get too long. I want you to go ahead and complete your portfolio page and just continue making it completely static. You can add in more sections and divs, and it's going to be pretty similar to everything we've done up here. And remember, I will have the complete code if you want to see what it looks like when it is done like this, and you can modify it and change it however you want. And in fact, I encourage you to do that, because then it will be completely your own. And so if you have any questions, you can let me know down in the comments below, or you can go and check out what I have on GitHub, and that should be able to help you figure out what you're doing. Okay, so if you followed along with the last video, then this is where we have left off. We built a little nav bar, and we added in this little GitHub button, and we added in a footer right here, just like this. So this is where we are, and maybe you've gone ahead and continued working on yours. And if you remember, the way we open this up is we open up our folder over here that we have saved, and we open up our index.html, which we saved inside here, and that will open up our web page for us so we can see what it looks like. And we'll have this path right here as our URL that brings us to our index.html. But now we're going to work on setting up the server, and it's going to send this file to our browser. So let's go ahead and come back over to our text editor. Then we'll come back over to our project over here, and we need to create a few more files, and then we'll go ahead and set up our server. So the first thing we can do is we can just come over here. Actually, we'll do this from the terminal. We'll just go ahead and tell it we want to touch, and we want to create a server.js. And we also will want to cd into the views, and we want to create a sql.html. That's going to be our HTML site. And then actually we can come back, and over here we can create a db.js, and this should give us these files over here. And now that you've installed Node.js, we can come over here and say npm, and we've installed npm in the last video. We'll say npm, if I can type, install express, just like this. And this will give us another package.json over here. And this one's going to be really quite gigantic, but it's going to have for us the express packages that we need in order to create our server. So now that we have express installed, we'll also need to install MySQL, and then we'll go ahead and create our server. So you can type in npm install, and we're going to use MySQL 2. And we'll just hit enter, and that should go ahead and install. I actually already have it installed. Okay, apparently I'm going to go ahead and install it a second time. So now we can come over to our server.js, and we're just going to do something really simple. Like we're going to say const express equals require, and I actually believe this way is deprecated, but this is how I learned, and this is how I'm going to write the code. Express, and then we want to set a variable for express, so we'll just say const app equals express, and then we're going to call express, and we can call a port, so we can say const port equals, and you can put in 9001 if you like IPsec, or you can just add in the typical 3000 that you'll see a lot of programmers use when they're setting up their ports. And now we want to send something. This is actually going to make our server do something. And so just to be clear, these const right here, if you've watched my JavaScript video, you'll see me use var a lot, just like this. And const is really going to do the same thing, only var can be changed within functions and const cannot. And other programming videos that you watch on the internet, you might see let, which is going to be the same as var. But for now, we're just going to use const, and you'll probably see me use var, especially when we're working with the API, just because it is an old habit and that's how I learned. So I use var quite a bit, but for now we're just going to use const, just so you know what this is and what's going on. So we're just saying every time we call express, it's going to do this. Every time we use the word port, it's going to know that we're using 3000. So now let's make our server actually do something, and we can say app,
which if you remember, this is going to be Express. It's going to be handling our JavaScript, which is what Node.js is. It's just a server-side JavaScript. So we're going to say app.get, and then we want it to get this root folder right here. This is going to be our root right here. And so now that it's starting at our root, what do we want it to do? We want to request. So you're going to see request and response, just like this, only with a lowercase r, response, just like this. But I like to use request, rec, and res, and this is going to be really typical. Anytime you're looking at server-side Node.js, you're going to see rec and res, but just saying this is the request and this is the response. So now that we have this rec and res, what do we want to do with it? We're going to call another function, and we're going to tell it, we want it res.send, and we're going to tell it to send something to our browser. And we can say hello hackers, and we can close all of this off just like this. And I'm going to forget a lot of those semicolons, but it is common code to close all of this off. So now let's tell our server to turn on and to work and to make sure it's working. So we can just say app.listen, and we're going to have it listen on our const up here that we have, port 3000. At least that is what I'm using. And we're going to call a function, and inside here, we're going to tell it to console.log. And we want it to send a message that our server is working, just like this. And we need to call our function like this. So we can save that. And now if we come down to our terminal, we can say npm start, and we want to start our server.js. And it tells us that we have an error. It is because I spelled express wrong. So now let's give this another try. And it tells us our server is working. So now if we come back over to our web page, we should be able to come over here and type in localhost 3000, and it tells us hello hackers. So now we know our server is working, and it's actually sending our request to the browser. And before we go too far, I just want to show you that we can throw that in the trash, and we can type in nodemon start server.js. And nodemon is really nice because every time we want to restart our application, we can just hit command save. So if I didn't show you how to start nodemon in the last video, you can just open up a new terminal. You will type in npm install-g nodemon and hit enter, and that should install nodemon globally on your local machine. And you should be able to use nodemon just like this over here, so that way we can restart our server just by hitting command save. This is going to be really helpful when we are setting up our API and our database, because we are going to crash our server quite a lot. So I'll go ahead and trash that terminal. And if you're having trouble with nodemon, you can always use npm. You just have to restart it every single time that you crash your server. So instead of sending this hello hackers right here, this isn't really helpful for us. What we want to send is our index.html. So just like we do with our CSS, we come over here and we should be able to say /views, remembering that we're starting in our root directory. And now we can say index.html like this. And if we save this, we should be able to send this over. So we'll type in nodemon start server.js, and that should start for us. And now if we refresh this, it did not work for us. And that is because we need to tell it we want to send a file like this. And it is possible that we're going to have to add in the path just in case this doesn't work. And it says that's an error. So now we need to add in our path. I got a little bit ahead of myself. So we'll just say const path equals require, and we want to require path just like this. And we'll come back up under here and we'll just add in app.use express.static, and this is going to send our path for us every single time we need it to. So we'll say path.join, and we're going to say __ dir name and the static, just like this. And this is going to send from, we use this dir name right here because it's going to send everything that is relative to our project that we have saved right here, rather than every single thing on a system. Because when you host up websites and you're running a server, you're often running them on somebody else's server, and there's going to be a ton of files. And this dir name tells it we want to run it from our specific files that we upload. So this is going to be important to use, and we're just sending it all of our static files. And we're going to want to send it everything in our public folder. So we can actually just say app.use express.static, and then we're going to tell it to send the public, everything inside of our public file. So we'll say public, just like this. And I accidentally deleted one of our parentheses, so we'll go ahead and throw that in, and our semicolon, because that is good practice. So that should give us our static files. And in here, just to make sure that we send this the right way, we're actually going to add in the __ dir name and a comma, just like this, and that will send it from relative to our file. Instead of this comma, we actually need to add our file in like this and refresh, and now you should have something that looks like this. And the reason it looks like this is because our server is now sending this index.html right here, which causes us to have a problem with our CSS. Remember, we just told it to send all of our static files starting from the root directory. So in order to get our CSS and our images to pop up over here on our site, we're going to have to come over and move the relative path for all of these. So if we come over to our CSS, instead of sending this from our index.html, we had to go back one file to get back to public, and then into the CSS, and then the styles.css. But because we are sending everything static from our root path right here, what we need to do is just delete this public, because we're currently starting in everything that's included inside this resume file. So we can just delete, because we're sending the public folder. Now, if we save that and refresh, we get our color. I was confused there for a second. I forgot that we called our public folder over here, so we didn't need to try and go back into our public folder. And you're gonna have to do the exact same thing with every single one of these images in order to get the images to render. So we can come down to our images and we can just delete the public off of it. And if we save this and come over here and refresh it, we now have our images start popping up. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of these, and instead of making you watch me do this, you can go and do this on your own, and I'll see you once you finish doing this. I have finished deleting all of the publics off of here, and now we have the correct path to get to our source photos. And if we save it and you refresh it, we now have our page back, and it is being sent from our local host server. So now we have our server working, and it is sending our index.html along with our CSS and images properly. So we'll come back over to our server, and now we're going to create a login page, and then we'll set up our database. This login page is going to be very simple. We're not going to dress it up. We just want to link it to a database so that we can create some SQL injection on our server and our database. So we're just going to come underneath of this right here, and we're going to send another file. And just in case you didn't know, this right here is actually just calling a function. So we can delete this and add in a function over here. If you're not, just in case you're not used to seeing a function written like that, this is how you're going to see functions written in the wild. Just in case you come across it, there should be a space there. You'll see functions written like this. I like to write them like this because it's easier to understand what's going on, especially if you're new. So when you see this right here, just know this is the same thing as a function. So that was a little side note. We want to have our app send another file, and we're going to just copy all of this and paste. That is bad practice if you're a programmer, because if I had a bug in here and I copied and pasted, I now have the same bug 2 times.
but we do not, and I'm certain of it. So we're going to just delete this, and we're going to say we want to send our login page. So we'll just say login. Actually, just to make this a little more clear, we'll just call this our SQL.html, and we're going to make another static HTML file. So we can actually come back over here, split our terminal, we'll cd into views, and we're going to touch SQL.html. And we now have this file over here, and we can type in HTML, and we want this 5 boilerplate, just like we did before. We can delete this title because we don't want that, and we can save this. So now we have our HTML, and just in case we want to see if it works, you can add in an H1 if you want. I'm just going to type in it works because I don't actually care about the styling just yet, and this looks like it should work. So let's go over here and refresh, and we'll slash, we want to go into SQL.html, and it tells us that it can't get the file. Let's come back over here and see what the deal is. And it is because we want to send from here our views/sql.html. And now it works. And if we refresh this, we can see that it works. It's now sending our sql.html. And we're just going to make a really simple form. I want to keep this as basic as possible. So now that we see that our file's being sent, we're going to create a form and have it be sent to we'll have it be sent to the client side of our project. So just very basically, we're going to just type in form, and we're going to close this off, and we're going to tell it we want to have an action over here, and our action, you can call this whatever you want. We're actually just going to call it an API because that's kind of what it is. And so we're just going to say API, and we want a method of post. So we're sending a post request. Then we are going to we'll just leave this like it is for now. And we're going to call this, we'll say H1, and we'll call it, actually, I don't want to return that. I want that all in one line. We want to call this, let's say we're creating, and actually we'll just say create account, just like this. And so if we save this and we refresh, we have our create account. Now we want some input forms, so we can just say input, and inside here we'll just give it an ID, and we'll say ID1. I like to run everything with IDs, and this is you're gonna see what I'm talking about when we when we call the fetch API and we actually create our API. We'll come back and put IDs in there later. So I'm gonna delete this for now, but just know that we're gonna be adding in IDs later. So we're gonna say this is actually gonna be a type of text, and then we want to name it something. So this is going to have the name of user. So this is where our users will input a username when they create a user. So if we save this and come over, we'll now have a box over here, and this is going to be our user box. So now we can copy this, and we want to call this password. And if we save it, we'll now have a second one over here. And we want to create a button. So we can say button, and we're going to give it a type of submit. And this is going to also be important because we're going to use this later when we call our API. On submit, it's going to call the API and send this information over in the form of JSON to our server. So we can close this off, and we can just say submit like this, save it and refresh, and we now have our button. And I clicked it and it doesn't work because we don't have our server set up to receive any information yet. So one thing I want to add is I do not really like this in the far left side. So we'll just say we want to style equals, and we're going to say text align, and we want the text aligned in the center, just like this. So if we save this and refresh it, it's now in the middle, and I think that looks a lot better. I told you we weren't going to style it, so that's all the more styling that we'll do. And if you wanted to, you could actually just come over here. If you don't like the button right there, you can just add in a break and save this, and now our button is on a different line. But I don't like that because now I feel like I need to add padding because this is touching and I don't like that. So I'll just leave it off to the right. So if we refresh it, our button's over here. So we'll leave this create an account and we'll set up our database now. And then later I'll show you how to check to see once our create account is being sent to the database that it's all working. And then we'll come back and make a login function to check that the user is able to put information in, send it to the server. The server is going to check it against the database and then send back a logged in or a wrong password to the user. So it sounds like a lot, but it's really not all that complicated. So this is all saved. And the next thing I want to do, I think, is we will just send our information back to our server to make sure that it's all working. So now we're gonna set up our API and we're gonna be using Fetch API. And if you're unfamiliar with Fetch, you can just go out to Google and read about Fetch API. Fetch is really popular and so is Axios, but Axios is usually used with React and we're not using React, so we're gonna use Fetch. So the next thing we need to do is add in some JavaScript. And we're going to add in a const for our user. And in order to get something from our input right here, from our actual HTML, we're going to have to say document get, and then so the document is going to get something from the form that is being submitted. So we'll say get element by ID, and I told you earlier that I like to use ID. So we'll come up here and say ID equals, and we want our ID to equal 1. So now if we come over here and we say we want to grab this by the element ID 1, it's going to grab this right here. It's going to get whatever the input is, and then it is going to post it. So now that we have our user being grabbed by the ID right here, we're going to need to do the same exact thing for our password. So we can just add in an ID, and we're just going to call this ID2. We can save it. Copy this, we're going to add in this, we'll say password, and we want to grab element by ID number 2. And now we can add in our event listener. So when our submit button is clicked, we want it to do something. If you're familiar with cross-site scripting, and then you'll often see something like on error. Well, in this case, we're going to be doing like an on click or an on submit function, but we're going to add an event listener that is listening to this type right here. So we're just going to say form, which is going to grab the form that we've made, and we're going to say add event listener. And we want this to go on submit. So we'll say submit. And we want to call a function, and we're going to say function, and we're going to pass in a variable, and we're going to pass this over and say e.prevent default. And this is just going to, if there's some kind of error, it's going to prevent the Fetch API from running the default function, because we just want it to handle the information that we are putting in rather than the Fetch API using its own default methods. I forgot to add back in here our method. We need our method. And I had a typo here in a function I had to fix to get all of this to work. So now we have this right here, and this should have auto completed, but this function was spelled wrong, so that didn't work for us. So now we have this set up. We can actually do something with our data. So we could say console.log, and we can console log the data that is being passed in, and our API is going to pass it through in JSON. So the proper syntax for this is data like this. And now we're actually going to set up the actual API part of our project. So we'll hit enter, and we're actually going to call the Fetch API right here. And now we're going to pass over this API right here that we have called. And this needs to be inside quotes in order to have proper syntax. And we're going to open up a set of curly braces, and we want it to do something. So on this method, we want it to post some information, and we're going to send the information. And this needs to also be inside quotes, and the information we want to send is going to be done through JSON. So we're going to say body, and we're going to say JSON.stringify. And if you're not familiar with this, this is something you see a lot inside of JSON.
this is something that you see inside of JSON. This is how we're sending the data. So what do we want to send in JSON.stringify? This method right here, we want to send the actual data that we are pulling down that we console logged. So now it's going to send an ID, which is going to be blank, but when it registers in our database, it's going to register the IDs in the order that the users are created. It's going to send over the username, and it's going to send the password, and it's going to send it to our server inside of this JSON right here. So this is the data which is inside our form that is being sent over to our server. And at this point, we need to tell it that we want to do something else. So pretty simply, inside of Fetch API, once we grab this information and we've turned it into JSON, we then want it to do something. So we're going to tell it we want our response, and we're going to call the function of res.json, just like this. And then once it has the response of JSON, we want it to then do something with our data, and we want it to console log the data so that way we can actually see it when it gets sent. So we'll call this in our function, and we're going to say we want it to console log the data once again to make sure that it's being sent properly. And then if there is an error, we want it to do something. So if there's an error, we want it to console log that we have an error. So we'll tell it console log and error, just like this. So now that we have this all set up, we are ready to receive it over on our server. So this is what a simple Fetch API post looks like, and we're going to be sending it inside of JSON. If you have any questions about Fetch API, you can go read about it on Google. The documentation, I assure you, is boring, but you'll probably get a better understanding for how the Fetch API works. Okay, so I just noticed we have this error right here. This is not working for us, and there's actually a couple of errors that I am noticing. One, this needs to have a comma right here, and that will get rid of this. But I accidentally added these in a little bit too early. I closed this off. So we can actually just cut this because this all needs to be inside of one function. And now we can close off this original function right here. And that should work for us and get rid of our errors. So now let's jump over to our server over here. So let's receive the API post request and console log our information, and then we'll set up our database. So let's come right in here and we'll set up our post request. So we can say app.post. So instead of a GET request, we want a post, and we're going to be receiving it from the API, and we get that from right over here where we named our action. So right here we have the API. It's going to be sending right here API. So we can set this up, and we're going to tell it we want to call a function just like normal, and we want the request and we want the response, and we want to open up a set of curly braces right here, and we just want to console.log our information. We want to console log the request, and we want the body of the request to be console logged so that way we can actually see it. And when we see it, we're going to see it inside of the JSON. So after we get done typing in our console log, if we come back over here and refresh our login page and we send this over, we get this undefined right here. And that is because we need to install or call our body parser, and we need it to be able to pass in the JSON. So this actually, it took me a few minutes to figure out what was going on. I couldn't figure it out, and I just realized we forgot to call our body parser. So we can actually come up here and just say const, and we want to call body parser just like this equals, and we're going to say require, and we want it to require for us the body parser. So we'll say body equals parser, and this can be named whatever you want, remembering that it is a variable, but this has to be very specific, written this way. So what we want to do with this right here is we also want to make sure that what we're sending over from our URL is passed through properly through Express. So we want to come in here and say app.use, and we want to use Express like this, and we're going to say URL encoded, and we're going to tell it we want extended and false. And the reason this is got this error right here is because it needs to be inside curly braces. We'll go ahead and save this right here. And this is going to be used for creating a user. So we're going to use this right here for creating our user. Later, we're going to rewrite this when we actually are using it for our login function. But for now, we can leave this and we'll save it. And now if we come back over to our page and refresh and we add in a user, we'll send this and our page says that it is hanging. So we'll go ahead and cancel that. But over here, you can see that our information is now being passed through as JSON and we're not getting that error that we had when we didn't have our JSON being registered on our server. So now this is working and now we need to be able to do something with this information. So we're receiving a user and a password. Now we need to be able to save it, and here comes the time for us to set up our database.
Okay, so we're over here on our Kali Linux machine. I know most of the portfolio build I did on my Mac, but I moved everything over here to Linux, and just because I want everybody to be using Linux and not Windows and Mac, everything on the Mac programming is going to look the exact same as the Linux except the database setup. So I'm going to show you how to set up your database inside of your Linux virtual machine. So it's pretty simple. Just copy whatever I'm about to type out and it will really save you some time. So let's make this a little bigger. So the first thing we want to do is turn on the database. So we can just do sudo systemctl start, and then we want to use mysql like that, and that should turn on MySQL. And then we want to type in sudo mysql-u for our user, going to be root, and our password. And when we log in, it's going to be the password for your virtual machine. And if you haven't changed the password, then it's just going to be Kali. And we are now inside of our database. So I know that it says MariaDB. It's got all the exact same commands as MySQL, so don't worry about this too much. So the first thing we want to do is actually create our database. So the first thing we need to do is just create the database, and I'm going to call it resume. And I'm grabbing all of this from over here because if you went to my GitHub page right here, we can grab the resume site. So if you needed like any of the files, you could grab them over here. And so the database is right here. So the database name is right here, database resume. So this is what I'm going to make the resume. We're going to make a user, we're going to make a password, and we're going to create an ID column. So the first thing, I guess it's all right here, not just on the GitHub page. So now let's come back over here and make sure to add your semicolon, otherwise it won't work. So we have now created our database. The next thing we need to do is use our database. So you'll just say use resume. And now we're using that resume. And if we wanted to, you could see if there were any tables. So you could say like show tables, and it's empty. So now we need to create our table, and we're going to just say create table SQL injection. And I'm grabbing that from right over here inside of our server.js. We're going to be injecting into this SQL injection right here. So let me copy this right here and come back over here. And so we can just say create table, and I messed that up by trying to paste it and it didn't work. So we need to use resume, create table, SQL injection, and we could just create the table just like this, and then we can create the tables inside of it, but I think we'll just do it all in one shot. So you can add in the parenthesis like this, and then we're going to say we want to make an ID of an integer, and we want to auto increment, which means it's, every time there's a new user, it's going to automatically go up by 1. And then we want to say primary key, and then we want to create a user, so we'll say user. And this is varchar, just means that it's going to have characters in it. And we put in 255, and then we say not null because this needs to have something in it. So not null, meaning you can't create a blank user. And we're going to do the exact same thing for password. So you're not going to be able to create a blank password. So it's going to be variables of characters, and it's 255. And this is also going to be not null. And we should be able to close this off, and hopefully all of that works. Now if we say show tables, we have our SQL injection, so we can say use SQL injection, and that doesn't work because it's been a while since I've messed with with a SQL table. It's actually describe SQL injection, and this should list our rows for us. So now you can see we have an ID, a user, and a password. And so now our code that we're going to be writing in the very near future should work for us. So this is your database. It's pretty easy to set up. We don't need to do anything with it. Now, if you shut down your Kali Linux virtual machine and you restart it, you will need to turn it back on with the systemctl right here. Turn it on, and then you can log in to make sure it's working. In order to get this on Linux to work, sometimes you have to change this from localhost to 127.0.0.1, which is still your local host. So in order to get your database to connect, if you're on Linux and you type out localhost, it might work. If it doesn't work, then you want to type in your 127.0.0.1 and your database will work for you. In order to change your password right here, so instead of having your actual password to your Kali Linux virtual machine, which is probably just Kali if you haven't messed with it, you can come into your terminal and I can show you how to change it. So we'll just log into MySQL, and this is the command you're going to want to type in. So I changed my password from my Kali Linux virtual machine password just to password. So that way when I now log into MySQL as the root user, I don't use my virtual machine's password. I actually use the word password. And the reason you might want to change this is if you're actually going to use this as a portfolio or as a resume in the future, and you want to show potential employers that you actually know what you're doing, you might want to push this to GitHub, and you'll want to have a different password on GitHub. Otherwise, your Kali Linux virtual machine would not be secure. So let's show people that we know how to actually be secure in using GitHub, and change your password to something else. I use password because if somebody wants to pull this code and run it on their own computer, it doesn't really matter, and I'm not ever going to be having this hosted up live, so no one's ever going to be able to access this database. So it doesn't really matter what you put your password to right here. So I put it to password. If you don't change this, you will probably end up having to use your Kali Linux virtual machine password, but even then you might have problems logging into the database. So I personally just recommend changing it right here. Type this out, just be done with it, and then you can follow along exactly with the video. So now we can come back over to our code and begin setting this up. So we'll come back underneath our API connection, and this is where we're going to go inside of our post. We want to post that information to our database. So I think what we'll do is we'll write some secure code for creating our user and our password, but then when we actually log in, we'll go ahead and create that with vulnerable code, so that way you can see what the secure code looks like and then the vulnerable code looks like. So before we actually create this, I forgot we need to link our database. So over here we need to create a connection. So we'll just say const MySQL equals, and we want to require, and we already installed this, and if you haven't, you'll need to install it now, and we're going to use MySQL2 just like this. If you just use MySQL, you're going to get an error, and to fix the error is kind of a pain, so we're just going to run MySQL2 just like that, because we don't need to know exactly what's going on in order to get this to work. We just don't want the error, and we want our tables to work. So we'll just say down here that we're going to create a variable, so we can say var or we can use const. I'm going to use var just because I feel like it. So we'll say we want the database to equal MySQL.create connection. And right here, this is going to be our connection that we're going to send back over to our server over here. So we're going to open this up. We're going to add our curly braces, and we're going to say our host is the local host because we are using our local host. We're going to say our database is going to be, what did we call our database? I don't remember. Our database is called resume. So we'll say resume just like this. I want to save that, make sure I spelled it right. I have it all spelled the same because if we have a typo, then it won't work. So now we're going to say
user, and we're going to say our user is going to be the root user, and that is the root user we use to log in to our database right here. So when you click this and it said log in, what did you use to log in? I use the root username and then the password that you use to create in order to log in. So I am very secure with all of my information, and this is why sometimes you're going to see when you do dumpster diving on GitHub, if anybody pushes code, you can sometimes grab users off of GitHub and report those on bug bounty programs, because you're going to see that you have to write this code in plain text. So on GitHub, you should hide this if possible, but because this is hosted on my local computer, I don't really care if you see my password. And so my very secure password is password. And so we'll save that. And now our database should be able to go out and log in and connect to our MySQL workbench, and it's going to create the connection. It's going to connect to our local host. It's going to connect to the database that we named resume. It's going to use our user, and it's going to log in. And we want to export this module. So we're going to export as DB, just like this. Now we should be able to grab this over here on our server. So in order to create this connection over here on our server, we're going to come back to the top. We're going to say const, and we're going to use connection. Sometimes I use DB, sometimes I use connection. We're going to create this connection just like this, and we're going to require what we just made over here, this DB right here. So we're going to use connection so that way we don't get confused with our DB over here. So we're going to require this, and it's going to require the entire full path in order to get to this database right here that we created. So we can come over here and right click this, and we're going to say copy path, and we don't want the relative path, we want the full path. So we can come over here, paste that in, and it's going to give the full path to this file right here. So now if we save this, it should link to our database. Now we can check our database to make sure that it is working by coming down here to our port listen. So this is going to check. So we see our server is working. Now we want to see if our connection is working. So we can just say connection.connect and make sure that this is working. And so we're going to open up a set of parentheses because we're calling this connect method, and we're actually going to call a function, and we're going to open up another set of parentheses as well as curly braces, and we're going to first say if there's an error, we want it to throw an error. And now we're going to open up our curly braces, and we're going to say if there is an error, we want it to let us know that there is in fact an error. So we'll say throw the error right here, and then we'll say if this doesn't work, then we want it to console log the database is working. So we'll say console.log database is working. So if we save this and we refresh it, we can see that our database is now working. So our connection is in fact set up. So now that our database is all connected, we can do something with this post request right here and send the information over to our MySQL database. So remembering that we grabbed our username from this body right here, we can actually create variables. You can do this with variables or without variables. I think we're going to go ahead and just do it with variables so you can see what it looks like, and maybe in the next one we'll do it without them. So we'll say const username. We're going to create a new variable called username, and we're going to use the request, and we're going to say rec.body just like we did before, and we want specifically the user right here. And then we can come down and say const, and we'll say password equals rec.body.password, just like this. Now, if we print this username and password, if we console logged it, it should specifically grab just the password and just the username. And this is actually user, not username, like this. We're grabbing the user and password from our SQL over here. We want this user and we want this password that are being grabbed by this element and sending over. So we have these guys saved now in variables, and we want to connect it. So we're going to give our connection.query this is our database query. So this is why sometimes I like to save this as DB, because it would say db.query, but in this case, we're going to use connection. So this is going to be our actual SQL statement. What do we want to say to our database? And this is when you have to use SQL statements, and we're going to say, hit the caps lock because we are good database query makers, and we're going to say insert into our database, which we named, I don't remember. We named it SQL injection right here. So we'll say inject into SQL underscore injection. We should have named that something a little easier to type so that way we don't have typos, but I think that's right. And what do we want to insert into this table? We want to insert into it our user and the password. So these are going to be the actual columns and that we want to enter into. We want to enter into this column right here, the user and the password, and it's going to automatically supply the ID based on when this is sent. So we want to say password just like this. And this is how you would write a secure SQL statement, the values, and we're passing in two of these variables, which is $1 and $2. And we can close this off right here. So this right here, if somebody adds in a quotation, this is not going to close out or this is not going to break our SQL statement. It would just add your username as a quote because it's being sent in as this variable, which you're going to see the difference here in just a little bit. So we have that SQL statement now being sent over, and we need to register if we have an error. So we're going to give this bracket right here, and we're going to say our username and our password right here. And we're going to see if we have any error. So we'll actually call a function right here. So we're sending over our username and password. We need a comma right here, and we're actually going to call a function. So if there is an error, we want it to send the result of the error. So we'll say if there's an error, we want the result, and we'll call our function. We'll open up our curly braces in order for our function, and if there is an error, we're going to console log the error for us so we can see what it looks like and hopefully debug it. So we can close all of that out, and now we can test this out. Let's see if this works. I'm pretty sure it's not going to because nothing in the world of programming works on the first try. So let's go ahead and see what this looks like. So we'll save this and come back over to our web page. We'll refresh it and we'll type in a username and a password. We'll submit it and we get our error. I will try to debug this error and then let you know what was the problem once I get it figured out. Okay, so surprisingly, this error was really simple to figure out. We'll go ahead and close that. I didn't have a comma right here. So if you go back and look at my code, you'll see that I was missing this comma right here. And that is why nothing ever works the first try. Too many syntax problems could possibly take place on the first try. So I was missing this comma, and I went ahead and saved it and sent it over, and you can see that this went through. So let's see if it went through to our database. If you want to try it, you can refresh this page, type something in here, hit submit, it'll hang. You can hit the X right here, come over to your database. You should see your information over here, and let's see if our statement worked. And if we come over here, you're often going to see in SQL injection, if you're trying to log in as somebody as the first user and you get SQL injection to work, often the first user is going to be admin and the admin password over here. And if you submit this, we're going to see that our user was created. And we'll stop this from hanging. Sure that our admin user was actually added to our database. We can just go ahead and log in. You've seen this several times now. We're just going to use sudo mysql, log in as our root user. Then we want to use our table, which was resume. Close that off. So the database was changed. We're using resume. Now we can go ahead and just type in like show tables. I believe, and we're going to see that we're using our SQL injection. I believe now that we can just say describe the SQL injection table, and that's going to show us our fields we created earlier, our ID, our user, and our password. And then let's say we wanted to actually see what's in here. This is going to look really similar to SQL injection because this is the same commands you'd be typing for an SQL injection, only we're actually in the table looking for it. And so to make sure that our admin user was actually added, we can just say select all from the SQL injection table. And if we run this, you're going to see our user ID is 1. And our user is admin, the password is also admin. So if we wanted to come back over here to our page, we could just say, we'll just call him user2, and we want to save this user as just password 2, and then we submit to create this second user. If we could come back to our code and we should see user2, password 2, and if we go back over to our table, for some reason our page over here is hanging. We'll go ahead and just close that off. Come back over to our database, and now if we type in select all from SQL injection, we have a second user, and that user ID is number 2. And this is going to be important because in the future when we're setting up sessions to access like some portal, we're going to be using our IDs as our session numbers, or our cookie. We'll be storing it in the browser as well as on the client side, just inside the cookies. So that's why we created the user ID. We could also use like the user name as the session ID and just make it so you have to have a unique name in the database. But I haven't decided how exactly we're going to do that yet. We'll tackle that when we get to that part of the course. But for now, we see that our database is working. We have our users being stored in plain text, which is a bad practice for security, because if your database ever gets taken or is ever compromised, people are going to have these in plain text. So we'll salt these in just a little bit. But for now, our database is working, and let's get back to the code.
But what good does it do if we can create a user and we are not able to log in? So we're going to do another function, and bear with me, this is going to be a lot easier the second time we go through, and then the second time we actually create a post request. We'll create our post request right here for our second user. So we have this all right here. What I want to do, this is really bad coding practice, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to just grab this entire form and we're going to copy it and we're going to paste it, and we are going to change the information rather than retype all of this exact same information. So we're going to go inside this form right here, and we're going to make sure we add in a line break so that way it doesn't all show up on the same line. And now inside of our form, we're going to change our ID to a 3. We're going to change this ID to a 4. We're going to make this username 1. We're going to make this password 1. And we're going to change our IDs to ID number 3 and ID number 4. We're going to change our const over here to user 1 and password 1. We're going to change our route to something other than API. We'll just call it login right here, and we'll save this. I believe this looks okay. Let's change this create account to login. The reason you're not supposed to copy paste is because I'm probably going to have an error because I didn't change something that I should have. But we'll debug that when we come to it. So we save that, we'll save our server to reboot it, we'll refresh over here, and now we have this login page. But we need to create a new post over here. And this is one place we are definitely not going to be copying and pasting, because our post request, because this is going to be vulnerable code, we're just going to say app.post, and we're going to create this from scratch. And if you remember, this is coming from what we called our login form over here. Let's check and make sure we actually changed it. We did not. This right here is now going to say login, just like this, and this fetch is going to be login from this login form. So now if we come back over here, we have this login, and we're going to do the same thing we did before, and we're going to say function, we're going to say request and response. we will open up our curly braces, and we're not going to console log this time, but we are going to grab this right here, copy, paste, and instead of user, we're going to grab user 1, and we're going to grab password 1 right here. And now we're going to write our connection to our database. And we're going to say connection.query just like before. And now here comes our vulnerable statement. We're going to say select. And this is going to look really familiar to you if you've ever done any kind of SQL injection, which if you're making a resume at this point, you should probably be familiar with some SQL statements. So we're going to select from, and let's see, what did we call our database? We called it SQL injection right here. So we will say select all from SQL injection. And I hope I spelled that right so we don't have to debug anything, where our user, which is going to be our first column, equals, and here comes a syntax nightmare, but you're going to need to get this right. We have a single quote, a double quote. We actually need another double quote over here, just one. And so we're going to tell it we are grabbing the request dot body, and it's going to be this user 1 right here. So we'll just copy this. I guess we could have used this username, but we're going to go with this so that way you see what we're grabbing. So we're grabbing the request from the body, which is going to be our form over here. And we are going to add in our quotes to close this off. And we want to grab the password to check our password that has been entered from over here. So we're going to say password, and then we're going to do the exact same thing we did right here. The only difference is we're going to change this from user to password. So we have this user and password. We will need a comma right here. Let's check why our app crashes. We have clearly got a syntax error with our quotations. We need another plus right here, and we need a plus to close off this statement right here. So now we have this SQL statement. We're still getting an error, and we're going to finish it here in a second. I think if we close this off, we shouldn't get our error. So we'll get rid of that comma for now, but we have to put it back, remembering we forgot the one up here. But if we come up here, when our user puts in a single quote, so we'll move this up here. If somebody puts in a single quote and this gets sent to our server, if you pump in a single quote right here, you now crash this entire statement, and you can put in whatever you want inside of right here as your user, and it doesn't even have to be a real user. And then you can throw in another single quote which shuts that off, and then you'll say or 1 equals 1, which you should be familiar with, and then you'll throw in your pound sign, which will close everything else off inside the database. So you should be familiar with that SQL statement by now, especially if you're looking to apply to jobs. So now we can add back in our comma. So we have our SQL statement right here. It's all working, and our single quote will throw this all off and crash our server, which we're going to see in a second. So now we can finish writing off our server. So this is going to look really similar to what we had going up here. We're going to put inside of brackets our username, just like this, a comma, password, and actually we need password 1, and we need a username 1, and we need to change this right here to password 1 and username 1. I said that backwards, but that's what we need. And we're going to throw in our if statement. And so if we have an error, we want it to do something. So if we have an error, open up our curly braces, we want res.send, and we're going to send over the error that we get. And the syntax for that looks like this. Now, you do not have to worry about memorizing the syntax. Every single time I have to do something like this, I have to look up this syntax. I do not remember it by heart, and I probably never will, because I don't set up enough databases to remember this by heart. You just need to know this is how you do it, and this is how you break it. The syntax is something that I have to look up every single time. So we'll say if we have a result that comes back from the server. So if we get a result from the server that is not an error. So if the username that they enter in over here does not exist, the server is going to send back null, which means nothing. So if we actually get a result, it's going to send back something. And if that something is bigger than 0, which is null, then we actually know that there was a login successful. So we can come over here and we can say that you were logged in. So we'll say res.send. And typically we would send a actual login page. In this case, we're just going to send, instead of sending a file like you're logged in, like a portal, because we're not actually building a login portal. We're just building a simple SQL injection / create a user. We're just going to send back something like you're logged in. So we'll just say logged in, just like this. If it comes back as null, then we're going to actually need an else statement. So we will say else, and we'll open up our else statement and we'll say res.send, and we're sending a message, and I need to fix the one above. We're sending a message, and the message we're sending is wrong username / password, just like this. And so this actually needs to be res.send, and we're sending a message just like this as well. So I believe our syntax is right, but I could be wrong. So go ahead and try this. It says our database is working. So we created a user, as you can see right here, admin. So we know that admin is a user. So we'll just say admin submit, and we're getting it hanging, which means it did not send our message, which means we have a database syntax error over here that I'm going to have to debug and then let you know where it is. So actually, given the syntax, I think all of this stuff should be purple. So I think we're missing a parenthesis, but I'm not sure which one is not closed off yet. So let me see if I can find it, and then I'll tell you where it was. Okay, I found it, and I found it really quickly. So this our query needs to all be inside of one single quote. So this comma needs to be right here. So we can come down here, and we're gonna need a comma right here. We actually forgot to call our error and our result. So right here, we have another error, and we can say right here, error and result, and we need to call this function. So we can call the function just like we have previously. We'll delete that, and I think it goes right here. So if we save this, our database is working. Come back here, refresh, admin, send, and we get an error. So we actually have our database sending back an error message for us. So, which I'm not sure. Let's try this again. And then let's look at our database message. You have an error in your SQL syntax, and it is inside of this admin. So we'll need to fix this. I think it's right here. I think it's going to end up being our, let's go check out our syntax and see what the error problem is. And this is a really stupid syntax error. So if you look right here, we have the SQL where the username equals admin, and over here and password equals admin. It needs to have an equal sign right here. Hopefully that is the end of our typos. So we can come over here and say admin, still have a syntax error. So let's see if we can figure out where this one's at. Okay, so somehow I accidentally deleted that one on this password one as well. So now we should have everything set up here. So now if we save our database and we come over here and we say admin, we get a message back returned to us in JSON, and it tells us logged in, and our message, I'm not sure why it popped up quite that way, but we have our message and it's telling us we are logged in. If we come up here and we give it some user that does not exist and we say login, we're told username does not exist. So now our login function works. So we can come over here and we can say Tom Bob, and we can create our user, and we'll go ahead and close that. We can say our user Tom and password Bob. If we come back over to our MySQL workbench, we can refresh this right here, and we are told we get Tom and Bob as a user. So we can try that user and say Tom, Bob, log in, and it tells us we are logged in. But what happens if we give it a name that doesn't exist? We can say submit, wrong, username, and password. Now here comes the SQL injection. We can actually come in here and pass it that same SQL injection that we saw earlier. So we know this isn't a user. It's not in our database. Very clearly not in our database. And we can give it some random password over here, but we can also now break this SQL statement because we wrote this vulnerable code right here. And we're able to give it a true statement. So we'll say, if this is not true, we can also say, or 1 equals 1, and so if 1 equals 1 is true, then it's going to log us in as admin, and so we'll close that off and we will comment everything out after it, which is our password. And if we say submit, we are logged in. We're going to go ahead and install Burp. So if you don't have it, which I'm running Kali Linux on Parallels, and for some reason it did not have Burp already installed, so what you need to do is just type in sudo apt update and let that run, and then you'll just type in sudo apt install, and then we'll just install Burp just like this. And we're going to be needing to use a proxy. So if you're new, then just follow along and it'll all make sense in a little bit once you see how proxies work. So once you install that, you can go ahead and open it up, and it'll ask you some questions, and you just click next, next, next. I'll just go ahead and reopen it. So it'll look like this. Just say okay, next, start, and then we'll want to turn on the proxy. So we'll go to proxy and we'll turn this on so that way we know when it is working. The next thing you need to do is come over to settings. You'll be brought to this page right here. You'll go to settings by clicking these 3 lines, click on settings, and here we are. So you'll scroll all the way to the bottom, click settings. You're going to have this button selected. You'll select this one. You'll type in 127.0.0.1 port 8080 and check this box. Then once you are done with that, you will go over here and you'll type in HTTP burp just like this, so that way we can have this set up. You'll hit enter, you'll be brought to a page like this. You're going to click this little button right here, and you're going to click save file, and then you're going to click OK. And that will save it to your downloads. In order to get burp to work, we need this right here, our certificate accepted by our browser. Then you're going to come back over to your settings. We're going to click on privacy, I believe. We're going to click view certificates. We're going to want to import. We want to import those that we just downloaded. You're going to click trust on both of those, say OK, and now that should work for us. So since our proxy is on, if we go to google.com, our proxy is now going to intercept that traffic. So we can shut that off, turn our interceptor off. The problem is it's not going to intercept traffic on our local host, which I actually must have this turned off. So let's turn our server back on. You're going to see it does not intercept traffic. Let's go to the main page. It's not working. So then we have to come back over to our browser, open up a new browser. You're going to type in about config just like this, and it's going to tell you this is really dangerous. You're going to say I know what I'm doing because I'm a pro, and then we're going to type in network.proxy allow hijacking. So this right here is going to allow us to intercept proxy, to use our proxy on our local host. So now if we click that, close out of there, and we refresh this page, we now have our local host being sent through the proxy. So we're going to be using this for our server-side request forgery. And if we really wanted to, you could have done your SQL injection. Let's turn this off from here as well. So if we just put something in here and we turn our proxy on and hit submit, we could do our SQL injection right here if we really wanted to as well. So we got our proxy working with Burp. So now we're going to go ahead and create our server-side request forgery, HTML, and then we'll start playing with it in Burp to see if we can scan an internal network and see exactly how this works and then how we would stop it. So I have this ssrf.html right here. We're just going to create the HTML, and then we'll go ahead and connect it to our server. So we're just going to set up our boilerplate. We can change our document title to just SSRF.
We can come down to our body. I'm not going to add any CSS. We'll just do some very basic inline CSS, just like we did with the SQL injection. If you want to work on this for a portfolio, I would highly recommend making it look nice, add some images, and change the background, add some CSS. But for the purpose of where we are at this point in this course, we're more or less just worried about the programming and how to exploit it and then how to secure something. If we come down to our body, let's just start out with a form. And usually inside of an SSRF, you're going to find them inside of not necessarily a form, but you can find them inside of a browser, inside of a parameter, or inside of a form like we're about to. Just something that's going to be querying back to the server. Usually if you see them inside of a URL and you have a parameter, something like this, and you're able to query this right here. So you'd be querying back to the server. Then we can inject into this and try to pull down a server-side request forgery, basically something that's going to be querying the server. Sometimes you will see it query to like a different server or to something else, and you can change that right there as well. If it's not whitelisted on the server, then you can do a lot of different stuff with it. So we'll talk about that a little more once we start looking at the server-side code. So back over here to our text editor, we have our form. We can add in an H1 and we can just call this our SSRF vulnerability. I think that's spelled right. We can save that. Back up here at our form, we don't really need an action. At this point, what we need is an ID because we are going to have to create our fetch API that is going to send the information over. So we can just call it our SSRF form. And then if we want this in the middle, we can add some style, which I do like everything in the middle. So we can say text align, and I want it in the center. So that should get our form over to the center, and we're not going to be able to open this with our server because we haven't set that up yet. So we're not going to be able to see what this actually looks like till we're done. Let's go ahead and add in an input. So this is where it's going to be making the request back to the server. So this is basically just an example. So that way we have a place to put the request that's actually going to go to our server. So we could say right here we want the type of text, which is fine, the ID of URL input. So this is like if we were to go to a website, it's like check to see if this website's up, and so this would be like an input, and you could put in a URL just to ping the website or to see if the website's up or something like that, and they would say website's live, website's down, it took so long to request to the website's running Linux. Like there's a bunch of different things you could do with it in requesting with the URL input right here. So we're just going to leave that how it is. And then we can put in a placeholder if we want. This is really common. I don't even know if we did this on our SQL injection page. Yeah, we don't even have a placeholder in these. So if we wanted to, you could add a placeholder in here. So like a lot of times when you see a placeholder, see how there's nothing right there. If we come to our page over here, the SQL injection, we could just say username, save it. And then I think if we come over here and refresh this, we get this little placeholder. So that's what a placeholder is. We could come back to our SSRF, and if we wanted to, we could add a placeholder that says fetch info on URL. So basically we're going to fetch the information on the URL. So we'll pretend like what we're going to do is like ping the URL that somebody's putting in here. And then down here we can do a button in order to hit submit. So we could just say fetch the data, and inside of our button we need a type of submit. I wish that I didn't have to press down on that to get it to go over and grab submit. Right there. That's how I want it. Then outside of our form, we could create a div, and it could have like a response to display whatever it's getting back from the server. Typically, you wouldn't have something like this. You would have like an error message. So for example, if we just type something in right here and we hit enter, we return back this JSON right here, which is actually, it's from the server. So I could actually show you from our server. Let's see, right here. We're sending back JSON just with this message right here. But with our SQL database, if we actually screw up this with a single quote and we hit enter,
we get this error message. So we're actually getting information back from the database. So in the same way, when we are creating this page right here, we actually crashed our server. So let's restart it. When we come over here, we're just going to put in a div, and it's just going to have the ID of the SSRF response, and that's going to, for us, display the response in the server-side request forgery on the page so that we can see it. So SSRF dash response, and hopefully we have everything spelled right. So that's all we need right there. Now we can come down here and we can add in our JavaScript. We could, if we wanted to, make a separate JavaScript page like we did in our previous project with the Bop It game where we had to press the keys on the home row. But I kind of like just throwing my APIs right here at the bottom. I know that it's not best practice, but it's really simple, so that way I don't have to try to keep all the JavaScript straight. I can just use it right here. So let's go ahead and write it right here. We'll say document.getElementById, and a lot of this should be really common for you at this point. You should understand what's going on, and you should be able to do a lot of this on your own. So we're going to grab the element by ID right here, this form. So we're going to say SSRF form, and look at that. This would not have worked because that is spelled right or spelled wrong, and we need to spell that right. Then we want to add an event listener, and what event listener do we want to listen for? We want to listen for this right here, this submit. So inside of the add event listener, we want submit, and we're going to call a function, and we need to pass through the event. What is the event? Is our click, and we want to open up this function, and we're going to say event dot prevent the default, and we want to add in a variable, and we can say URL equals document.getElementById, and we're going to say the URL input is what we want to grab from the so we're going to go submit, and then we want to grab the input, so we're going to say input, and we want to grab the value out of the input. So the value from the input, and we want to do something with it. So now we're going to set up our API. So we can say fetch, and we're going to submit this to the server as the data. So if you remember, when we come over to our server, we're going to do a get, and a data, we'll put the data right there, and then we're going to send over our information. So if we come back to our server, we should be able to, at this point, add in our comma, open up our set of curly braces. What do we want to send over? We want to send with the method, we're going to send over as a post request. So post. And what do we want to post? We want to send over just the basic headers with the content type of JSON. So that's how we're going to send over the information. So headers, and we need to open up curly braces, and we're going to send content type application JSON. And now we need to say, I think actually we need to have this right here needs to enclose all of that, I believe. I think that looks right. So now we can come down here underneath of our last curly brace, and we can add in the body is JSON dot stringify, and we're going to stringify the URL in as URL. So I believe now we can come down here and we can just tell it what we want to do. So we're going to say after that, then we want to respond. So we're going to say response and arrow function response dot JSON, and then we need to do another one and say dot then, and we're going to say data arrow function, open up curly braces, console.log, and we can log the data so that way we can see what is being sent, and that actually goes right there. And then we're going to say document.getElementID, and we can pass in our SSRF-response, and we want the text content, which we have previously seen, equals JSON.stringify as well. And we're going to put in the data, nothing, and 2 right here. And I need to move this over here. So the data is going to grab the data. Null just means we don't need to grab anything back right here. And the 2 is the number of spaces to use for the indentation from the JSON that we get back. This will make the JSON more readable. And then after that, we are almost done, and we need to say if we get any errors, what do we want to do with them? So we're going to say .catch. And we're going to catch the error. And if we catch an error, what do we want to do with it? We want to console.log our error. So if we get an error, and the error is what we want to send through, and right there, that will pass through the error for us. So I believe that is it. So let's go ahead and close this off. Let's go over to our server and see if we can grab this data and then see if our page actually works for us or if we get any errors. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is just make sure that we can get the actual SSRF page. I think we need to go take this and we'll say, I think it's views and then /SSRF.html. And I'm just going to copy this and paste it down here. And just so you can see what we have going on, you can see like to get to our SQL page, this is what we have. So I'm just copying that and pasting it. And we're going to come up here and say ssrf.html is I was not going through the views file, which is what the problem was. So here is our vulnerability. If we hit fetch, you can see nothing's happening, because when we hit fetch, our API is trying to send the information to this post request right here. So we need to add a post request inside of our server. So we've seen this before, post. We have this post right here with our API. So we have a post with our login. We're just going to have to add in a post underneath of our SSRF. So let's go ahead and type out this post. It should look pretty familiar. It's a little different because we're not going to be grabbing like the user and the password. We're just going to be grabbing the data from the post request. So let's go ahead and see if we can get this to work. App.post, and we're going to post our data, and we need a / right here. And the data, if you remember, I just showed you this, is coming from right here. So we're going to post our data, and we got a method of post, and it's going to be coming through as JSON, and I have JSON. Well, that wouldn't have worked. Hopefully I don't have too many bugs in here like that or typos, because I don't like debugging it, and you probably don't like the video getting edited of me trying to debug my code. So anyway, let's go ahead, add in our comma. We're going to add in our rec and res, which actually needs to go inside of parentheses. So rec and res, our request and our response. We'll add in our arrow function. The reason we're using an arrow function is because as soon as the data post is sent, we just want to run it. So we can just call this kind of like an anonymous function. We don't need to have some way to call it right here. The data post is going to call our function, so that's why we can run it that way. We also need to open up our curly braces. So we have our curly braces opened up. We can create a variable or a const just to try and keep it consistent with what we have going on inside of here. So we could just say const, and we are going to take our URL, and it is going to be the request.body. So we're going to be grabbing from the request the body or the information that's coming over from the API. We can console log just to make sure things are working. I use the console log a lot as debugging. I know in recent years console logging for debugging is frowned upon because if you have any error, you can just copy the error and post it into OpenAI and it will tell you what's wrong with it. So the console log has really kind of become obsolete, but I like to console log and then copy the error if I get one, and then I can paste it into Google or OpenAI and find out what it is. So you will see me console logging all over the place. Still, it is old habits die hard. So we can just say our URL request. So what URL did we request? We can just type in the URL. So this is going to grab the URL from the body, and we're just going to console log. This is the URL that was put in. Then we can go to our next line and we can just say const, and we can use the response data, so the data that's coming back, open up curly braces, and we can take the status. Is our status a success or is it something else? So we can say success, the URL is the URL, and the data is, here is what was fetched from the URL. So it's going to give us the information that was fetched back from the URL, and then we can just say res.json, and we can send the response data. So the response, so we have the response is going to send a file. Right here we're going to have the response is going to send the JSON data, which should show up inside of our browsers. Okay, it is time to go ahead and make our page work, so we can get this to say whether the port's open or port's closed, or for now we have a syntax error. So we have this page working here for us. Now it's time to actually add in the code to check the ports. This is going to be kind of some long code. I need you to follow along as best you can because we're going to be covering some networking, which is going to help you in the future in checking different ports and understanding how Linux servers work and how ports connect. We're also going to be adding in our response messages. It's going to be sending back information, and if anybody is going to be using a website that is vulnerable to server-side request forgery, you're going to see something similar. So it would be helpful for you to understand how this code is working. So let's go ahead and get started. I guess the first thing we need to do is add in the const validator equals require, and then we want to require validator. I believe that's spelled right. We'll need to actually install that, so you can stop your server. You'll type in npm install validator just like this, and that should install it for you. Then we are going to need to use our app body parser. So if you don't have this already in your code, you can add this right here. So app.use body parser. We want to be able to parse the JSON. I thought we previously typed this in, but when I was reading through the code looking to see what installs we needed to add, the body parser wasn't in there. So you will want to type this in if you have not already. And then we can go down and add in our post request. So we're just going to say app.post, and we're going to post the data, and this actually needs a /. So we can save this here, and if we come over to our server-side request page, you see we have the data and it's a post request. That's where I'm getting that information from. And then we are going to use an asynchronous function. You don't need to use one of these, but if you're going to be fuzzing the page really quickly, asynchronous functions basically just make it so the server can handle multiple requests at a time. I use these every now and then when I'm coding up websites and I need to be running multiple programs in the background. So sometimes if you're running like a Python file and you're going to be sending information to a Python script that's going to run over and over, then you would use an asynchronous function just in case you had like 100 users run the exact same program at the exact same time. You want your server to be able to handle that. So that's what this asynchronous is. I don't think if we're fuzzing this, we're probably not going to need this, but just in case we fuzz this and the fuzzers are going too fast, we'll want to use the asynchronous function so we don't crash our server. So now we can call our arrow function, open up our curly braces. We're going to do a const, and we're going to use our URL, and that is not square brackets is what I need. We need curly braces, URL, and it's going to equal the request.body. So this is going to grab the URL from our request over here that we're sending in. We're going to send over our URL. We're going to grab it over here inside the constant or the variable, I guess. I use const just to say consistent on the server. So that way we have this URL and we can do something with it. We need to check to see if the URL is in fact a URL. So we can just say if the URL is not a URL, remember our exclamation point. So if the URL is not an exclamation point, or with our double line, the validator checks to see if it's not a URL. So if it's not valid, we can say validator dot is URL. Then we want to do something. So we want to make sure that it is in fact a URL, and we want to open up curly braces and say require protocol right here, and we need a colon. So we're going to make sure that it is true. So we're checking to make sure that this is not a URL, or basically what we're trying to do is make sure this is valid. So if it's not a URL or it's not valid, we need to make sure that it is in fact a URL. So that's basically all this first one's going to do. And if it's not a valid URL, then we just need to send a message. So we can just say return, and we're going to res.send. Well, actually, we're going to send status. So a status code, and we're going to send 400 back to the client. And so we can just say JSON. And we need to open up curly braces, and we're just going to report that there was an error inside the JSON. So if there is an error, it's going to return on the page. So back here inside of this SSRF response, we're going to send back this JSON, and we're going to say it was an error and it was a bad request. So we can just say bad request or URL, or essentially, I guess you could say like there was no URL, but I don't actually care. This doesn't need to look super great because it's just for learning purposes. So I scrolled accidentally and moved away from that. We need to close this off with a semicolon. We have our URL here, and I believe we needed to open up a set of curly braces right here, and we can close it off down here. And then, so if it's not a URL, it's going to run this. Then we need to say, well, if this doesn't run, then we need to try something else. So we can just say try. You could have an if else down here should work for you as well. So we're going to add this try. So if this doesn't work, then we want to try something else. And now we're going to have to add in a few more variables. So we're going to say URL object, and make sure we spell this right, equals new URL inside of our URL. So this line right here is going to try to parse the URL and grab the host name and the port. So if it's running HTTP or HTTPS, or as we're going to be trying, we're going to be specifically adding in ports like this right here. So it's port 3000. So that's basically what this line is going to do. It's going to grab the URL, it's going to grab the host name, which in our case right here would be localhost. But when we run a vulnerability, when we're checking for the SSRF on a local host, you almost always want to use 127.0.0.1 because localhost may not return for you, but this right here will, especially if you're sending it to a server somewhere else. You want it to be checking against itself. So it's going to grab this right here, and then it's going to grab the port. So that's what this is going to do. It's going to grab the host name, and then it's going to save it right here in this variable. So we want to actually grab the host name out of the URL. So we can just say const equals host equals the URL object dot host name. So snag that host name out of there. And then we want to const equals, I guess, I don't know why I have this equals right here. The constant. So we have the host. We are going to grab the port equals, and actually just to make sure, yeah, we have this in all caps, so we can add another port down here. So we can say port equals URL object, and we want to grab dot port and add in our double pipe, or the URL object protocol, and the protocol is going to be HTTP or HTTPS. So we can just say equals 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 because we want to make sure that it's equal to the string HTTPS, and we want to make sure it's 443 or port 80. So I believe that is right. Then we want to say we're done with that line, and then we got our last variable we want to make, and it's going to attempt to check if the port is on or open. I guess technically not on, it'd be checking to see if the port is open. So we'd say we want to grab the result, and we want to await, and we're going to wait to check to see if the port is open. So check port open, and we can say we're going to check the host and the port number that we grab from parsing the URL. And I know that some of this may be a little bit over your head, but if you go through and read the code after we're done with this, you should be able to understand what is happening, because you really need to be able to understand when you read the code. You don't necessarily need to understand how to write it. You just need to know what needs to be done and then how to understand it. You don't need to memorize everything that we're going over. So next thing we need to do is res.json, and we want to have a message inside of curly braces. So we'll just say message, and the message is going to be the result. And now finally, if there is any kind of error, we need to catch it. So we can close that off right there, come down, and now we can say catch, and we're going to catch any errors that may pop up. And we can say res.status. So we're going to send the status of a 500.json, and inside of here we'd grab the error just like we did previously, and we're going to grab the error to string, so that way we can send it over to the client side, so that way we can see what's happening. We'll call the method, and I believe that is it for this. Now we have to add in our socket functions, and we can just add in our function right in between our SSRF and our data. So this function that we're going to be adding in is going to be grabbing the sockets. This is actually going to be the function that goes to check to make sure the port is open or closed. So we would just, I guess, const net require. So we're going to require, and technically we should probably put this at the top of the page. So we'd say require, and we want to open up parentheses, and we're going to say net. And I believe we don't need to import this. And if we really wanted to keep this looking nice, we could put that up there where it's supposed to go. And now we're going to add our function. So our function is going to be check port open. So we call this function down here, check to see if the port is open, and we're going to send the host and the port as our parameters. So we need to set up some parameters up here. So we can just say host port, and we only want to check for a certain amount of time. So we could just say like time out of 3 seconds. And then we can open up our curly braces, and now we can start to put our information in here. So we need to return a promise object to make sure that everything resolves perfectly. And if it doesn't, then we're going to throw an error. So we can just return a new promise. And if it has any errors, we need to do something with this. So so we can say resolve, reject, and it's going to do one of those two, and we're going to open up anonymous function, and we need to now start dealing with our sockets, which is going to be the ports. So checking the ports. So const socket, and if you haven't dealt with sockets a lot, as you get into the security side of things, sockets is going to become really important to you. You're going to need to understand how these work. So basically, just for what we need to know now, we're going to create a new socket in this instance, and we're going to be checking against it, like, is the port open? So we're going to take the socket, we're going to check against it. If it times out, then it's going to be closed, or it was rejected, one of the two. So that's kind of, I like to think of the sockets kind of like a port. Just if you're new, I think that kind of helps. So we're going to make a socket, and it's going to grab the instance or create an instance for us that we can check against. So the socket equals new net socket, and we need to call that method. And now if there's an error, we need to do something with it. So we can say const on error. We need to create an anonymous function and open up our curly braces. And inside of here, we can just say socket dot destroy. So if there's an error inside of our socket or something goes wrong, then we need to close the socket. Otherwise, we're going to error out, and we need to make sure we don't do that. So we will reject the error. So what we're going to send back is going to just say like connection error. So connection error and error, like that should be fine. And now we can close off that, and we can come down here, and now we need to start dealing with our socket. So we're going to do a timeout for our socket. So if the socket times out, set timeout, and if the timeout right here is 3 seconds, so if the timeout lasts for our timeout right here of 3 seconds, then we need to do something. So we can close that off, and we can say socket dot once. So we're going to type in our it timed out, and we need to call our function. And if it times out, then we need to do something, and we can say socket.end, and we want it to end nicely, so we'll close that off, and we can say reject the timeout as well. So reject, and it looks like we have an error, and that's because that's supposed to be a comma. So I believe we are just about done. Now we need to see if we have an error, and then we need to make sure if it is valid that we send back that the port is open. So socket.once, we need to set up a one-time listener for any error. So is there an error inside of our one-time listener? And if there is an error, then we need to do something with it, and we'll call the on error right here. So if there is an error, we're going to grab the on error, and then we're going to send that through inside of our function, and it will end the function. So we are calling this function, and this should be familiar to you right now. So like instead of having an anonymous function, as we've seen earlier in the course when we were first learning JavaScript, we're going to call this function right here. So we're going to call this, and we want to do something with this bit of code. And we need to say socket.once. Again, we're setting up a one-time listener to try to connect to see if it does connect, and if it doesn't connect, then we want it to end. And if it does work, then we want to go ahead and send the port is open. So if there is no error and it actually connects, then we want to say that it has connected. And we need to call our function. So if it is automatically connected, we don't need to call any function. We can just set up an anonymous function and send it over, and we can say socket.end. And we want to end the socket. Even though it worked, we still need to end it, and what we can do is we can just say resolve. Let's just grab one of these, resolve, and we're going to say the port is open. So the socket has opened, and we're going to call this anonymous function, and it will resolve. Somewhere we have an error. Okay, there are servers up and working. I think this is it. So if this was confusing to you and you got all this typed out, I would suggest going back and re-watching this and just focus on the code. Don't retype it out. I think it'll really help if you just see it without actually having to type it out and pause and all of that. And if you didn't want to, and if you have any errors, you can go out to the GitHub page and pull this code off. If you're unable to find them, the working code will be on my GitHub page, linked down in the description. So I believe that is set up. So let's go ahead, run that. Let's type in our 127.0.0, and we know we have port 3000 open because our server is running, and our server is running on port 3000. It is working now. So if we come over here, we can see the message right here. Typically the message is not going to be displayed inside the HTML. You would have to find this inside of Burp. And what you would do is just type in like a google.com, which is what I'm using, URL goo because it didn't work for me. So https://www.google.com. and we could send this over to repeater. And if we forward this, we're going to get a response right here that says message, the port is open. Typically, it's not going to show up right here. I did this right here. We're just rendering it so that we can use this right here just in case you don't have burp set up on your Linux machine, or maybe you're doing this on a Mac. But if you don't have burp or you couldn't get it to work, you could check it right here. So typically what we would do in the situation of a SSRF is we would check like port 3000. This is going to be open because our port is running, but if we do port 300, it says port is open, should say port is closed. Now we're having that same error I was getting before. Did something crash, or is it because our proxy is open and nothing is coming through? 127, 3000, port is open, delete, and connection error. Okay, so it was because I had burp on. That might have been my issue. So now we see like this is closed. If we do like port 443, let's actually do port 80 so that way we don't have to change it to HTTPS. Port 80, connection error. So if we were doing a port scan and we were trying to figure out what was happening, or if we were trying to validate an SSRF, making sure that we can actually grab stuff off of the server or run a port scan, in this case, see if something's open, we could just say sudo netcat lvnp. Instead of 443, we could just run like port 80. You don't need sudo for port 80, but you do need it for 443. And now if we run this, it's going to say port is open. And if we come back over here, it's going to say it's listening on port 80. And we made a request from our own computer. And it is, in fact, open, but it actually closes as soon as it runs. So if we run 443, I'm pretty sure we need to say 443. And then we say HTTPS if the port is open, which it is, because it says right here that it's listening. We can run this and it's going to say port is open. Now the port is closed because the connection was made. If we run this again, the connection is closed. So this is how a SSRF is going to work in Node.js or JavaScript. Now, instead of checking it right here, what you're going to end up doing if you are on a live program is you're going to be inside of here. And let's just grab one of these 127s so we don't got to type it. Back over to burp, and we paste this in. And we run it from here. So if we run this, the port is open, delete, the port is closed. So you can see right here, the port is closed. Just to make sure, port 3000, send it, port is open. Now, if you were going to do like a legit port scan, what you would do is you'd come over to intruder, and we would set up an intruder attack. What we want to do is grab our repeater. We're going to send this to intruder. So now if we come over to intruder, we have the request, and basically what we would do is we would add our curly braces around this, because this is what we want to change. This is going to be target local host. We're going to change that to 127.0.0.1 to make sure things are going to run smoothly. Now we want to, sniper's fine, we want to change our payload, and we want to use different numbers. So we could say, we'll just add a couple, like 444, 44 is good. We could say 443, and then we could say like port 80. So we'll add port 80. So we'll use these ports, and we'll come back over here. We'll open up port 80, make sure it's listening. And I believe we should be able to start the attack, and we're going to see we get a status code. So obviously it's going to run on port 3000, which is what this is. So this is just the request right here. So port 3000, but then if we come down here, it's going to change it to 44, 43, 44, and you can check the response. It's connection error, and if we come down here to the port 80, port is open, and what was sent was this port 80. So that's how you would check for an SSRF in this case. And if this was over your head, you can check my YouTube channel for more in-depth how to exploit server-side request forgery using burp and then also using FUF. I cover those. So we're not going to spend a ton of time because we're more concerned with writing the code and understanding what is happening over here. So I guess let's just walk through it one more time. We have our HTML over here, and we are going to be sending our fetch API is going to be sending over a post request. We're going to send it over as JSON. We want to stringify the URL so that way when we require the body over here. So if we come over here and we say require the body, it's going to be sending over the JSON URL right here. So it'll have the URL that's being submitted inside of our form right here. So we have our form, there's the input. It's going to be submitting that over. And then we want to take the response and we want to make it JSON. We're going to send over the data, and we can console log the data over here. So we're console logging the data. We're going to grab the element by ID. So we're going to look at the ID. We're going to get the text content from the data, and we're going to be sending it over. And I kind of explained all this a little bit earlier. And then if we come over to our server, we're going to grab the data. We're running an asynchronous function, so that way when we run our burp intruder, if this was going crazy fast and you had burp pro, it would be able to take this timeout that we added up here, this 3-second timeout. And because we could send 2 requests in 1 second, the asynchronous function is going to make sure that none of them get dropped. It is heavy CPU usage, but this is just for learning purposes, so it's not a big deal. So we're going to request, we're going to grab the body of what was sent over. So from over here, we're going to grab this JSON body. We're going to do something with it. If the URL, and this is the validation of the URL, so if the URL essentially is not valid, then we're going to send back the not valid URL. We're going to check to make sure that we have the HTTPS or the HTTPS. The HTTPS or the HTTP, port 443, 480, because those are typically what we're going to be working with. And we're going to grab the URL object and the host name, and then we're going to check to see if the port is open. If it's not, then we're going to have an error. We're going to send back we had an error. And if it is open, we're going to call this right here, this function. So is the port open? Check to see if the port's open. Come up here to our function that we wrote. We're going to give a timeout of 3 seconds. We're going to take the host and port. We're going to open up some sockets, and if there is an error, we're going to destroy the socket and we will reject it. If it times out, we're going to reject it with a timeout, and then we're going to check one more time, and if there's an error, it's going to call this error. It's going to come back up here. It's going to destroy the socket. If not, it's going to connect, and then it's going to say the port is open. And I actually believe I had to add this line of code in. So if your code's not working, I had to go back and edit this and add in the socket.connect, the port and the host. So this is actually going to run our connection, and it's going to send through the port and the host. So that is how the server-side request forgery is going to work. Typically in Node.js, so you can see what is happening. So we're using the socket to just see if something is open. So like we did over here with our google.com. Well, google.com, it's open on HTTPS. You can use this with pretty much anything to see if this is working now. Typically, if you see an SSRF, you're going to see it somewhere up here. There will be a parameter pass through, and you're going to see like it's reaching out to some other web domain, and you can actually test to see if this reaches back to itself, or you can see if it is going back to itself, if you can change. If it's not whitelisted over here in the server, like the parameter is supposed to only check to see if there's a specific file on the internal server. If it's not whitelisted or have a bunch of blacklists, I guess, then you should be able to scan the server to see if other information is back here. So let's go ahead and make this server-side request forgery secure by adding in a whitelist. So we're going to make it so it can only test to see if port 3000 index.html is open, which would be the secure way to do this instead of letting it just scan anything and whatever it wants at any time. So let's go ahead and fix this. To fix this vulnerable code, it's really simple. Inside of where we have this space, we can add in an if statement and whitelist to see if it is actually the host. If it's not the host, then we're just going to send back an error. So you can just say if it is not the allowed host, so we'll say allowed host dot has the host. So if the host is not in the variable allowed host, then we need to do something with it. and we need to open up a set of curly braces, and we can just return, and we're going to send back to the user. So res dot send the status of a 403, so it's forbidden, you're not allowed to see it, and we're going to send it back as JSON, and we need to open up another set of curly braces, and we're just going to say error. And typically this is when you see access forbidden or something like that. So we can save this at that point. Now we created this variable right here. We actually need to come up outside of our post request, and we can add in that variable now. So we'll say const allow host, and so we only want to allow one host. So we'll say new set, and this is parentheses and square brackets, and we can put it on a new line, or you could have left it up top, and you want to say 127.0.0.1, and then if we really wanted to be specific, we could say like port 3000, and inside of here you're going to add only your internal web server that is allowed to be checked or validated against. So inside of this data, let's say we were going to be taken to a new page, or it was checking to see a file from the server and it was going to return it to us, we would say we only want to, I lost my spot, we only want to be able to return back port 3000 or whatever that specific file is. So if we save this, it should check. I may actually need to adjust this. I think I wrote this so that it only checks to see if 127.0.0 works. I think I forgot to run through the port, but let's go ahead and say server, say nodemon server.js, and kick off our server. We have an error. Let's go make this small, and it says we have new set not defined. I believe, is it because this needs to be uppercase? It is. So now our server is working. Let's go ahead and check this. So access forbidden. Let's see if we just run against 127.7.1. Let's delete this. Save. I think I forgot to add in a port. So we have a connection error. And I wonder if it's because it's trying to run. Let's see if we can run on port 80. So sudo netcat lvnp. Let's go ahead and run this. The port is open. So it is allowing us to run against the ports that are open. So now if we run this again, connection error because the port is closed. I don't know why that wouldn't let us run against port 3000, because that port is open. Oh, it did. I must have had a typo. So the port is open, and this is going to allow us to run against any port because we're only allowed to run against what's internal. So let me see. I may end up having to edit this a little bit to make this secure. Access forbidden. That is what we needed because we only, let's actually change this back to 3000. We need to be able to run against port 3000 because I want to leave it open. Adding in, we're going to whitelist only 127.0.0.1 3000. And then I believe we needed to add in, we have this URL object inside of our if allowed statement. And that should work for us over here. So if we run this on port 3000, because port 3000 is open, it's going to say port is open. And if we run over here, it's going to say access forbidden, even though the port is closed. So now we have effectively made our SSRF not work. So if this was just supposed to render a specific file from a specific location on the folder, it will work for us. But if we were to try and grab a different file or to check a different port or something like that, it's going to tell us access forbidden. And that is effectively how you would whitelist something, is just by adding this in right here. So in the case of SSRF, typically it happens because the programmers forget to add in this right here, that it is whitelisted, only allowed to grab one file off of the server.